Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. Gracious. 866 We Be Big is the number. We got old Blazing Silverman in there. Look at him, fired up, ready to go. As we are getting prepared for another day. He's our intern. He's a student at UAB. They're known as the UAB Blazers, right? That's why Blazing Silverman is his name. Anyway, he is here today, fired up, ready to go, and getting show prep lined up for the guys, getting it printed off and all organized as they roll on in an hour from now. We have a lot to talk about and update you on, and plus we'll break down the good old world we live in. It's a crazy one, let me just tell you. And we'll try to keep it a little bit lighter until the boys join us at top of the next hour. Let's bring them in. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? What's happening, boys?
Gentlemen.
We had a blast. If you're listening live, and today is the 23rd. Yesterday, I was in Coleman, Alabama. You know, even though we've been in markets for a long time, you know, to actually physically go and stand there and meet people and say hey to them, it's been a minute.
Yeah, it's fun.
And was able to be at Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear yesterday, right off exit 304 in Coleman, Alabama. If you're traveling 65, that's between Huntsville and Birmingham. And you know, the owners and just Sarah and the crew there, they just so nice. And I met so many folks. And got me some Ariat boots and kind of updated my boot selection a little bit. You know,
you got them on today?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
Look at you and your boots.
But I was able to talk to Les and the crew, and Andrew helped me out, pick some out. And it was just a great.
Oh, I bet Andrew picked them out for you, helped you. I bet that was a nightmare situation for him because you can't decide on anything.
Actually,
I am so
I hope
sorry,
he just
Andrew.
brought you one pair and said, "These are yours."
I
hope he didn't go. Please pick out of these three.
It's a good.
No, he didn't, or he'd still be there.
Hey, which one do you think I should get, Andrew?
Well, I don't know. Should I get these or not?
Yeah.
Andrew, which one looks better with jeans?
Right.
Well,
he.
I like these.
I did ask.
Are you sure, Andrew?
I'd asked Les, Sarah's husband. I asked Les. I said, "Hey, what's the the new thing in? Because now the square toes are in. I mean, it used to be they're not." And he says, "Oh, Andrew's the man." So he just walked me and said, "Hey, between these couple," I was like, "All right, how about that one right there?"
No way it went that smooth.
Probably not quite that smooth, but I had a great time. And then I continued north, and I grabbed my parents. And I was and Rick brought this to the table years ago when, if you remember, he had to get Big Love a haircut and pick out a Christmas tree all in the same day, and he approached it like a football game.
Yeah,
things that went well, and he was able to check off the list. That was either a touchdown or a field goal for him. So I kind of played the day like that yesterday, having to get my parents, get them back home, get them situated, and I got to tell you, I won the game 14-3.
Oh, that's good.
I gave up a field goal. Make sure I don't say D. I gave up a field goal because I was a little behind leaving, and everything was. And I felt sorry for my parents because I had told them, "Hey, look, Dad, if I finish at 1:30, I'll probably be there at 2:30, probably." Yeah. And at 2, when I called him, he thought I was close, and I was like, "Nah, I'm just leaving." I'm a little behind, but I'm headed your way.
I was trying to pick his boots out, and I got a little behind.
But we had
couldn't make my mind up.
I got to tell you, we had a good time. But it's funny because they always jump out. You know, if you have moms, dads, grandparents, in their 80s. Their errand running is in the daylight. I mean, they're early risers, and if they're going to do a grocery pickup or something, I mean, they're not out just popping around town at night.
No, it usually shuts everything down at that point.
So by the time I got them, we got situated and back on the road. It started kind of getting dusk, and it was the most beautiful sunset. I don't know. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see the sunset yesterday? It was absolutely cool. It was cool.
I missed it.
And it was a special moment because my mom was looking out the passenger side, and she was like, "John, I wish you could see this sunset." And he said, "I do too, honey." And we were listening to Christmas music. He said, "But I remember, him not." For those of you who don't know, he's blind. I say legally blind, but really he's blind. And he can put the phone really close to his face, and and see some things. Boy, he'll show out with Siri though. He'll tell her do anything and she'll do it. Well, I can't get my Siri to cooperate like his.
You got one that's a little rogue.
It was a cool moment for that, and just we're listening to Christmas music, just getting in the Christmas spirit. Just had a good old time. Well, I tried to not let traffic bother me, slow left.
If you go into it with the right mindset, you go, I'm going to sit in traffic. It's just going to happen.
Yeah.
Nothing I can do about it.
That's right.
Except see it. Now, I'm talking to myself when I say that because I never have that attitude, ever.
No.
I get mad.
And there were slow left lane drivers, and I was like, you know what? Lord bless them right now. I'm not in a hurry. I just can't believe you're over here doing, hey, sniffles.
I'm sorry.
And so it was a great day.
About that sunset.
It was a great day. It was actually a pretty special moment. She was trying to describe it to him.
Yeah.
I bet. But he says,
and you realized in that moment how much we take for granted when we can see.
It was kind of a funny moment because of that. I say funny because we made it lighthearted, but it was things that we just take for granted. Like when we pulled up, Terry, and the outside, I battled her with this. The outside is not decorated for Christmas. But if you open our door, it's a winter wonderland. She has got the tree up, and she loves it. And this past Saturday when I went hunting, she said, thank you. So I get the house, and I'm going to get it the way I want it. She's got garland going up the steps on the rail and all this kind. It just looks nice. Oh, yeah. And so my mom pulls up. She's like, oh, there. And I'd already gotten through the sunset moment, kind of like got a little misty-eyed. And she pulls up, and, oh, John, I wish you could see the decorations. Oh, explain it to me, honey. And wow. and so anyway, it made me think about being thankful for things that you take for granted.
Sure.
And one of them being, I know it's being silly, but how about sight?
Yeah, it's a big one.
We're looking around right now, and
that's a big one.
If you can't see, buddy, you got to have quite the imagination and have your own version of what it looks like. Yeah. But the fact that his eyesight started going away, I mean, he spent a large majority of his life being able to see, so it's not like he hasn't seen. So, but it was a great day. Tomorrow, if you're listening live, and some of you, this is a replay, and it's Thanksgiving Day, whatever. Thanksgiving, Macy's Thanksgiving Parade, which is an appointment TV. It's appointment TV for Greg.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that and fireworks shows.
Appointment
Christmas parades.
Yeah. Appointment TV for Greg. Greg actually sits down and watches the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade.
No, that'd be you.
It is going to be on both NBC
it's
and
a big turkey.
CBS starting at 8 a.m. Central Time.
Where's Santa? Don't he close the parade out or something?
I don't know. But, it's kind of one of those things where, we've had it on and it's just kind of been in the background as we move along.
You get up and you love it. But and the Rosebud.
But this Thanksgiving, I think we'll miss it entirely because we'll be on the road.
Well, maybe you can listen to it on the radio.
Sturgis, Mississippi.
I hope somebody covers it on the radio. Yeah. That'd be almost as good as watching it on TV.
Do you know, Las Vegas and others, they got bets on everything. Mm-hmm. They have wagers on like what balloon's going to, have a mishap and things that might go wrong.
I got a little money riding on that.
Yeah. But anyway, Thanksgiving, Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade is 8 a.m. Central on NBC and CBS.
So, it's back full-fledged. I know it isn't the first year back, but remember in the pandemic, they walked like one block?
Yeah. One block, and that was it.
Nobody out there, not a soul.
And, of course, you can stream on different there's different options.
You'll be
and all
doing that. That's what you'll be doing, streaming on your way to where you're going.
All right.
Kids, look.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. 866 We Be Big. A lot to talk about. We'll get into it next.
Rick and Bubba.
The holidays are right around the corner, and I'm ready. You know why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to the door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and enjoy this special time of the year. HelloFresh always has something new to try with over 35 chef-crafted seasonal recipes each week. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code is BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or go to RickandBubba.com under sponsors. Sponsors.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GPS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Did you know that over the holidays, property crimes like burglaries and package theft spike nationally? That's why our friends at Simply Safe Home Security are offering 50% off their award-winning security system. This is their biggest offer of the year. Simply Safe Whole Home Security with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Get 50% off with any new system at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
All right, I've been going on and on about how much I love the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. Well, right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on the site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens, which we've been using for months now. Our families love it too. Kickstart your journey to better health during the biggest sale of the year by going to brickhousenutrition.com. Enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything, or rickandbubba.com. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Knock out holiday gift shopping early and snag some of the best deals of the season on Raycon. Raycon's wireless earbuds, headphones, and speakers offer premium sound, a comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life, perfect for anyone on your gift list. Just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and use the code EARLYBF to get 20% off site-wide, or save even bigger and get 30% off Raycon's holiday bundles. That code is EARLYBF at buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. 22 minutes past the hour, and we thank you for making us part of your day. Got to meet some of you in Coleman yesterday that say, hey, I get my day started with the kickoff hour. Y'all get it rolling, and then the main boys take over. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour for the main show, but we thank you so much for hanging out with us. We just talked about the 96th annual Macy's Day Thanksgiving Parade, which Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, which Greg was asking me more about in the break. He said that he and Lisa's going to wake up, get the day started watching the parade.
Yeah, I love parades on TV. I'm known for it.
We got 3 NFL games on Thanksgiving Day. It will start with, and I don't know if any of this makes if this draws any interest at all, but Bills at the Lions, 11:30 Central.
I'd rather watch the parade.
Giants at the Cowboys, 3:30 Central. And then the Patriots at the Vikings, 7:20 p.m. Central. So,
probably, I probably might catch a highlight or two.
Egg Bowl, it'll be Mississippi State at Ole Miss on ESPN. I think that's 6 o'clock.
You're going?
6. No, my sister is, I think, but I am not. But that's coming up on Thursday night at 6 o'clock p.m. Central on ESPN. All right, so you said you had a question.
I got one question. We'll move on.
All right, come on.
Ohio man wins $45 million in a lawsuit after being wrongfully in prison for 20 years. My question to you is, would you give up 20 years for $45 million?
No.
Too much time.
Just saying. Something.
You're really sniffling.
I coughed then.
Time flies.
You did both.
You hear me? Time does fly.
Yeah. Golly, how much would you entertain that maybe it gets your attention?
What if
either one of you
was in there for 5 years and I got like $1 million?
Huh? Yeah.
If I was just in there for 5 years and I got $1 million.
5 years? No.
Too much time.
$1 million a year? No. I don't think so.
I don't know.
There's one thing I'm
just saying. I mean,
there's one thing that's undefeatable, and that's time.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I mean, time just
$45 million
clicks on.
Should he get more? Of course, then again, at his age, if $45 million don't do it for you, what? I mean,
I do probably think he should get more.
Yeah, I think he should get more, like $100 million.
I mean, I can't believe that. That would be extremely frustrating, and I hope that's something that never happens to me or anybody that I know. And that is to be in prison and know that you're innocent and you're in there, and you're in there, knowing you didn't do what they're saying you did.
I would go 1 year for $4 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can do anything a year.
Is that after taxes?
No, that's going home money.
Yeah.
That's in the bank account.
Think about how quick, all right, to your point, and I know it might just tick on by, but think about how quick a year passes by.
It does.
Probably not when you're sitting in a cell.
No, probably not.
Probably not as quick.
But if it could just somehow, fly on by, that's $4 million.
Mm-hmm. A year, yeah, I think. Now, it depends on what kind of prison you're in, too. What are you in?
Yeah. Now, for 2 years, it's going to be like $20 million. But I'll do a year for 4.
I love it. We're negotiating now. Some of that second year is
but after, I'm not doing any more than 2.
Yeah, that's it. That's a cap.
Yeah, one's it.
20's a little more.
One, $4 million. 2 years, $20 million. That's as long as I'm staying.
Now, if I didn't have any family or anything, like you missing out on your kids' lives, if you didn't have
Greg,
any of that,
if we didn't have family, Greg, we'd have a lot of money.
Well, that's a good point. Never mind.
There you go. We'd have all the money we need.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for ways to work this 20-year one in. See how.
Yeah, I don't know. 20 years is a long time, Greg.
Yeah, you definitely. If you have to have no family.
Yeah,
that would help.
That would help a lot, but still, I mean, that's 20 years of sitting in prison and you're innocent the whole time.
Because you can make that much money and save that much money, invest that much, but I don't think there's any amount.
I think you're right. I don't know that there's any amount that can make up for me sitting in prison for 20 years.
I'm not saying that I would do it. I'm just saying that's just a food for thought.
Okay.
Yeah.
just something you.
What if you were a trustee and you had really easy time?
Ooh.
You had a television.
Are we still in there for 20?
Yeah.
20's 20.
Yeah, you're right.
You can't get that time.
I don't know, Greg. That's 20 Thanksgivings.
Yeah.
I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up more than 2. That's my number. 2 years.
Yeah, 2. Right.
One is I think we all agree on. 2, more than 2, and we're gonna have to
Because again, time flies because you go through a day and you travel and you do these things. When you're sitting there, you're not doing a lot. Imagine that time drags a little.
Right.
Got to keep yourself busy.
In the old stony lonesome.
Yeah. Your mind sharp. Keep that time rolling.
What if you get assigned to working in the library at the prison?
Ooh. Speaking of prison,
Like
Todd
Redemption.
Chrisley is going to be sentenced to a prison in Pensacola, I believe.
Is he going to be in one of them club feds?
I
Did you
don't know.
say Pensacola?
Yeah. And so I'm wondering, next time I go see my sister in Pensacola, you want me to go by and see him?
Yeah, see what he's doing.
See what I saw where I think it's Savannah, his daughter, is getting custody of their youngest son and their niece that they adopted. So anyway, and I also saw
oldest son's kid.
Yeah, just as we go to break, and then we got questions. So many questions from y'all. We got to get through.
Yeah.
I saw where ESPN. Now this isn't some
You talking about the entertainment?
It's a TV anchor out
network?
of Columbus, Mississippi. All right, this is ESPN. Said that the rumors have gotten so bad, Lane Kiffin actually had to call the team together with Ole Miss and talk to the players amid all the speculation that he's headed to Auburn.
What did he say to him?
This means he's gone, but this is what he said. He said he assured them that he hasn't accepted a job at any other school and is all in at Ole Miss.
Wait a minute. Now he assured him he hasn't accepted.
Yeah. He said,
you can be all in right now until you've accepted it.
There's a difference to go. Here's the speech I would rather hear if I wanted to stay and I'm a player. Hey guys, that's not true. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving.
Here's
to say I haven't accepted a job yet is not denying that you might accept it.
Say this. If you're staying, He's say gone. This. I was offered a job and I turned it down.
Yeah,
I'm here, all in. Let's go.
Yeah. He told the players his focus was on Mississippi State and nothing else, and that any reports out there about his accepting other offers were totally false.
Back to accepting. Coach, do you want it? You hadn't accepted it, but if they offered it, you gonna take it?
Interesting. I still think it's gonna be Hugh Freeze.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you've thought about securing your home with home security, but you've been putting it off, right now listeners can order the #1 rated Simply Safe home security system for 50% off. This is their biggest offer of the year. In an emergency, 24/7 professionals monitoring agents use Fast Protect technology from Simply Safe to capture critical evidence and verify the threat is real, so you can get priority police response. Simply Safe is whole home security with advanced sensors for every room, window and door, 24/7 professional monitoring service that costs under $1 a day, less than half the price of ADT. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a guest, access your cameras, or at Bubba.com. Today is their biggest discount of the year. That's simplysafebubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The holidays are right around the corner, and we're ready. Why? Because we use HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers delicious recipes and more right to your door, so you can skip that extra grocery store trip, take a break from meal planning, and actually enjoy this special time of year. HelloFresh always has something new to try. With over 35 chef-crafted recipes each week, chock full of quality ingredients and choice proteins, plus you can stock your pantry and even prep for a party with seasonal and convenience items from the HelloFresh market. Now, when we're in a hurry, their 20-minute meals and easy cleanup options make for more quality time around the dinner table and less time in the kitchen, and saving money is always a priority around the holidays. HelloFresh is cheaper than the grocery store and 25% less expensive than takeout. Sign up today for 70% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but thanks to CarShield, you don't have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your car when it breaks down. Their price will never go up, and they help handle everything. Here's why we love them. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck on the side of the road. Every protection plan comes with coast-to-coast roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car options at no extra cost. So as long as your car is covered, no matter how old it is, you're protected from the rising cost of parts and repairs. Get coverage today. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-391-8888.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the kickoff hour. We're hanging out together, enjoying ourselves, ready for another day here on the Rick and Bubba Show, and so we thank all of you for being with us. Don't forget, Bible study is live today, noon Central, with Rick, so be tuning in for that if today is the 23rd for you. And also don't forget, we have the Beth Mowens college football game of Thanksgiving weekend that we'll sound the alarm on. You know, I mean, she's, you know, I know it's just for if you're listening live, and I keep saying that because so many of you have the show at different times, different days. You might be streaming, might be a replay, but I know it's early in the week, but you got to plan for the entire week since we have Thanksgiving Day, then the Black Friday best of, and so Saturday's game that she has will sound the alarm for that game coming up. And there's some good games too, rivalry week. It starts with the Egg Bowl on Thanksgiving night, but we're looking forward to it. Some big matchups. You got South Carolina, Clemson, Kentucky, Louisville, Tennessee, Vanderbilt, Ohio State, Michigan, and the list goes on and on. Just your typical
Vandy's on a tear.
Rivalries, in-state rivalries there.
You know what? Vandy's on a tear.
Watch out.
Just out of curiosity, this is not a QFTA, but when will y'all start watching Christmas movies?
Probably this.
Now.
Probably
will it be this weekend,
probably.
or will you get through the football weekend and start next weekend?
No.
I may throw one in there this weekend.
I probably will too.
Yeah. Well, you've already watched one.
You said it was horrible.
But I didn't say it was horrible.
Kinda.
I'm actually going to think I'm going to go back and watch it again with a family and just see if I was.
So you watched it by yourself?
I gave it a 6. Yeah.
Oh.
I can watch TV by myself.
I don't know, but most Christmas stuff, you kind of get the family.
You got to get the hot chocolate out and share it with the family.
Nothing,
Sing Carol
nothing will ruin a good movie like 3 kids screaming and hollering and acting up.
And plus, you watched it. Do you think they would have liked it?
Yeah, dude.
That's another reason. I didn't know what I didn't want to sit the family down and there'd be some yuck factor.
You had
Christmas
yuck factor.
story wasn't gonna have yuck factor. The Farkases are a little rough, but you know.
Hey, by the way, Farkas is back in this one too.
Oh,
I bet he's looking sharp.
I'm not gonna ruin it.
Is that ugly kids and ugly adults?
Is that Netflix? I can't remember.
No,
what
HBO Max.
Is it the same guy that played him? Could you tell?
I think it is. By the way,
because he was an ugly kid.
Most of the actors are the originals.
Yeah.
I gave it a 6.
What about Schwartz?
I gave it a 6.
That ain't bad.
Schwartz is there. And Flick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might watch a Christmas movie. I'm going to go upstairs and watch it by myself.
Yeah.
It's better that way.
It's better that way.
I may go rent a hotel room and watch one there.
Well, I will say this.
Then go back home.
Let me just say this. Yeah. Amanda watched half of it with me. She came in late. You can't get her to sit down and watch a movie.
And I tried talking during it.
Yeah.
No, she was okay. She thought it was corny. She's like, "Really, you're watching this?" And I'm like, "I'm trying to check it out."
I'm gonna go to the shooting house and get my iPad and stream like Elf and watch it by myself.
You know, we can claim
nobody can watch it. With
Watching TV is show prep for us a lot of times.
Oh yeah.
So I can scream that. Yeah. Hey, doing some show. Hey, Daddy's in here doing some show prep.
Okay, what you got?
Oh, really?
All right,
there's a new one.
Rick says that he watched a Christmas movie last night that he'll talk about.
That don't mean it's new.
Right, just means new to him. Yeah, we need to always say that. New to
And
us.
I have been calling it a Christmas story.
Is
and
that
it's
it?
a Christmas story Christmas.
Story.
Okay.
No, just one story.
Christmas story.
It's
Christmas story Christmas.
Look, I'm going into it. I don't expect it to be anywhere near as good as the original.
Yeah, right.
You can't redo it. It's been too long.
No.
You can't do it. Now, if you'd have gave me Ralphie when he was still young, maybe. But it's going to be dumb. I know
It's not
exactly
dumb.
how it's going to be.
It's not dumb.
Yeah, I know
It's
exactly how. The first one was a classic. Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah. How'd the kids like it? Oh, I'm sorry, they didn't watch it.
They're going to watch it with me next time. They wouldn't have liked this.
I think we'll have.
Maddie would have gave me something. She would have at least gave me charity. She'll at least give me charity on things. Right. Brady and Caroline are so done with charity.
Speedy loves Bad Santa.
No,
he
I
likes
don't.
that one. It ain't Christmas till he gets that
do not
filth
laugh
on.
in there.
Till he gets that on.
Only encourage him. Do not do that. But Johnette and Reg. By the way, Reg says, "Hey, Greg."
I met Reg at Tyler's wedding,
and they are hosting for Thanksgiving. And so if I if I know them, they'll probably have one just kind of playing. Do y'all ever do that? Where
why did Bad Santa make you think of them?
Little background.
No, you asked if we were going to watch any Christmas movies over Thanksgiving, and so I'm answering that. So have y'all ever throw on a Christmas movie and never really sit down and watch it? It's just kind of on.
Oh,
just
Christmas
noise in the
Vacation will do that at our house.
That's it.
That's the one.
I think that's probably what we'll do over Thanksgiving. The fact that we sit down and watch one, that's probably going to be a little delayed. I would think.
Well, the more people you have in the room, you're not going to sit down and watch it.
No,
you're not.
No, it's just going to be
going
on.
too far the other way.
Well, no,
nope. He's
locked
the door and won't let anybody in.
There's no doors.
Don't come in here.
There's no doors. Okay, it's an open room. Everybody's welcome in here. But I can't beg you to come into the room and watch a movie you don't want to watch.
Did you announce, hey guys, I'm watching this
Christmas
movie.
Story Christmas? Of course, I didn't call it that.
The second
is about to be on.
Anybody
wants to join me? And Amanda came in like 45 minutes into it.
I get it. Hey, they're too cool to come hang out with you.
And I don't. And that doesn't bother me.
No.
We don't sit down and do anything anymore.
No, they're at that age. You can forget it.
Yeah. You're. I mean,
I do get to hang out with Maddie, and I mean a lot.
Yeah,
we'll hang out with her a lot today.
You got a couple more years with her till she's ignoring
she's
you.
going to be gone. So I'm really embracing that moment. Braden came in yesterday.
Oh, he's
yesterday afternoon he came in. And he goes, "Hey, how was your day?" And he was trying to be a little smart aleck, I could tell. And I was like, "It was good. How was your day?" "It was all right." He's walked off, and I think I might have said 2 words the rest of the night. Caroline, she had spent the night company Monday. She spent the night Tuesday. So she went to bed because she stayed up way too late the last 2 nights. She went to bed right after tennis. Mm-hmm. So, Maddie spent a lot of time.
Yeah. Had a conversation.
Movie's out.
Had a conversation with my boys.
Nobody wants to watch the movie with Daddy.
Good. I'm in here. Don't come in here.
Yeah, he locked the door. Go ahead.
He did.
I don't have any doors to lock.
He said, "Don't come in here."
Guys, I got the perfect setup, and anybody can join me. It's in the front room. Yeah, everybody has to go through that room to go anywhere in the house.
You know what you are? You're condensed to having the dogs lay with you.
Well, one of them. The other one's too jumpy right now, but
right.
You know.
I had a conversation with the boys about Santa last night.
Really?
Yeah. Told them they need to be good next couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
They thought that was funny.
I bet they did.
But he's always watching.
Sure.
He always knows.
Mm-hmm.
And they had some questions for me. I said I'd call up there. Do you ever call and talk to any elves and just kind of see how things are going?
Mm-hmm.
You get an update on things? I told them I'd holler. You need to try that, Helmsy, with your kids. Yeah.
Naughty or nice.
Have a good time. We got to laughing pretty hard.
Oh, yeah.
They thought I was kidding. I said, I got a direct line.
Yeah, my
friend.
My dad he had a real creative way of saying it.
Really?
Yeah, I'll tell you about that off air. Santa had a certain list. Me and Rick were on it one year.
You don't want that list.
No.
Is it the SL?
He
SL list?
even had one. Yeah, it had Santa on it, and it said it and everything. It had our names on it.
Are you serious?
Well, y'all done it now.
Well, you don't believe? Yes, sir. Okay, well, good. You better believe, because if not, you won't get anything.
Yeah, ain't getting nothing.
Huh? I don't care how old you are. You better not stop believing.
I learned how serious that was in the Elf movie.
Yeah, it's true.
They used to tell us.
Did you watch that by yourself?
No, that's this weekend. Now.
They used to threaten us.
When the Alabama-Auburn game gets so bad, I'll turn on a Christmas movie.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We need something to cheer you up. I can remember when I was a kid, you hear the people say, "Oh, you're going to get a lump of coal." They used to tell us we were going to get a bag of switches.
No.
Yeah, I got the switches thing, too.
Keep on. You're going to get a bag of switches. That's going to be your gift.
Switches and coal.
Yeah.
Of course, I think one year I did get that.
Yeah, I probably did.
And rightly so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Not the best kid.
I need a bag of switches every now and then. Straighten
Well,
out.
I mean, they thought I was kidding when they asked about a very hard-to-get item that they have had on their list, of things that they're requesting for Christmas. And I said I would check in with Santa and
which
see
is
how
also
things
known as Amazon.
that I would check in with Santa. No, I'm talking about the real Santa.
That partnership is pretty unbelievable.
Yeah, they work together.
Smart.
It's sped things
and
up.
I told them I'd give them an update, but I can't promise anything because I'm not in control of that.
Yeah. In other words, you don't get it.
And they just stood there and looked at me for a little bit, and I said, well, I'll let you know. That's all I can do, right?
I hope it works out for you. Naughty or nice?
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We have questions from you, the audience, that, Helmsy's developing. I mean, he's got a stack over there.
I do have a stack.
And so we'll have to run through some of them. Did meet some folks yesterday at the remote that had some live and in person that had some questions for me. I was like, well, hey, just throw those in an email because we'd love to read some of them on the air. We'll do that next. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
I'm asking about Prevnar 20 because there's a chance pneumococcal pneumonia could put me in the hospital.
Age 65 or older, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I want to be able to keep my plans.
So I'm asking my doctor about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20.
Dell Technologies' Black Friday event has arrived with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 50% off select performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Visit Boot Barn during our Black Friday sale this weekend for savings on top quality pieces. Early access deals start on Friday at 7 a.m., where you can get up to $40 off cowboy boots for men, women, and children. Plus, extended through the weekend. Save on select outerwear, jeans, flannels, and men's essential workwear, including work boots made in America. Visit us this Black Friday during our biggest sale of the year at Boot Barn.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GPS for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
So I've been telling you how much we are loving the products from Brick House Nutrition, especially their number one selling product, Field of Greens. I take it, my family takes it, and it's a great investment in your health. Well, here's some great news. Right now at brickhousenutrition.com, they're having their massive Black Friday sale. Everything on site is 30% off. This includes the popular Field of Greens powder. The superfood powder is packed with the perfect balance of fruits and veggies, one scoop, and you can fill your daily nutritional fruit and vegetable needs. And they use the best ingredients in everything they make. We really like this product, and we know you will too. And with the Black Friday sale, it's a great time to try it. Why not kickstart your journey to better health and take advantage of the biggest sale of the year? All you need to do is go to brickhousenutrition.com and enter the promo code HEALTH to get 30% off everything. That's brickhousenutrition.com. Use the promo code HEALTH for 30% off any product, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsor.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star.
We are back 9 minutes until top of the hour, and we thank all of you for being with us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Do you want to know what happened last night when we got to the house and we were getting settled? My mom wanted to make a little shake, and she had some little protein powder, and she has a little routine that she does. And have you ever gotten the shakers and thought you clamp down the top and you start to shake it and then stuff just goes everywhere?
Done that.
Well, that happened, and it was chocolate that went everywhere. And I said, don't worry. I have the multi-surface Clean Pods. And I went to the cabinet. I got it out. I sprayed it in our very nice little spray bottle. What's that? That smells good. That's my Clean Pods, Mom.
Clean Pods.
And just clean the surface, clean the little stool, clean some on Terry's shirt that she got a little shrapnel there. On
You
the
must have
floor.
really been shaking that
Hey, it was on her phone. It was everywhere. It was one of those things where it's just like, where do I start? Yeah. Well, you can start though by going to cleanpods.com/Bubba and take your clean to an all new level with these products. Every bit as good as you are thinking, hey, can they be that good? Because, when it comes to cleaning products, we kind of have our go-tos and we stay with them. That's just who we are. But when it comes to cleaning supplies, you need to branch out a little bit and give this all-American company based in Dalton, Georgia, a try, as they're using technology to create something every one of us needs and uses, and that's cleaning supplies. And right now, with your order, they are going to say, if you step up and order from our show, then the fans of our show is going to get 10% off all products and any order plus free shipping. So stop wasting money on cleaning supplies that don't work. If you are looking for something to clean windows and glass, bathrooms, kitchen, floors, instead of going to something that you're paying way too much for and doesn't really work, try cleanpods.com/Bubba. Experience a smarter clean that they deliver. For less than $10, each product will give you at least 5 full bottles of cleaning solution. So check them out at cleanpods.com/Bubba. Or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Again, that's 10% savings and free shipping just for listening or watching the show. So check them out, cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's a true story. I wish just kind of got the little spray ball.
Worked out, didn't it?
Watch out, Mom. I got this.
I got a clean pod.
She was impressed.
It's an impressive product.
QFTA right out the gate. This is a new one. This is from Austin in Muscle Shoals.
All right.
Why did Speedy not bring his dad this morning to see you guys? I know Helms and Greg would have loved that.
Are you just making that up?
That would have been
I have
nice.
a feeling that you're
Why
making
didn't you do
this
that?
up. You need to be honest. Win, play, show.
I did make that up because
Okay.
I'm bothered that you didn't bring him up here this morning.
I don't know. He was
right here in town.
Well,
Is he going to be there all weekend at your house?
No. He's.
I know you are going to Sturgis, but when y'all come back, will he be?
No.
Are y'all riding your Harleys?
Hey, they're going to stay for a couple of days, and then my sister's going to and brother-in-law is going to take them back to up to Huntsville, and she wants to put some Christmas stuff up and then head on back home. But,
okay. Well, thank you, Austin, from Muscle Shoals. That's a good question.
I guess I could have done that, but then now he's here, and it's like, what, you're going to stay for 5 hours?
Yeah. I would have
a long time.
I would have welcomed that time.
It's a really long time.
I'd let him have my omelet. What's wrong with that?
Okay. All right. Here's a real question. Love the show. This is from Riley. Riley Parker checking in.
What's up, Riley? Holla.
How many times have you guys pulled the I'm actually Speedy, I'm actually Greg, I'm actually Helmsy from the Rick and Bubba show card to get an advantage or out of a sticky situation? Did it work or not? I never do that, by the way.
I've never done it.
I hadn't either.
First of all, I just don't. But second of all, you don't know how that'll go.
No, it could go the other way.
100% right.
Now, if I'm with my mom, you're going to know.
Well, yeah, mom's
in a
gonna
very
pass for
uncomfortable
that.
situation, like the
that is
elevator door
hilarious.
closes. 1 Mississippi, 2 minutes. So, do you listen to the Rick and Bubba show?
Oh, that's
And I was like, oh, Mom.
If they
what are you doing?
ask, I tell them.
And you're like, Mom, what are you doing?
You're killing me.
If they ask, I tell them, but I don't try to do it. To
I
get out
actually
of something.
deny it.
Right.
There I am doing it.
Nope, that ain't me.
This,
I don't know. Who? Huh?
Burgess.
Yeah, Burgess.
This from Mark Posey. What is the
Mark?
most embarrassing moment on the show for each one of you? This is weird. It says, thanks, Philip, but it says from Mark Posey. Now, that's strange.
Philip's using Mark's email.
That's weird.
Embarrassing moment.
Oh, now, hey, are you saying a most embarrassing moment that happened live or telling a story that was embarrassing that made it to
That's
the
a
show?
good question. I would say either one. I
'Cause
think
my misspeaks probably are the most embarrassing
Yeah.
for me.
I
But
would
then
like to stay in
retelling
that
stories
world.
about like the Titans trip and stuff, that's embarrassing. But that didn't happen live. That's just telling a story.
I will say this. I don't get as embarrassed as I used to on things here.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I've kind of grown out of that.
Right.
Hence, last week when I read
That was a good
Twitter Elon Musk thing. So I went home, was like, that's funny. I was laughing at
it was great.
myself. And hey, 5 years ago, I'd I'd have been mad at everybody in the room.
Yeah.
I'd have told y'all to shut up, and I was like,
shut up,
embracing
leave
it.
me alone.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm sure I've done something stupid. I just can't remember.
Oh, this just hit me, and I don't know why. You want who came and saw me yesterday? Mike, the 97th caller.
Did he really?
Did he bring you those?
And he handed me two
45s?
The record.
One for Alabama, one for Auburn.
Yeah, he's got. For some reason, he had these 45 records of the Auburn Alabama fight songs. That's back to the sports stars. We just give them away as prizes.
Yeah. So, hey, Mike, it was good seeing him. He had
Mike's
a
good guy.
handful of jeans and stuff. He was there shopping too.
Watch out, Mike.
Watch out. Holla.
These are show questions here.
Ooh, show.
When you're in the number one spot, Speedy's there today, right now. Rick will be in it in a minute. Does the music going to break come on automatically, or do you have to be the one to hit it when the clock turns a certain time? You can answer that. It's just we all have to hit. I mean, you have to hit it. Number one spot's in control of every single thing that goes on over there.
Mm-hmm. And you have to back time a little bit and subtract 10 seconds because we have a 10-second delay. So we're 10 seconds ahead of when you hear us. And so depending on, I guess, what platform. I don't know if YouTube is a delay. But so we have a big clock on the other side of the room, and so we just have to time things down.
Yep.
Top and bottom are hard breaks, and then the quarter breaks kind of float a little bit. But you have to land within a few minutes.
That was the biggest thing that I had trouble with when I first started doing the best ofs. Now it's in my mind. It's like riding a bicycle, but at the same time, I was struggled early.
Speaking of that, we got a minute.
What is underneath the glass in front of Speedy above the flag?
We get a lot of that.
We do get a lot of that.
Don't y'all wish that was like a grill?
I do, and I want to make something up. But it's really nothing. There was a hole in the table. They had to come up with a way to cover it. Am I wrong?
I think we were going to actually put some monitors under it.
We were.
We're
going to slant. I think they were going to slant the monitors up, and then so they could see call screeners and stuff. Because Bubba, away from Bubba's mic, and you're there now, Greg, you can't really see the callers, so he's so far away, he's kind of blinded.
How you would see in there.
And so I think maybe that would be gone, and I think, so.
Okay. Hey, I was just
what you doing, buddy? You okay?
Yeah, the next question was, what is the sign above the coyote?
Oh, yeah.
That's
that.
We know what that's about.
Yeah. We don't get into details.
I ain't bringing
on
it
that,
up, Speedy. Get all mad about it.
No, nobody's getting mad about it.
Those are from Cindy, by the way.
Okay.
Cindy Clark.
It's just a
Happy
no
Thanksgiving,
barking
Cindy.
sign.
No barking, baby.
No excessive barking.
Yeah,
no barking on the dance.
Bubba made that, and Adler put it up for him.
So many more we didn't get to.
Yeah, I know. So many more. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick, Bubba, Adler, join us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There he is. How about him?
How about you? TV producer. I've seen episode 1 and 2 and all the behind the scenes and all the little tidbits that go with it. So I'm completely,
you are all in.
I'm completely caught up now. So, hey, let me tell you, we in episode 2 with They Know You're Coming.
If my wife didn't have me watching this Queen Victoria, I'd be caught up.
Oh, gosh. No, look, that one's crept into our world, too. As a matter of fact, the night that Sherry was like, well, I got sleepy. I said, I'm out because we had to get up next morning and go to a road game. And when I got up the next day, she was watching that Victoria thing on PBS. She said, I found another show. I'm like, not another show.
Betty's been on
not another show about royals.
She's been on several series of those, the Middle Ages, the royals, you know.
Yes.
And, man, you talking about that lop a head off in a minute.
The drop of a hat.
Huh?
The drop of a hat. It's not good to go.
What else out there?
How about this?
You don't have to worry about that in the PBS ones. That's why we've got that on in the house.
The yuck factor on the others is just way
Queen
too high.
Victoria, I've gotten into it. I admit it. I'm even going as far, Rick, where I will bring up stuff and research. Did that really happen?
Yeah.
Was Prince Albert really like that?
Was he in a can?
Yeah.
Better let him out before he suffocates.
But my wife,
The greatest prank call
in
of all time.
the new day of binge watching things on series that you like. this little thing that there were commercials done about it where husbands and wives, if you're watching it together, you're not supposed to watch ahead. My wife, she doesn't even check up on that. She'll watch episodes when she can and won't even care if you weren't there. And I'm like, well, I guess I'm out on this thing.
Yeah,
I'm
you just
way
got to
behind
catch
that.
up when you can.
I'll tell you one thing, I wouldn't watch ahead on Waco.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we got that one coming up. Now, Bubba, we finished our celebrity news update. I couldn't believe this today when you told me that that the Spice Girl.
Or at least are in serious talks about a reunion tour, full-blown new album, and even their own record label.
Which means nobody will sign them.
That's
exactly what it means.
So they can
RT
champion
alive and well.
So they can champion new female musical talent. I think they've got plenty of money, Greg. They can bank.
I don't know. Sounds to me like they've run out.
Wait a minute. Hold up just a second. Are we acting like that in pop music, females are having a hard time getting deals?
You think they pretty much own it, don't
Female artists are not being represented in pop music? What?
No, all kidding aside, though, you're right. You're seeing people now with technology and all this day. The record business, I mean, people, they just do it on their own. They don't have to go through a company and get a slave contract anymore.
Well, there's another reason, and that's what they're trying to get to. There is no money in selling music anymore. So as far as selling music, you put it out there to promote your tour where you make the money.
Yeah.
You make the money on tour.
Rick, they said initially they were kind of thinking about a ground floor type project of endorsements and TV shows to make some money off of their name and image. But after they got to talking, they said it kept growing and growing, and they said it looks like it may be a full-scale worldwide tour
Bubba's in.
at the end of the year.
Greg, which again means we looked at just putting out some music, and we realized that will not make any money.
Yeah.
So what we if we're gonna make any money, we got to put a tour together.
Yep. There it is.
Bubba, to your point, do you realize this is ridiculous? The group became one of the most successful marketing engines ever, earning up to $75 million per year, with their global grosses. Listen to this: $800 million by May 1998.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if you look at the richest Brits, they're all in the top 10. I mean, and we're up there with some pretty big names, for us. Yeah, they made a lot of money. A lot of money.
They must be out.
Well, somebody made. I mean, I'm sure they made a lot, but some other people made a lot off of them. All those that fronted them up front.
Greg.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, Ham,
that was back in the days when you did sell records and you did have to pay them back for everything. That's the thing about the record business. Anything they promoted, your studio time, anything, you had to pay all that back before you made a dime.
Well, in this case, would be one of those. Anytime I've set up a warehouse with a stage on it, and I've got people outside auditioning to be in my pop band I'm putting together, those deals usually are not very artist leaning.
No.
Right.
They're actually, I'm the creator and found this product leaning.
Well, I think too they
now may be different now because now they're out of those contracts and they can go back and make some money.
They all have their individual projects and things they do now, but I think all of those would be more successful if you had a little push from the Spice.
Yeah,
side.
what's her name's on the America's Got Talent?
Yeah,
one of them.
Yeah, Baby Spice, isn't it?
No, the
Mel B.
Yeah, whoever that was.
Yeah. The Baby Spice was on one where they were making a boy band. Do you remember that?
I think,
yeah.
Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, that's what
well,
I
I'm
was
just
going to say.
saying.
Right. I mean, you
Victoria's got her own clothing line.
Now going with the real name.
Well, look, I mean, they're going to follow.
Okay, Posh.
Six minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, America's favorite radio show is on the air for a brand new hour, and this hour starts with the national anthem. 7.5 minutes past the hour. Here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and now Eddie Van Adler joins the team. Kickoff hour is behind us. Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba University student, banging out his degree in common sense. You'll hear again today, now a superpower. My goodness. Happy Thanksgiving. The biggest and most active travel day of the year, and we got all kinds of stuff that you can listen to as you travel. I'll run all that down for you today, including this live show, but not limited to. And we'll tell you about that as well. As Rick and Bubba and all of our connections go with you this weekend. Rick and Bubba replay tomorrow, a Black Friday best of show with Helmsy, giving you some of the most historic moments in Rick and Bubba history as you get out and shop or do whatever you're going to do on Friday. And then there will be no Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, this weekend, but I think we could even fill that void thanks to our friend Andy Andrews. But you can go back and listen to some of the Rick and Bubba Universities or watch them that maybe you missed in our archives, both on wherever you get podcasts, also on our YouTube channel. Let's bring him in here. There he is, the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
There it is, way down in there. Hey. 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 There it is.
Hey, Bubba, how you doing, buddy?
There it is. Hello, friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome into the Thanksgiving edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
It's a good one. Sorry about that little connection problem here. Hey, technology. Like
Better late connection than no connection, I always say.
Like I say, bleeding edge. And I hung on to it longer because that one has a build up, and I kept thinking, well, it should have built up by now. Bubba and I are really holding our breath.
Build on up.
I thought our breath on that was really good. We almost made it to the end of the song. But anyway, I just want to start by saying I'm thankful.
Hey, Rick, I am thankful. Wow, what a blessing it is to be here and live in this country and, do what we do and have the great friends that we do and the listeners and advertisers. We really do appreciate it. And I tell you, this year when I say I am thankful to be here, I mean it more than ever, Rick. Trust me. Trust me when I say that.
Gobble, gobble.
No doubt. So
not thankful for that.
No.
But we're going to have to hear it today. I think the timing is very important. We have a lot of people out driving today.
Oh, buddy.
I don't know if you saw the numbers. I think it was 55 million Americans will drive more than 50 miles for Thanksgiving, and most of them are traveling today. So it is going to be a very, very busy travel day. So please be careful if you're out on the highway. And I always like to say, and I know Rick loves to hear it again, that we had rather talk to you than read about you.
Yes, I think that's good. So speaking of that, it was funny. Do you have, how many of you that work here, is there anybody that works here that it is normal for your wife to be up when we get up going to work? Anybody?
Not normal.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, so for me, it's not normal either. But every now and then, Sherry will get big eye. Or something. She'll get something on her mind. And it is the most hilarious thing because the normal, and I would think it would be everybody here's normal for the time we go to work, and is darkness, complete stillness, quiet, no words. You don't ever speak because it's just you, okay? And you get yourself ready, and it's a solemn experience, okay?
Right.
And of course, you usually spend some time in prayer, spend some time in the Word of God. Work through the routine, the things I need to do before I leave.
Try to not run into the wall.
Right. But it's very quiet. But on the day before Thanksgiving, with a wife that's hosting a part of the family at the house, if she's up, and what was so funny is she got up. I looked out when I was in the shower and I saw the lights on in our bedroom, and I thought, oh no, she's up. Okay. She comes through that bathroom holding some dirty clothes under one arm, looking around on the floor of the bathroom, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Well, she's going.
So I walk, and I'm in there, and I'm still in the mode, and it is a machine gun of words, okay? And all of a sudden, she's running the list of things that need to be done today and all this, and then finally she looks at me, she goes, "This is getting on your nerves, isn't it?" And I said, "Huh? What?" She goes, "It's normally really quiet when you get ready for work, isn't it?" I said, "It is." And she said, "I'm being a bit of a chatty Cathy, aren't I?" and I looked and I said, "A little chatty." And I said, "Baby, I just want to say this, because I don't even use it this time, know who I am." And I said, it's a kind of a ramp-up thing. And I said, so whatever you've been saying, and I love you so much, so thankful for you. I'm going to start by being thankful for you. I said, but you really need to follow up with the text and the things you need me to do today, because all this has been to me is noise, and I'm so sorry for saying that. But I don't know what you've said.
Yeah, I'm not.
I really don't know.
My system's not adjusted to take commands.
Yeah, I'm just not ready. Yeah, I'm just not ready.
I'm in warm up mode. The car can't go yet.
Right. Yeah. I said I said you're in the mode of like we're up to catch a flight.
Yeah.
And I'm in the mode of I'm just going to work today.
Yeah.
And I said that's two completely different.
Yeah, it is.
And so I'm so sorry.
Wow.
And I know you're ready to get ready for. And then of course she hits me with this, but I did have enough to be honest. When do you think Brooks will be here? Baby, I don't know. Well, you don't have any idea? Do you think I need to make dinner for everybody tonight? Do you think he'll be having dinner with us? I don't know, babe. I said, can I say this? He's 23. He's coming from Atlanta on the biggest travel day of the year. I said I wouldn't count on dinner.
Yeah.
I said I think Brooks, Big Love Burgess's goal is he'll sleep in his old bed in this house tonight.
Yep.
I wouldn't count on anything else.
Just a bonus if he gets early.
You might see him tonight before you go to bed. You might not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think but do you think I need to have dinner ready? Baby, I don't know. I said you could try to maybe text him, but I said I don't have it. I wouldn't count on that. I think he works today, then leaves. So I wouldn't.
We're in the same boat. We got one in house and then one that doesn't get off till 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Now this one, see the thing is though, it is a mystery when Brooks will be off, but he's coming on this day that you just mentioned. People traveling from Atlanta to Birmingham, and I said, baby, that could be. I mean, it could be double the time it normally takes. I mean, I just wouldn't. I wouldn't hang on cooking his favorite meal. Is that what you're asking? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that was the only words I uttered.
Right.
I mean, but have you ever had that happen? And they're in the I'm wide awake and I'm moving.
Oh yeah, it happens occasionally at our house, but not much.
Right. I love that she called it. I'm being a little bit of a chatty Cathy on
it. She called herself.
I think with Betty, she tries to stay quiet because the dogs usually don't wake up till about 8 o'clock. They're on the sunlight clock.
Rick and Bubba.
Nice.
That's worse. Go back to Victoria.
They're following the footsteps. I didn't know this till I saw a special. The New Kids on the Block still tour and still make tons of money, sell out arenas.
Yeah, okay.
Still.
Yeah, because
they just don't do it all the time.
They hit the down.
A few weeks.
We got popular, then we died off, and then now it's come back. Now the nostalgia deal, and they go and they have big tours and make a lot of money.
What they do, the people who loved them when they loved them will still go see them now.
Yeah. Like I say, we got too old for you, but then we're past that. Now it's nostalgic. Now we're going to go see you again, and it's working for a lot of them. All them boy bands, they're all doing it.
It's hard to stay off that stage. You know that.
Well, it's also hard to. You make a lot of money, but when you're young, that money's got to last you the rest of your life if you don't have a job.
And like you say, even though they made a lot, that total you hear, they didn't make that.
No, they didn't.
There's a lot of people who had a hand in that pot.
Yeah.
Somebody in an office made most of that.
Oh yeah, yeah, they did all right.
Well, you don't watch what was the one I watched on TV? What was the Bobby Brown's group? New Edition.
Right.
They had like a #1 record, and they still lived in the projects. They didn't have any money.
Yeah.
After the first tour, they didn't make anything.
Yeah, because that's the old, would you like to be in a band that everybody screams and yells for? I sure would. Yeah. Well, sign right here. We'll take care of that.
Yeah, got you.
We got that handled.
So coming to an arena near you.
Well, Bubba, there's a couple of things you've asked me to stand in the way of to not let happen. One of them is for you to buy a standalone AM radio station.
Yeah, thanks. I think I learned that lesson.
Right.
I got you.
I may have to forbid you from going to see the Spice Girls at 54.
Well, I saw them once. That's enough.
He's in.
I also heard some of the other things that people were discussing today I heard this in the kickoff hour about a hostess employee on a much lighter note has they're not going to get bonuses this year, but they would not only get bonuses, so they are getting bonuses.
Yeah, you get a little cash.
They're going to get a little cash because of
$750.
The Trump tax plan.
$500 into their 401k.
Okay, so they get $500 in the 401k, $750 cash, and a year's worth of free Twinkies and
ding
dongs.
So and or ding dongs.
It says and.
Yeah.
Are the great ding dongs.
Yep.
As a bonus. So once again, the Trump tax plan. Now yesterday we did have a little bit of adjustment in the old stock market.
Oh yeah, Well, anytime you have
that,
that much of a run up, you're going to have some profit taking and correction on it. That's part of it.
Right. Now I think it ended somewhere around 800 down or something.
I think it went down 1,500 and then back up 800, and
somewhere
you're going to have some of that.
So I heard you guys discussing these two products. It looks like they're going to get both, so they're not going to have to make a decision. But I heard Helmsing.
We took it a step further. We wanted to. Okay, you got to make a decision which one.
Yeah, and
Twinkie or ding dong.
Well,
Speedy.
I'm gonna go Twinkie.
Me too.
The ding dong wants a Twinkie.
Okay. And I can't remember the last time I had a Twinkie, but I used to love them.
I had
as a
one
kid.
last week.
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong. So I'd probably go Twinkie then.
Right.
Well,
I can't remember.
I will say.
I'm gonna say never.
I will say that is a delicious snack. Uncomfortable to say, but delicious to eat.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And that is this chocolate cupcake thing with a little white squiggly on top.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the one?
Is that the ding dong?
And then it has the cream in the middle. Is that
that's a Twinkie? Isn't
I thought that was
no, that's not Twinkie. Twinkie is not chocolate.
Twinkie is vanilla.
Now you're
with
right
the
on
cream,
the ding dong.
the vanilla cream.
You're right.
It's that little cupcake thing.
Yeah.
The yellow Twinkie.
Yeah.
It's got
Yellow
chocolate
cake.
you can peel off the top.
I may have had a ding dong, didn't know it.
Yeah, it had a white squiggly on top, and then it's chocolate cake with cream on the inside.
I will say it's really.
I know what you're talking about, but I thought that was a Hostess cupcake.
That's not the same thing.
I'm
afraid to Google
well,
it.
I could be wrong.
I think it may be the no.
A lot of sense. Again.
Minutes past the hour. So for your traveling today, boy, do we have a lot for you and this weekend. So there's the obvious. You got the show. The show's available to you live or archived on your time. So you got that. You've got the Wednesday Bible study today. It's back at noon. We'll be in Genesis 46. That's available to you live and archived today. And as we mentioned yesterday, and we got it show notes again today, and we're putting it out on all of our social media, get some great emails. Sherry, my wife, speaking of her, interviewed by Andy Andrews on his podcast. And we've got that in show notes again today. It's on our Facebook page. And if you haven't watched that, I watched it yesterday, and I see some people now saying, hey, I'm sending that some people that need to hear this discussion as she and Andy talk about, a topic that many times kind of throws us a loop, especially even people of faith, and that is suffering. And of course, Sherry wrote a book about that, and it came out in 2016. Andy really likes the book and has been promoting it and has been trying to get Sherry on his podcast for a while. And they had their interview, and Andy and Sherry together on this topic really turned out to be a great podcast. And a lot of you are already giving us that feedback. So if you haven't seen that or listened to that, you can do that. We have that for you in show notes today and on our Facebook page. And also, if you're following Burgess Ministries on social media, we got it out on Twitter today, so you can go get that. And that's something else that you can enjoy. So we're throwing you a lot of stuff as you travel over the next few days that hopefully can help you enjoy this most wonderful time of year and be entertained and informed at the same time. So, Bubba, we've got a couple things to discuss. You were telling me coming this weekend. We got a terrible story today that we're all in a fun zone. We're all excited, and it's just awful to have to report something like this.
Yeah, shooting at Walmart in Chesapeake, Virginia. 7 dead, including the shooter. And apparently, Rick, it was a manager at the Walmart that was in the break room with several employees and opened fire. And that's really all we know about it this morning, but that in Chesapeake, Virginia. So sad to hear that today, but as we were talking in the break, evil never takes a holiday, does it?
No, it doesn't. And it is real, and it is part of the fallen creation, and it's awful when you see it. And what this is intended to do is not just to destroy, if those people were redeemed, then, this evil can't destroy them. They just stepped into eternity, and we hope that they were. The evil person who does it, that's between God and that person, but you certainly don't see anything real positive there. But ultimately, these things are part of a fallen creation that is going away, and it's terrible to see, and you just got to call it what it is, and you did. It's evil, and so just it's a reminder of the darkness that is all around us, unfortunately.
And how thankful we are for the protection that we do have. Amen. So many days that we don't even know how close we were to such a tragedy.
Amen.
Rick, turning to more fun and better news today. Yep. College football this weekend. It is a great weekend for college football. I don't know that it gets any better. You have all these rivalry matchups. I was talking to Speedy about Mississippi State and Ole Miss a minute ago. We'll cover that. Maybe next break.
See where Kiffin had to call the players up?
Let me tell you.
We've got that. We've got all these rivalry games. Well, it's just a great weekend. Yeah. And can I say this? The Mississippi State Ole Miss game is more interesting to me this year, I think, than it's ever been. Because you got teams with good records. Mm-hmm. They're good programs. You've got the Kiffin controversy going on with coaching changes and all that. I mean, I don't want to miss a minute of that thing.
And you've
Rick,
got Mike Leach and just him.
Oh, Mike Leach alone. You just put him in a game, and you've already got excitement. He'll have some colorful comments about it all.
Right, and throw in, for that game, just awful weather forecasted.
Yeah,
talking about just torrential rain, and it's just going to be nasty. Nasty.
So I heard you guys in the kickoff hour, and we can spend another segment on that if y'all want to, but the Lane Kiffin comments – we've heard those comments.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, come on.
Those are not the comments that you're looking for. Mm-mm. But anyway, so.
No. Well, we'll see.
The way he worded it, and y'all pointed it out perfectly. the way he worded it is.
Well, we'll break down. I mean, he had an all-up with the players to talk about.
But he didn't look at them and go, hey, I'm not leaving. He didn't say that.
I have turned down the job.
He said, I have not accepted. I have not accepted, and my mind is focused on Mississippi State.
Mm-hmm. He might as well
that means you may have a contract on your desk. Who knows?
Right.
Or you're just part of the smoke and mirrors to throw everybody off.
Right.
Rick, one of the games that we see coming up this weekend will be it is this weekend, isn't it? Army Navy.
No, that's next weekend.
That's the next weekend. It's next weekend. But when we were kids, it was on the same weekend as the Auburn-Alabama game a lot of years. And I remember it would be on in like the early slot, and I'd be like, "Oh man, get this game over with," because I wanted to see the Alabama-Auburn game.
I have a hard time watching it,
and I really didn't appreciate it like I needed to. But as I've got older, and I really realized what these young men and women have agreed to do, and how they're going to put their life on the line for the country, and the little stories about the players. I look forward to this game now. I really do enjoy watching it, and
it's actually going to be on
learning
Saturday,
about all those players.
December the 10th, 2:00 CBS, Army Navy.
So they've kind of got it set aside on its own.
It's in that void of.
It's on that week where there's no game between the championship.
Good. Right.
That's good, and I love usually that the president goes and sits on both sides. We've seen that. I don't know if President Biden will or not.
How would you like to try to
get him to the stadium?
How would you like to not only get him in the stadium and seated, you got to move him at halftime?
Who's playing? I know. Yeah, I know. But and part of the story of this game has become the designer uniforms that they get for each game. And here's a little special and a nice tie-in to NASA from the Navy, and a little package here about
how
their
long
uniform.
is this? How long is this?
It's not too long, I don't think. How long is it?
All right, we have to come back. We got to come back.
Okay, we'll come back.
All right, we'll break and we'll come back and look at this. The uniforms that Navy. That they've selected for the Army-Navy game, and kind of
a great tie-in to NASA.
Yeah, well, I knew you'd be fired up.
I was.
Wow. Michigan, Ohio State.
Oh, yeah, that's a big one.
There's your big one.
Yes, sir.
There's playoff implications.
Yeah, big time.
South Carolina, Clemson got a little more interesting now.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has.
Of course, we're punishing Clemson for their one bad loss. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm telling you.
Hey, by the way, watch out when you Google ding dong.
Well, don't Google hostess ding dong. Well, no, that didn't work.
I don't think so.
That may be even worse.
My gosh, now I've got a phone number.
You're all right, Rick. Well, no, this is.
Here it is.
Okay.
Here it is.
I got it.
Here it is. I got it. Okay.
It looks like
not what I remember.
It looks like the ding dong is just the cupcake without the squiggly.
Exactly. Well, kind of. Yeah.
I'll be honest. It never took off quite like the Twinkie.
It's still good though.
Yeah. Well,
but the Twinkie was the walking dog.
I will pick.
Who thought that was a good idea to name it a ding dong?
Somebody who should have never received a marketing
long
award.
time ago. You know how things
change. Things change. Man, it seems like that has been around a while though.
It has.
It has.
There we go.
It seems like you would.
Which one? Ding dongs.
Ding dongs on the far right.
Yeah.
And that ain't a ho ho. That's a swirl cake.
It is.
Yeah.
Another
those
bad.
are
That's a
good,
Swiss.
by the way.
I'll tell you one thing. Whoever with the marketing team for all these snack products really.
We may have chocolate Swiss rolls. Maybe.
Point, Rick.
You may be
I
right.
make Swiss rolls my whole life.
I think you're right. They're good too. I tear them.
Well, the Hostess cupcake is fantastic and also a much more comfortable name.
Yes.
So it looks like
the ding dong the one that's like octagon shaped chocolate cake.
Yeah.
Those are good. It was. Those are good.
Yeah.
Look, Greg, it's the cupcake without the swirl.
Right.
Yeah.
And without
that's exactly what
without the hat on.
I may get a Twinkie today. I haven't had a Twinkie in years. I used to love it.
My preference, and I'm no way will I be called on any audio tape saying it any other way than this. My preference are the chocolate cakes versus the Twinkies. I'd rather have a cupcake than that other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You'd rather have a
about the two little ones that come
no,
together.
I'd rather have a chocolate cake with cream icing than a vanilla one with cream icing.
I like the vanilla. I like the Twinkie.
No way you gonna catch me on audio.
No, I know.
I've already got about 3 outtakes for you, but I'm not.
Yeah, 3 outtakes and 1 bank 9 this segment.
We have Bubba announce that with a big silence after it. Everybody's like,
"That's easy to cut out."
Yeah, I mean, I'm just being honest.
Didn't we do a story a few years back? They changed the ingredient in Twinkie and made everybody mad. I can't remember.
Yeah, they tried to go, some new low fat or something.
I don't eat any of it anymore. So
I don't either.
Right.
I
back when you were young, and
I would eat a Twinkie right now if it was here.
You talk about how parenting has changed, and I really miss this for my kids. By golly, we used to come home from and your mama, not some stranger, not a grandparent, your mama would have Hostess snack cakes out for an after-school snack.
Zingers. Remember Zingers?
Yeah,
a little pick-me-up for dinner.
Your mama would give it to you.
Right.
Yeah, Rick. Now I come home, I watch my kids have to eat all this weird stuff.
What about a good cream horn? God,
guys,
what? I didn't like them.
In the flaky roll?
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, man.
Is that not good?
Y'all want to know what I
Make
really
your head
like,
tingle.
and I have a weakness for, and it always
I
seems
want
to be in the
one of
cabinet,
them
are the nutty buddies.
Love a Nutty Buddy. Add your own
You
peanut
kidding
butter.
me?
Peanut Buddy bar.
Oh,
Cut it open and add peanut butter. Yep. Don't be
What
afraid.
in the world is that?
Hello?
Good night.
Don't
like cricket.
You might want to answer
Bubba
that.
said
buddy.
he'd like ding dongs again.
Go ahead and answer,
it's
buddy.
important.
Well, they're calling you,
There
man.
it goes. Speedy, you've never taken the Nutty bar and cut it in half.
Yeah.
I'm talking about long ways and then add peanut butter and put
I haven't.
Oh, you're missing out.
Yeah. But I will today.
It takes a little effort, but it's worth it. Yeah, get you a butter knife. You got to be careful, or it'll start flaking off, and just take it right there
down
where
the
you
middle.
can see where they've put them together. And just
Edge
right
the
in there.
top off.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you
so
lay
you're saying slice it all the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then lay some extra peanut butter in there and shut it back. And let it come out the sides a little. Yep.
You guys say you like that, Bubba?
I like. Are you talking about which one you talking about now?
We're going to break. Don't worry about it. Yes, you've said enough this segment.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. SimplySafeBubba.com. You know, this is that time of year that you may be, leaving home a little more, going to see friends and family for the holidays, maybe going Thanksgiving somewhere, then Christmas, New Year, whatever, and you're leaving your home and you want it to be secure. And a lot of those burglars out there, they've been casing. They know this time of year they catch houses that are normally unoccupied for days on end. And so you need to be sure it's protected with the best security system available, and SimplySafeBubba.com. That's the one. Award-winning. It's just a better way to do security of your property. And you can get yours now by going to SimplySafeBubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe. And right now you'll be monitored 24/7 for under $1 a day. Less than half the price of the competitor ADT. Also, they've got their top-rated app. You can stay in complete control of your system anytime, anywhere. Arm or disarm, unlock for a guest, access your cameras, adjust your system settings. Don't miss the chance now, and this is the kind of savings that gets Speedy's attention. We are set up right now for this most wonderful time of year for you to get 50% off a new system. 50% off. They're half price right now. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So if you've been hearing us talk about Simply Safe and you want it, but you're like, 50% off, it ain't going to get any better than that. So go to SimplySafeBubba.com. There is no safe like Simply Safe. All right, Bubba, you had this video. You gave it to Adler. This is the Army-Navy game coming up December 10th. Navy has revealed the uniform they will wear, and they've done a little promotional video to go with it. Is that right?
Yeah, unveiling.
All right, let's. Here's the unveiling. Let's have a look-see.
Sequence start. As kids, we look to the stars and dream of the unknown.
Roger, we copy.
Those dreams forge astronauts who push the boundaries of humanity.
We have a liftoff.
From the sea to the stars, this is how we honor them.
Capcom, we're go for landing. Go for landing, over.
Ain't like that, Buzz.
No, that's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
All right, Bubs, you got to do some explaining for radio because they just heard music.
Yeah.
Well, it was just an unveiling of the Navy uniform, and they're
Are you
saluting.
crying?
They're saluting NASA.
So misty-eyed.
No, it's allergies.
Misty-eyed.
Allergies.
Yeah, you were showing the NASA
You know, tears
uniform.
only make your eyes glisten. But it's a salute to NASA, and they've got the NASA logo, and they've got a moon on the side of the helmet with an astronaut. Because a lot of the astronauts have been Navy graduates, so they're tying that all together nicely with the uniform.
So I was trying to gather. There's the one side. Doesn't one side have NASA on it? I saw one helmet with NASA on it.
You see here is the astronaut floating in space.
Got it.
And
that's cool.
And then the other side actually has the NASA logo with the moonscape under it, and so it looks like some satellites in orbit around it.
Hey, when does Artemis try to come back?
It'll be back. The whole mission was about 2 weeks, so they're orbiting the moon now, or it is the Orion capsule, and it'll be back. Was it December the 11th? I think something like that.
If it can make it around the moon. I just
they're
know that's
orbiting. They've got a big elliptical orbit around it, so they come real close and they shoot way far out again.
I just know that that's a biggie because we got to test that heat shield.
Oh yeah, that is going to be the ultimate test of this. After getting it off the launch pad, is hey, we're coming in at 25,000 miles an hour. We gotta take the heat of the atmosphere, and that will be the big test yet to come.
So that's that's the uniform for the Army-Navy game. You'll be all over that, won't you?
Oh yeah. Well, I told you I enjoy the stories. You see these young men and women that are planning on laying their life down to defend the country, and it's always interesting to see where they came from and what their past was for sports, and what they're going to be. You see a guy that's a linebacker, and hey, he's going to be part of the strategic command. Putting nuclear bombers in the air or something. It's kind of cool to see what kind of specialty they've gone into.
So speaking of college football, the playoff committee. The same four, but there's some interesting scenarios here. So we've got Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU. So we know Ohio State, Michigan, something's going to happen there on Saturday. So one of those teams is about to take a loss.
Unless the thing that could really mar everything up, Rick, if you have a clean win here with one team and then the other one's going to drop down, if you have a close victory.
Yeah.
You're going to see a lot of pressure to hold that other team up there, especially if it's Ohio State.
So they don't have
They're going to get an extra look no matter what.
They don't have a championship game, correct?
The Big Ten?
The Big Ten. They have a championship game?
They do.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah, they do.
So one of them's got to play another game.
Yes.
Correct.
Correct.
So whoever wins the game will play. Who would be the championship?
Let's see here. I'm looking at that.
It won't be. It will not be
the loser. The loser won't play.
It will not be the loser.
Side,
and Penn State's on that same side too, aren't they?
All right. Oh, wow. So whoever wins it does have to play another game.
Correct.
Yes.
So
and it looks like in the Big Ten, in the East, Michigan and Ohio State are sitting there on the top. So that whoever wins this will represent the East. In the West, Iowa and Purdue, I think, are tied at 5-3.
Ooh, that's ugly.
And it looks like Iowa won the head-to-head against Purdue, so I guess it would be Iowa.
Okay, so we get to watch that disappointing game again. All right, so
or here's another thing, because again we've seen close games in the Big Ten because there's not a whole lot of separation. Here, What if Ohio State gets to that game and loses to an Iowa?
Well, that's what I was
a whole
thinking. I'm
nother
thinking that's
scenario. That's still a possibility.
A potential fly in the ointment. But for today's conversation, whoever
Thank you, Tim Brando.
Right, whoever loses that game, something's going to change. Their situation is going to change a little unless it's really close, like Bubba said.
I think it changes a lot either way,
especially if it's
close
Michigan.
Or not. Yeah.
If it's Michigan, I agree.
Yeah.
All right, so sitting in the 5 slot now.
Ohio State might not drop at all.
Anybody surprised who's in the 5 slot right now? LSU. LSU's in the 5 slot at 9-2. You know, they had an ugly start to the season, but then they kind of got their act together and they've been rolling.
Yeah, they're the highest ranked 2-loss team.
Toughest conference, toughest division. I have them there.
Yeah, USC sitting at 6. Now watch out at 7. There's Alabama. They're creeping their way. They're creeping their way back in. And Clemson. Yeah. We were discussing this. I thought that we had just, for some reason, we just completely got rid of Clemson because the loss they have it was so ugly.
But here they come back,
kind of inching their way back in. And Alabama is the only one that would need. They can't do much for themselves other than they can't lose the Iron Bowl.
Correct.
Then after that, they just sit and wait and see what happens.
Yep.
Yeah, and what I thought was interesting is the AP poll and the college football poll have kind of been close, but the college football poll rankings that came out last night are different than the AP rankings on 5, 6, 7, and 8. They've got them all kind of flipped around. To your point, LSU is 5. AP had USC at 5.
Right, but that doesn't matter.
No, and then 7 and 8's flipped too, and so there's a clear path for Clemson or Alabama.
Yeah.
If things happen the way it should for them.
If USC was to lose, they're going to lose to Notre Dame this last game. Okay, now I know they got the championship game, but so does Clemson. So that's a common opponent that USC and Clemson have.
Yep.
Is Notre Dame.
Because if we're all sitting here and you hear all of us, none of us believe in TCU. We think TCU will be the Cincinnati of this year's playoff if somebody doesn't knock them out. We all want a better team at 4.
We all do.
Let's just call it. We do.
But
we want a better team at 4.
That we do. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're right. You're right.
Because all I care about seeing some good games. I got no dog in this. I want to see the playoffs be games that are good. That's all I want. And so I'm willing to crush the hearts of some fan base somewhere to get me a better team in 4.
And Kansas State is second in the Big 12. They've got Kansas this weekend, but if they win out, then it'll be TCU and Kansas State in the Big 12 championship game.
Well, you know what opened the door was that South Carolina shellacking of Tennessee.
Yeah.
That opened all kinds. Because I remember when everybody was doing these scenarios, they said, well, now the scenario you got, you got to have South Carolina beat Tennessee.
Right.
That ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
Of course it did.
Boy, did they.
Yeah.
So now some of those scenarios that everybody thought were impossible have now become possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, you're right. So let me ask you this real quick. TCU.
A lot of paths.
So we see the path. Clemson, it's easy if they win the ACC and they get help from USC losing and then LSU getting beat and TCU getting beat, then they probably jump into 4. And then I'm not sure about Ohio State, Michigan. Depends on who wins or loses that game. But let's look at Alabama. to y'all's point, if let's say Michigan gets thumped and they're out, does a 1-loss Michigan get in before a 2-loss Alabama?
Yes.
And then you got TCU. Does a 1-loss TCU get in before an Alabama? Because that's a scenario that's easily played out.
I think Alabama has the toughest road of all those that are trying to get there.
But I think you got an argument with TCU.
Especially, let's say, Ohio State beats Michigan, and then Ohio State gets beat by Iowa in the Big 12, and then TCU gets stumped by Kansas State, and LSU gets beat, and then USC loses to Oregon in the championship game.
I can't even believe all the things you're saying.
Then Alabama has an easy path. But then Oregon...
You call that an easy path?
I mean, if that happens.
Right, yeah, okay. Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then we're rolling through them at 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound, and then your time on the program will come to a close, and then we'll move to the next caller unless you get a timeout for Helmsy or from Bubba, each toting 1 apiece. We'll start with Jake and Boaz.
Jake.
Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. Jake, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
Hey, happy birthday, Helmsy. It's your birthday today, right?
Yeah, I'll take it. It was yesterday, but that's fine.
it was yesterday.
I'll take it tomorrow and the next day.
Be mad with me. Don't be mad with me.
That's Jake.
I love Jake.
The originator of the best Don't Be Mad With Me.
I've always wanted to ask him, is he the guy that always called in Jake from State Farm? State Farm?
I think it's two different
is it
Jakes.
two different Jakes?
I think it is. Unless he just moved off that gig and gone to this one.
Because the reason I ask is because he hasn't called in as Jake from State Farm in quite some time. So is it two different Jakes? Or is it?
Do you think he transitioned?
Yeah, I think he did.
Now he's Janice.
I like Don't Be Mad With Me.
I mean, he's got it. I mean,
Don't be mad with me.
And that's Jake from Boaz. They don't get any better than that.
That's good.
Let's go to Matt, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Matt, go ahead. You got 30 seconds. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, guys. How about you guys?
Fantastic.
Just wanted to tell you, last night I asked Siri a question. I don't even remember what I was asking, but it couldn't come up with the answer. And I said, Siri, you can't have nothing. There was a little pause, and then Siri said, you're certainly entitled to that opinion, Matt.
Well, easy now. I'm telling you. It's just like 2001 Space Odyssey came out.
I'm scared of that.
And we watched it and just ignored it. I mean, we're falling right into it. We continue.
We didn't learn nothing.
Joe in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, have y'all seen the new commercials got, I think it's Odell Beckham Jr. and Eli Manning, that they do the last scene from Dirty Dancing. They're working on the football field, and then the music comes on, and Eli Manning actually, Odell Beckham comes running, he holds him up like in Dirty Dancing. It's absolutely hilarious.
You know, I'm not familiar with it. Tell me about it again. Now, what are they doing? Why are they doing that?
Well, they're doing touchdown dances. They throw a pass and they do the touchdown dance. Everybody dances, and then Odell Beckham comes running to Eli Manning, and he holds him up like in Dirty Dancing.
Now,
like over his head?
Can Eli dance?
Yes, yes.
I'm not familiar with the movie Dirty Dancing.
Okay.
Who's in that?
Let's watch it.
Who's in that movie?
The girl that messed up her nose. And Patrick Swayze.
That's good.
Okay,
I can't remember her name.
Oh, Jennifer Grey.
Yeah, she did, by the way.
Oh, yes, they had a wreck and had to, yes.
Right. Mm-hmm. So is the movie dirty? It sounds dirty.
No, it's not. It's just Dirty Dancing. They're dancing at a country club.
Okay.
For entertainment.
Okay, so is the dancing dirty?
No.
Why
I was hoping Odell Beckham and Eli.
Why wouldn't they call it clean dancing then?
Well, now see that I didn't make the movie, so I don't know.
I got you. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, nobody better do is put baby in the corner.
That's it.
Okay, exactly.
That's funny.
Thank you for the call, buddy.
I just never could get over the fact she was Ferris Bueller's sister.
I know.
You know?
Yeah.
Very funny commercial, by the way. Appreciate it.
I'll give her credit. She has a better nose now, but it doesn't look like her.
Oh, it is a better nose.
It's a better nose,
She
but
just-
she looks like a completely different
She
person.
didn't need to mess with it, though.
Yeah, she
her
just
look was an ugly nose.
Right.
I mean, that's what she looked like.
This nose
messed it up.
is a better nose, but she looks nothing like the person everybody recognized on the screen. So
Yeah.
she had one TV series that didn't get any ratings because nobody knew who she was.
That's right.
Remember, they tried new nose in a TV series and it
Just
didn't work.
take. She was.
But
It's like when fat actors get skinny, they're not as funny as they used to be. I mean, that's true.
Thanks,
It's the same
man.
thing. She got her nose fixed. It just didn't work out.
Thanks, bud.
She really didn't need to. She didn't need to mess with it. She
No.
had it.
It was kind of a hawk, but it was all right.
She does.
She's a good-looking girl. She didn't have to fool with that.
Watch out, buddy.
She's a prettier woman with the new nose, though.
But it's just she doesn't resemble the other person.
She just didn't like the other person.
If she walks up and said, "You see me in Dirty Dancing?" You go, "No, I didn't." Yeah, I was the main character. No, that girl had a big nose. See what I mean?
Right.
Thanks, Greg, for summing that up. Let's go to Michael. Michael, welcome to
And
the
I
Rick,
got a big nose, so I can say that.
Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, y'all was talking about that story about the father-daughter dance. I can't believe there's not a father up there that hasn't seen Footloose. If they won't let you have your dance, you make your own dance.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. All right, so other things that are happening, and we can run those down for you.
from our Rick and Bubba little bastion there in Arkansas. These guys always keep me updated on what's going on. He said, just want y'all to know the Arkansas fan that stole the Ole Miss helmet is still on the lam.
They had a great view of him on the camera. We thought they'd had
who that is.
UAPD still looking for Ole Miss helmet theft suspect. There is a picture of him running with it stuffed under his shirt, and he looks pregnant. He's got it under his shirt running with it on some security camera. Here's Coach Pittman, who, by the way, we all love.
Yes.
I'd love to play for Coach Pittman.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, he says that it's unfortunate. I hope they get it back. There's no room for that, and our fans are better than that. We average 73,115 people, and like anything in life, all it takes is one guy to screw it up. Like everything else in life. Lane Kiffin is leaving.
Rick.
Look, guys, it sounds
That was not a good statement.
It's like he's reading from the script of every coach who left.
Yeah.
I mean, when you all he said was, I'm not gonna mess up the Egg Bowl. I'm focused to finish the season with you guys, and I haven't accepted any offer. That's all he said.
That's it.
Now, does anybody think he said anything different than that? I know
I haven't accepted an offer could mean I have a contract on my desk.
Right.
Or my agent's desk.
Yeah, we haven't accepted the offer yet, and I'm going to finish this season. Y'all don't worry, I haven't lost my focus. Is this not what he said? I have not accepted an offer from anybody, and I am focused on Mississippi State. Isn't that what he said?
Carefully worded.
Which
yeah.
if he wasn't leaving, it would be, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here. Yeah, people.
How hard is it to say I'm not leaving?
Well, and even though that is what we want, Bubba, I've heard them be emphatic. They weren't leaving and still leaving.
And still left.
So anyway,
I've heard them say I will not be the coach of this team, and then they are the coach of that team.
Yeah. I haven't talked to one person from Auburn. Now, my agent has, but I haven't, so I'm not lying.
Right. Well, remember, we were told something by someone that I'll leave it like that, who said that they were talking with a senator, and the senator said, let me give you some advice. When you're being questioned, just nod yes or shake your head no. Don't say anything. So then when somebody asks you if you said something, you say, no, I never said that. So they play those kind of games. And we've seen it. It's not like we haven't seen it. Now, I don't know what Lane Kiffin is going to do. I'm just telling you that this story does not mean he's staying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. He
now,
may stay.
He may stay, but this doesn't mean he's staying. Do you hear me?
He didn't put it to bed.
Right. And he said that he told the players that he was focused on Mississippi State and nothing else, that any reports out there about him accepting another offer were totally false. That's the exact quote.
Right.
And it has everything in it you're supposed to have.
I'm still.
And he said he's not. It'll be a pine box that carries him out.
He ain't coming out of that.
I still. You know, again, there's the crossroads where all this meets, and it's the great Jimmy Sexton.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like there's so much Lane Kiffin smoke, and they do this. They will make a smoke screen one place to help out a coach and their client and them to get a raise to stay when actually the dog may be digging on the other side of the yard. You know, you just never know.
He also they're bringing up some of the other things that he has said. A lot of people believe that Kiffin and Hugh Freeze are at the forefront of Auburn's coaching search. Sorry for those of you that are in the Coach Caddy corner, but he's not mentioned by anybody as being a front runner for the job. Yeah. But we'll see how it goes. But anyway,
I will say this: with every win, it gets more serious. So
it does. It does. You'll get real serious if he pulls off his next one.
I'm telling you, you may have to have another meeting.
The thing in the Iron Bowl is I will acknowledge the reason why I don't think Alabama. The reason why I will acknowledge this, I don't think that this Alabama team can find their way into the playoff. I don't think they're as good as the Alabama teams we've had in recent years, but they still have at certain positions. The player who's the best at that position, they've got, if not the best running back in the nation, one of the best, and of course one of the best quarterbacks in the nation, who has I think been banged up this year but still has overcome a lot and is a phenomenal player. So really, just with those two players alone and sprinkle in some other good players, I think that Alabama is just got more than Auburn can handle. I don't care who's coaching them. This Auburn team, you know.
Yeah.
But because I think even a limping Alabama team is better than a really pretty rough Auburn team. And it's in Bryant-Denny, so that's not good either. But in modern day, so anyway, who knows what's going to happen?
But, you know what happened? You know what they say about these rivalry games.
You know what they say, Bob.
So we'll see. But here's what the only thing that I have zero hesitation on is I will tell you that Lane Kiffin did not tell anybody in these statements he's not leaving.
Right.
No.
And he may not leave, but it's not because this
statement does not make you go, oh, whoo, he's staying.
Right.
Well, it just makes the Egg Bowl all that much better.
It does.
The Egg Bowl.
Speedy, I'd really like to watch the Egg Bowl with your dad.
Oh, really?
But you said he's going to be in Starkville, right?
Yeah, he's going to. Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah.
I hate we're not going to get to see
there.
him, and you've brought him down. And, you know, there was some talk about him coming to the show this morning.
I've offered
Who
to go
talked
get
about
him.
that?
I started this, and I
Helms
apologize to you, Speedy. It's all on me. But I love your dad. Okay,
Probably could have talked about this maybe
he's a
Monday.
he's a great encouragement to me. We text often.
All of us.
And I almost text you last night and asked you to bring him up here, but I thought I don't know if that's going to fit in Speedy's schedule. Don't want to do that to him. Don't even know what the scenario is for tomorrow.
Huh?
No, so I'm just putting it out there. I can go get him if we need to.
Thank you. Yeah, he's probably enjoying some time there with
He
Mom
probably
at
is,
the
and I don't
house.
want to interrupt that. I do not
I'd
want
like to watch a
that,
game with him. I think it'd be fun to hear his commentary on the plays.
Well,
what's going on.
he's gonna.
You'd have to tell him about the play first.
Well, no, he can hear it.
Yeah, well, you mean if you're talking, he can't hear it, so you'd have to explain it to him, and I do that a lot.
And the announcers that you don't realize how bad a job they do.
I bet he loves Gus.
Until you're blind.
No.
I bet he loves Gus Johnson.
He loves him some Matt Wyatt. I know that, who's on the radio call for Mississippi State, and they do a good job. So a lot of times he'll go to the radio side, even when it's on TV, because TV is hard to follow the game.
No question. If you're blind, you got to go to the radio.
Oh yeah,
broadcast.
they get off talking about something that's not even in the game, and you're like, what just happened?
I'll go get him if we need to.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well said. There's a big barn somewhere.
There's a feed mill right outside of the city limits.
Thanks, guys.
That's so true. One of the most uncomfortable movies. That's one of those movies where you thought it was good when you were a kid, and you tried to watch it like modern day, and you're like, "Why was I watching?"
Have you seen the reboot?
Yes.
No, I couldn't do that.
Did you like it better than the first one, though?
No, I didn't like either one.
Yeah.
But better, man. I don't know.
If you were forced to watch one today, which one would you
I would
choose?
probably watch the old one just because it's one of those that's so corny that I enjoy it.
Yeah.
So you know
what I'm talking about? It's that corny.
Well, you're going to go through the scene where Sean Penn's brother tries to learn how to dance. The old
Willard.
Now I will say the Willard in the new one. I like the new Willard. He's
Well,
that
you
guy
can't
that's in
mix and
every
match,
movie.
Greg.
I ain't
It's
seen
one or
the
the
reboot.
other.
You
can't
have
an
take
all-star
pieces of one
team.
movie and put it in another one. That Willard scene. I can't.
You
I
know
like
it.
when they make. Don't forget when they make old Ren mad and he goes and dances hard.
Works it out.
That's true.
I love the dancing hard.
I'm mad. I'm gonna dance hard.
mad
Man.
I'm in
Watch
an empty,
this.
Hey, I'm in an empty building.
Yeah, I'm gonna do like gymnastic moves on chains and stuff.
Yeah, when people dance angry, it's weird to me. Philip, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Philip, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, well, I'm a pastor of a small church, and I was just wondering, where do you draw the line with these young folks about the world and the church world? Like, there's a video going around Facebook that says Jesus is mine, and it's calling him a slang name. Where do we draw the line?
Well, I think I draw it there. I mean, that is a well. I mean, the line's the same for anybody. It's not just young people. I mean, we had a bunch of women sitting around church talking about 50 Shades of Grey and passing that book around. I mean, it's not just young people. The line's the same for everybody. Yeah. And it is. It's where you get to the point where you feel like that somehow you have to take God and make him something that's more palatable, as opposed to us submitting to his authority and becoming something he's more comfortable with. It's the same, but it's not just a young people problem. You got that from one end of the church to the other. But that'd be one of those things where you would sit down and go, there's a certain part in the Bible about the holiness of God,
and this probably violates that. Let's talk about that. It'll be a great lesson. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Steve. Steve, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Steve at Starville.
Hey, Steve, is this you?
Hey, I just wanted to give a shout out about the Mississippi State girls basketball team. They're doing really good right now.
Yeah, 24-0. They played South Carolina and beat them.
All right.
That's right. They done real good.
Have you ever seen the movie Dirty Dancing?
He didn't like
The only thing I hate worse than basketball is female basketball.
That's great.
Burgess.
Wow. That was a joke.
No, it was straight from the heart, which was excellent.
No,
he didn't take his medicine today, did he?
I watched the game the other night. It was good. That was a joke.
Wow.
Look, feels bad. Look.
Oh, that's that weird thing. That's that post-guilt after root to root. It's a weird phenomenon.
Y'all, seriously. Greg, there was just a moment Greg had feelings. It just wasn't very long. You know what I mean? Did you see it? Did you catch it for just a minute?
Just a second. Just a glimpse.
It's almost like he thought about the damage that his comment had done for just a moment.
I'm just not a basketball fan.
Right. What do you hate worse than just regular basketball?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Are they kidding around with us about this? They're trying to make a chip they call lady friendly now.
Yeah, I saw the big boss on TV this morning talking about it.
But wait a minute. Can we really say there's a difference between men and women in their response to crunchy Doritos?
No, it goes against everything we're being taught right now.
I thought what we said is when Doritos are being consumed, just like the rest of life, there is no gender. Women don't respond to anything any differently than men because men and women are not just equal, they're completely the same. Of course, that last part's not correct. The first part is equal but not same. But now we hear from all society right now that gender cannot, there's no, you could just take a man and just take a woman, just interchange them. There's no difference in them at all. And so why do we think that ladies don't like eating Doritos as much as men? Because they're noisy and they feel self-conscious eating them. Why do we think that?
Who said that?
Yeah, what study showed that? I've never heard that. I've never heard a female even utter that.
Have you ever seen somebody go, yeah, she's good looking, but have you ever listened to her eat Doritos?
Yeah. Sounds like a pig, you know?
I'm done with her.
So anyway, they're saying now they're coming up with a Dorito that doesn't make all that noise. Love Doritos, but think they're too noisy. It turns out the company that makes these wonderful chips is formulating a new version that doesn't crunch as loud.
Well, then they're just going to be stale. You know, when you let them set up and somebody don't close the bag?
Most people don't like chips when they're not crunchy. Exactly. That's how you tell they're bad.
Bubba mentioned the CEO, and here's the comment from the CEO, and said that I didn't realize this. They're a company that's associated with PepsiCo, that they've released the low crunch, Bubba, female friendly version of the tortilla chip because she claims, the CEO, women would prefer to eat politely in public. Well, wait a minute. Now this sounds like that women are different than men in the way that they carry themselves.
What?
Which is what I've experienced, strangely enough, is that men and women are equal, but they don't appear to be same. There seems to be differences. There's been books written, if I'm not mistaken, men are from, well, I don't remember which one's from Venus and which one's from Mars, but meaning
men from Mars.
Is that women from Venus?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Was sleeping with a loaded gun. 6 minutes past the hour. The biggest travel day of the year, if you're listening live, are on the archive on Wednesday, November the 23rd. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy here, Eddie Man Adler here, Blazing Silverman here, Rick and Bubba intern. We'll get phone calls from him as the hour goes forward, and we get to chat with you today. Tomorrow, a Rick and Bubba replay on Thanksgiving. Helmsy hosts a Rick and Bubba Black Friday Best Of on Friday. Enjoy that as you shop. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Very thankful and thankful for all of you. Be careful out there traveling today.
I have news. And a lot of you have been asking about this, and I saw the news yesterday. Helms, I don't know whether you or Speedy saw this yesterday, but anyway, first of all, let me tell you this. If you're thinking about shopping, a lot of things you can do. In Rick and Bubba World, you got the new CD, Where's the Bathroom? Hard copies are available. They're moving at rickandbubba.com, but there's all kinds of stuff at rickandbubba.com under the store that you can look to shop for the Rick and Bubba fan on your Christmas list. But I've been asked, and every year we try to make it a little more efficient. Yeah. I got word from our publisher last night, 30 Tigers, that they think that the new CD, Where's the Bathroom, will be on iTunes, will be in the digital world on December the 9th.
How about that? Yeah.
So December the 9th, for those of you that have been asking, when will it come out on iTunes? Or wherever you get it digitally. It looks like it will be December the 9th. Now, that probably means it won't be December 9th, but they said December 9th. So make
maybe close to that.
So make a note of that. I did get that word yesterday. All right, so I mentioned to the guys walking through the kickoff hour guys, they were talking about Christmas specials and when you watch Christmas shows. And, we've heard about this, A Christmas Story reboot, and that may be something new we haven't seen. And I don't know, and I don't feel good about this, but I'm finding it as I get older, I'm finding it more and more difficult to watch movies I've seen a lot of times. Mm-hmm. It's like I can't really stay with it. I can't get motivated for it. And my wife has been asking me to watch some of the classics. And honestly, I'm like, I've seen these things so many times. Yeah. I don't know if I can get the energy for it. And then, of course, she had a thing that I hear you warning your wife as well, with those of us that have, adult children, is, she started this yesterday. We were out having to do some shopping and doing something that was really cool that I can't really talk about right now. But we were out and we're going around. We're trying to get some shopping done. And so had an interesting situation at dinner, which was odd. But anyway, so we're coming home, and it gets dark so early now, and our Christmas lights are on now, and Sherry's all in the Christmas spirit, and Thanksgiving is coming up tomorrow, and we're hosting for some of the family, so she's all fired up about that. And she's like, "Oh, let's watch Elf." And then I said, "I don't know, babe. I just don't know if I'm ready for Elf yet." And then she goes, "Oh yeah, what we'll do is we'll watch Elf." With the boys on Thursday night, because two of the adult kids are coming home for Thanksgiving, and I said, "Baby, that's not going to happen. Don't get your little heart set on that. You don't think they'll sit down and watch Elf Thursday night after we have the meal and everything?
Too many good games, right?
Baby, it's not going to happen. First of all, I don't even know where they're going.
You're right.
After they eat and visit with everybody, they're probably not. I think Big Love may even be going back home." And she's like, "Huh? What?" I said, "That's kind of the indication I got. I think he has to work Friday." And she's like, I said, "So you let that go. So don't hang on to that.
Right.
If you watch Elf with our kids, you probably gonna have to watch it on Christmas Eve after we're done.
Yeah.
Visiting with the family.
For sure.
But before we all go to bed. So anyway, so she goes, "Well, you want to watch it?" And I said, "You know what? All right." And she was finishing up something. She said, "You go ahead and go downstairs and go ahead and get Elf ready for us to go." So I go downstairs, and I've got it up there, and I'm just looking at it, and I'm like, I could mouth this entire movie. Yeah. And
it's a good one.
It is a good one. I'm not against it. And then all of a sudden I have Apple Plus, and I notice on Apple Plus, I look up, and I see this new Christmas special called Spirited, and it's got Will Ferrell and Ryan. What's the comedian?
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds. Mm-hmm. And I went, "Well, now that looks funny."
Okay, I've seen the promo of this.
So I have Apple Plus. So I watched the trailer. What I wanted to make sure is it wasn't some nasty Christmas thing.
Yeah.
We're going to go and and it certainly is. It has no spiritual value whatsoever. Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's not that. It's strictly from the secular thing, but it's what we liked. It's a play on A Christmas Carol, which when Bill Murray did that, we loved it. Yeah. That's a completely different approach. It's not Scrooge with new actors, so it's not that.
Right.
But that's the storyline is from a Christmas Carol storyline, and it's strictly not trying to be serious. It's funny. It's a PG-13, and it's probably even PG. I'm just trying to think, did I miss something? I don't remember anything nasty said. There might have been an innuendo one time or something, but it was funny.
Okay.
It also makes fun of musicals. And I know, Bubba, you've got a little that interests you a little bit.
Yeah.
But
it's only on Apple Plus.
Yeah,
right.
It's not in the theater.
It's their original creation. That's the new thing now. So anyway, it is PG-13. Okay, that's what it felt like. So anyway, but what's funny is, like, I thought of you, Bubba, like when all of a sudden you hear the music will hit the note for everybody, and the guy go, no, let's not do a song. Look, and also, and of course, Will Ferrell doesn't sing that well, but he sings a tremendous amount there. And so
he sings loud.
If you like musicals being made fun of, and them come up with goofy, clever songs, and you like the humor of Ryan Reynolds and Will Ferrell, it was good. I liked that it was new. I was entertained by it. I certainly didn't have all fuzzies about Christmas or anything like that, but I was entertained by something that had a Christmas theme. That was a decent comedy. And those two guys are just funny anyway. And if they stay out of the yuck world, they're really funny.
Tracy Morgan's in it.
Yeah,
wow.
you don't but you don't really ever
in
see
it.
them. He's the voice of Christmas future.
Okay.
And that's funny too, because says he wants to do more than point. and he's mad that he didn't get to do more than point. So it makes fun of all the different ghosts and how you end up haunting people. And the whole deal is that these ghosts, it's not just Scrooge. Their whole existence is to try to redeem people, and they pick who they're going to try to redeem next, and they try to redeem Ron Reynolds. And so it's funny.
So Sherry comes down. She thinks you're getting Elf ready,
right?
And then you present this idea. Did you have to play the trailer for? Or did you just say trust me, or let's go
trailer?
To something new?
Here's how it works at our house, and I don't know what it is with Sherry and these trailers.
Yeah, we do it too.
We have to watch a trailer over and over. I'm like, baby, how many times you need to see this trailer? She goes, okay, now, all right.
I like watching trailers.
Yeah,
just sitting down watching.
So are we going to watch this over Elf? I said, that's my preference. Can I see the trailer one more time? We just watched it.
Can I ask you a question?
I'd like to see it one more time.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, let's watch it again.
And
can
so
I ask
she
you?
Went for it. She went for it.
Okay. Good.
Can I ask you a question?
And
I
then
may be totally
really?
brain dead on this, not thinking at all. But we have a group of movies we call Christmas movies that are around Christmas. I can't recall any what we call Thanksgiving movies.
Other than Charlie Brown Thanksgiving.
Have we had a lot of those?
I bet all Hallmark's got them.
You kidding me?
They'll do
Thanksgiving.
They're already doing
Hometown
Christmas.
Thanksgiving.
They've been doing Christmas since like October 1.
Yeah, true.
You're right.
That we don't have a lot of good comedy Thanksgiving movies, do we?
You don't. You got Charlie Brown. That's about it.
Yeah.
And Greg's favorite movie, The Blind Side.
All right.
Is that Thanksgiving? It was on last night. By the way.
I'm going to openly.
It is under when you Google Thanksgiving movies,
what?
The Blind Side.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Why?
I'm not,
Anybody know why?
Why?
There's Almost Christmas. It comes up.
Guys.
All right, let me say this. I don't know if y'all are this way. A little bit different.
Good question.
I know
Bubba.
we're going down the Thanksgiving road here.
I like Almost Christmas.
But am I the only one? Number one, I cannot watch Christmas movies if it's not Christmas.
Yeah, I mean.
All right. Number two, I don't like to watch a movie like an episode or something that I like, even a sitcom, and it be the Christmas one and it not be Christmas. That drives me nuts.
I know. Yeah.
I can't watch any movie or any show that's set at Christmas time if it's not Christmas time.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. It bothers me. It makes me depressed. I mean, it gets on me a little bit. If I'm sitting there on July 11 and I'm watching a show and it's set while it's Christmas in that show, I can't stand it. I can't do that. I don't know why. But I will say, if you're looking for something that is just stupid and funny and is new, they put together a pretty good movie. Now, I'm not saying it's award-winning or it's going to be on your regular rotation every year.
I think we'll watch it because I've seen that option.
I think Bill Bubba Bussy will like it. There's a lot in there for you, my friend.
So did you see the whole movie?
Yeah.
Or you're just working off the
No, I
tape?
watched the whole thing. It was very good. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right. And so
Eminem,
right.
Mars.
And here's the thing I think that the left may be missing in all this thing. When we get to the point where a woman is not considered to be of any big deal, it's just like another dude.
Yeah.
Women, your life is going to change dramatically, and I don't think you're going to like it.
I don't think that's something you should strive for.
I thought the whole thing that women were different and equal, and were supposed to be held in a certain regard that you would not feel the same way toward a man, like things like eating politely and being a little more refined and a little better behaved. But now Doritos seems to be going against the grain, saying that women would rather not sit there eating these chips that crunch loud, and they would like to eat in a more polite, ladylike way. Well, this CEO's in a lot of trouble. It's a woman too. She's in a lot of trouble for talking about women are different than men. This is. I don't think she's thought this all the way through. Do you? She's going to get backlash. How dare you tell a woman? You tell those women to sit down and eat those Cool Ranch just like a man. Get it all over them. Crunch real loud. Burp. Break wind. I can't figure out if the genders are supposed to be interchangeable. Which one are we supposed to be? Are we all supposed to be like women? Or are we all supposed to be like
two
men?
two different ones.
So which one? When we go this neutral and all this, which one are we all supposed to become?
To be more female.
Do we eat
So
chips?
are we all supposed to become females or all supposed to become males? I can't figure out which one we're all supposed to be.
I think females.
Is that it?
Yeah,
Apparently,
I think
if
so.
you look around, it seems that's true.
Yeah.
But
they also talked about how the guys like to lick their fingers after eating a bag of chips, and then get the little broken pieces of the it's at the bottom of the bag and just turn the bag up.
I do that.
And eat it.
You don't lick your fingers, Greg?
What do you do with it? Wipe it off with
Wipe it
napkin?
off with a
Because those Doritos can get.
something about licking your fingers.
No, you're right. If you
grosses
lick your
me out.
fingers and go back in, now you got more.
No, I'm talking about at the end once you're done.
People make a little noise. I don't like that.
How do they do it?
Do you want some lady chips?
No, but I just wipe my fingers off. I don't mind them being loud. I just don't like licking my fingers.
You know what they're going to call them?
Because your fingers get sticky then, and when you go,
No, I just
reach
don't
your
like
hand
licking
in
my
there to get
fingers
some
at
more.
any
I don't
point in
lick
my
them
life.
as I go. I lick them at the end.
But I don't like licking my fingers at any point in my life.
Yeah, but how many times have you thought you were done with the chips and you went back and got some more? See,
You've eaten Kentucky Fried Chicken and not licked your fingers?
I don't like that. That's gross.
Finger licking good?
No, I just don't like licking.
And I do that
fingers.
thing where I turn the bag up too.
I do that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What about
Those crumbs
this?
are the best.
What if you can't really do it with Doritos because of the name or any of these others? But if you have like say Lay's potato chips, or Golden Flake potato chips, you could say potato chicks.
There you go.
And then they eat them and they don't make noise. Of course, a normal chip that makes much noise is these old tortilla chips do, though, do they?
They're a little louder, yeah.
Yeah, but that's how you've always judged that they were fresh.
Yeah.
If they crunched real good.
This female CEO says women do not enjoy eating their chip as much because they don't like to crunch loudly in public.
I've never heard a female say that.
Well, how about this? How are we going to get a chip to the original point made by the panel here? How are we going to get a chip to be as crunchy and delicious as it's supposed to be and not make noise?
It's not. It's going to be chewy.
If you take the
and
noise
stale.
away, we're losing some crunchy here.
That's a stale chip.
And by the way, I'm upset with everybody in this room, and Greg's talked about it too, on a couple of snack problems. We'll talk openly about our snack problems.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. We just got to stop mentioning stuff on the air unless somebody's paying for it.
I know what you're going here because I looked for them the other night and couldn't find them.
I can't find those crackers now.
Yeah.
that are
smaller
the
packs.
premium saltines in the pack.
Because all y'all have gone out and bought them off the shelf because we wouldn't shut up about it.
And I don't know why they're different, but they are.
And now you can't find them anywhere.
I looked last night and couldn't find them.
And then once again, the perfect peanut butter spreader is gone again.
Who would have taken it home?
How do we keep losing this?
Oh.
How do we keep losing
Well,
it?
last time we found it in the storage room
Well,
for some
Adler
reason.
was filming a video, like they were stabbing each other with it. And they left it. They were using it as a prop.
By the way, let me say this: talking
That's true.
about our lives at work. How many people can say at the office today, "Oh no, we lost it because we were doing that video out like we were stabbing people."
It was a prop.
But the perfect peanut butter spreader is gone, and the crispy version of saltines crackers can't be found. So this is a double hit on our peanut butter crackers.
Wow.
Why do we keep losing that thing?
That's
I don't know.
weird. That's
Where does
weird.
it go? Somebody took it
It's
home.
fairly large.
I don't know. I don't know why someone would take it home.
Somebody
though.
loved it so much they took it home.
They did.
Is it in the dishwasher by chance?
I've looked around.
I've looked everywhere.
I've got a new thing I do that Greg likes. I'll just get me a one of those plastic spoons of peanut butter.
Weird.
And just eat on it for a minute, and then once I'm done, throw the spoon in the
spoon
garbage.
of peanut butter.
It's really good. Kind of gets me through the morning.
What are those?
Instead of knocking down 5 donuts,
The
Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Lines are available, and you can reach us. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. Let's say hello. We're going to be away for a few days. Catch the replay tomorrow. The Rick and Bubba Best Of Show on Black Friday with Helmsy. Also, Wednesday Bible study available to you today live at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern. Then it'll be archived. As we mentioned, Sherry was Andy Andrews' guest, my wife, Sherry, on his podcast. We've got that in show notes today. See him interview Sherry. Really, I think you'll really, really enjoy it. Get some great feedback on that and benefit from that. So that's available. You can see those links. We put those everywhere for you on our social media and our Facebook page and rickandbubba.com. So, and then, of course, you've got the archive of today's show. You got the show right now. We're talking to you. So let's spend some time together as Thanksgiving is tomorrow. Bubba, it is also, people have said that planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah, got that.
So if you're calling just to say that, we got it. Planes, trains, and automobiles is a Thanksgiving movie.
I confuse part of that movie with part of the Home Alone movie when John Candy's in it and all that.
Is John Candy in Home Alone?
Wasn't the mom trying to get home and she was riding with them?
No, he said it confuses
she's in the polka band.
The storyline.
Oh, I don't remember.
And doesn't she run into John Candy?
Yeah,
as
and
the polka guy?
they're a polka band, and she's hitchhiking with them to get home.
That like one time.
No, you're right. And they're in the back of a truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that does get confusing. And then somebody said that Miracle on 34th Street, but I can't let that come in. The fact that it's Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, we're still dealing with Santa here.
Yeah.
I can't call that a Thanksgiving movie.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. To the phones we go. Whitney out of Prattville listening to I-92. Whitney, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, so I tried to call him the other day, but my boyfriend and I were traveling on Monday, so we were getting to listen to more of the show than normal. And it was his very first time hearing the Gobble Gobble song.
So sorry.
And when y'all talked about it, I was like, oh, awesome. This song sucks, but Thanksgiving isn't Thanksgiving without it. I was like, you have to hear it. And so I forgot how long it was, and he listened to it, and he goes, I feel violated.
He's not
Feel
alone.
violated.
Yeah,
I get it.
Gobble, gobble.
There's been a request that when you give the Beth Mowens game for the weekend, that we go straight into Gobble Gobble
That'll
and
work.
Beth sing Gobble Gobble.
I would like to see Speedy, who is a master of physical comedy, act out the song as it's being
I would
played
too.
right here on the rug in front of the
Thanksgiving.
concert.
And I'm going to take that segment and go pick up your dad.
Okay.
Ronnie in Selma. Ronnie, go. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, y'all.
Hey, buddy.
I completely understand what you're saying about watching movies you've seen over and over again, but the one that I watch every year, of course, is Christmas Vacation. I mean, if you save it for just that time of year, I watch it every year, and it gets me every time. The blessing.
The blessing.
Jordan.
I mean, that movie, I mean, there's just no down parts.
The man of 1,000 voices strikes again.
It just keeps hitting.
Jordan?
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
Jordan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Scottsboro, listen to 1017. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I didn't know if y'all had covered Joe Biden's granddaughter getting married at the White House this weekend. They didn't allow any media there, but there was a story that broke whenever the justice of the peace said you may kiss the bride, Joe wandered up there and laid one on her.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, they're in a little bit of a they got caught fibbing a little bit on some of that and got called out on it by some of the media.
There's a shocker.
We may get to that today.
All right, Denise in Alabama. Denise, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, on my way to work, looking out for deer, so Green Acres.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's on your mind?
Well, I just want to say I've never listened or watched a football game with Beth. Is it Mowens?
Correct.
And because I thought Rick has exaggerated so bad. But the other weekend I listened, and oh my goodness, I thought it was Rick Burgess calling the game.
Yeah, everybody.
You do a great job.
Unfortunately, Unfortunately, in this case.
Yeah.
Listen, I will tell you, I've had more people.
It's painful.
I've had more people tell me that they had the same thing. They're like, "Well, it can't be that."
Yeah,
bad.
he's exaggerating.
And then they hear it and they're like, "My goodness, this is as
Pretty
bad."
close.
It's really. I mean, I am exaggerating a little bit, but not a lot.
Not a lot.
So you get her saying it?
That's good.
You sound just like her.
Yeah. There you go. Well, Rick, I mean.
Let's go to.
Of course he did.
Greg in Tuscaloosa. 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, Rick, I've got a question. You know how you said earlier you couldn't watch Christmas movies any other time of the year but Christmas?
Yep.
What about Die Hard or Lethal Weapon?
No, I can't. When they start showing the Christmas trees and all the Christmas stuff, I don't consider them Christmas movies, but I went as far as to say I don't even like it to be Christmas in the thing I'm watching. So I don't like watching those shows with that Christmas feel.
But it's really not in there long enough to bother me.
We've had a debate about this whole Die Hard.
Is it a Christmas movie?
In fact,
or
I
not?
forgot that
It's not a
it
Christmas
was
movie.
It's
even
not.
around
It's
Christmas.
not.
in
My
the
favorite
Lethal
Christmas
Weapon.
movie.
Yeah.
So, Rick, when do you consider the Christmas season open that you accept Christmas movies?
From now through Christmas.
Boy, the Hallmark Channel would kill you then.
I know. Yeah, I can't.
I mean,
it makes me feel weird.
One of them
I
that
can't-
Betty watches has been doing it, I think, since October 1.
It's a struggle to watch Elf in June. It just is.
I mean,
It is.
But
Yeah,
but,
well,
I,
nobody
but I
wants
go
that.
as far as like any show that's
Yeah.
not even Christmas themed.
Yeah.
If I catch an episode and it's the Christmas time of year in that episode, and they're talking
I got
Christmas, they got trees
Like you're
up.
binge watching
It
something?
really bothers me. I can't watch. I skip over the holiday episodes of sitcoms that I binge.
Oh, really?
I can't do it. It makes me. I can't describe it. Look, it's on me. It just, but it just feels weird. News Talk 103.9. Hayden, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, Mr. Helms, last year I emailed you. You were doing the best of and asked you if you could play Good Night. Look at that. Could you do it again on Friday?
I'll see what I can do.
Get in the jump.
What a great moment.
Can you do it again? Jake, welcome to Rick and
Take a
Bubba.
request.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I don't ever remember my mom losing her crap on November 1st, ready to just decorate like crazy for Christmas. You guys?
No, no, that's a new concept. It seems to get earlier and earlier and earlier every year.
But you know what? I'm all right with it. I like the lights, and I like them to stay up a little longer.
I will say this. I think the reason why we didn't see our parents doing that,
They didn't have time.
well, that, plus I don't think they lived in a world that was as gloomy.
Yeah, they didn't need to.
They weren't-
They didn't need the escape of the illumination.
They weren't in this desperate need for it. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I do a spoon of peanut butter.
But you end up doing like 10.
I've done 2 this morning.
Can I tell you that I'm not even going to mention those crispy crackers anymore.
Well, I've got to go because, you know.
Did we eat them all up? Is that why they're gone?
Yeah. And then we went to find more, and you can't find them on the shelf now because
Yeah, we
wouldn't shut
bragged
up
about 'em.
Because we got on here bragging about
And we're doing it again this segment.
I know.
Well, it
What
doesn't
about
matter
those,
because
what
they're
about
out.
those extra cooked cheese?
Oh,
what
yeah,
was it?
those are plenty of them.
Well,
available.
we can don't do that.
Extra toast.
Those aren't
They'll
near
find
as
it.
good as you made them out to be.
Helmsy, I don't want to see
I thought
you
they
eat them
were.
anymore.
I thought they were pretty good.
Helmsy is not allowed to eat them anymore.
Off
You
limits.
get you a spoonful of peanut butter.
Yeah.
That's right.
Move on.
Neighbors, associates everywhere, and a special shout out to Larry the Leaf today.
Hot chocolate. You sexy thing. Boy, guys, I didn't know what was going on. You know, when you arrive here at the office, you don't know what's waiting on you. I mean, you don't have any idea.
Right.
You try to pay attention to what's going on in the world. You think you have some idea, but you may be running hard. You don't know what's going to be waiting on you.
Then you get hit right in the face.
I mean, right in the face. I come in, and Bubba said, Rick, I guess you've heard. And I said, what's going on? He said, have you heard about Josh McDowell and the Colts?
No, yeah.
And I said, what has Speaker Josh McDowell done?
What?
And I'm thinking, is there a spiritual issue with the Colts? Have they called him in?
Well.
Did something happen? And I start thinking, how has Josh McDowell And the Colts, what's the relationship there?
It's called the case for a head coach.
Right. And then Bubba said, he's offensive coordinator over at the Patriots. I said, no, I don't think Josh McDowell was. How about this? I do not know the name of the offensive coordinator at the Patriots, but I don't think it's Josh McDowell.
McDaniel. Let's try McDaniel.
Let's try McDaniel.
Josh Mack.
There's an S on it.
By the way, I got to watch this ridiculous thing happen firsthand. My 16-year-old, we go to practice last night.
Get your pop there.
And he says he goes into the stadium for practice as Josh McDaniel, his new coach at the Colts, comes back to practice, gets in the truck, and he says, Josh McDaniel's not our coach.
That was a very strange deal. Of course, McDaniel is highly sought after. He was at Denver for a while, when they drafted Tebow and all that. But
cost him his job.
He's been with the Patriots, I think, since 2012, and apparently he had agreed to become the head coach of the Colts to the point they had even put out the press release and the social media.
Well, I watched it happen. My son's a Colts fan. I watched it.
They had signed the assistant coaches that he wanted, but he had not signed his contract.
Oh, boy.
Guys,
Belichick and Kraft come in while he's cleaning out his office and make him a deal he cannot refuse to stay with the Patriots.
Bubba, to be exact, 8 hours after the Colts announced it, Josh McDaniels as head coach, he backs out.
But, all kidding aside.
But the assistant coaches, guys, are already signed.
No.
Already signed. The Colts have to pay them now.
Or I guess they let them out of it if they're not coming. Or put it this way, they got a deal to be coaches with somebody.
That's just a weird deal.
Strange.
And we don't really know exactly what Kraft and Belichick offered him. I mean, obviously he's comfortable there. They've been very successful. But some people are saying, was this the golden parachute to promise him to be the coach in waiting when Belichick steps down? He gets it. And then you have to ask, does that go against the Rooney Rule, Rick, in the NFL?
In the NFL?
NFL.
I'll tell you one thing. His book, Body of Evidence, is one you need to
read. Yeah, that's one of them pre-6 conversations that ain't all there yet. Right. That's for sure.
I thought about this time you got here at 3:30, you'd be ready to go.
Well, you'd think.
But anyway, and now there's.
I need more on this. We can't just.
Do you not know about this?
Well, no. I mean, I know the story, but why? If you're this guy,
I raise my hand. Let me tell you why. You want me to tell you why?
Yeah.
All right, here's what happened. Josh McDaniel was going to the Colts because he was ready to be a head coach.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's what I think.
And has been a head coach and came back to the Patriots.
Right, and wanted to go to the Colts and said, I'm in, I'm coming. In the meantime, when he's cleaning out his office, Kraft, the owner, and Belichick, the coach, came in and said, hey, Josh, we'll pay you a boatload of money. 35 minutes past the hour. Happy Thanksgiving from all of us here at the Rick and Bubba Show. Buy Raycon.com/Bubba. If you're thinking about here comes Black Friday and Cyber Monday, buy Raycon.com/Bubba. Nothing worse sometimes than when you have to try to roll in to some sort of retail area this time of year. Man, you got children screaming. Takes forever to find a parking spot. There's a lot of Karens spying on you, getting mad. But how about snagging some of the best deals of the season with premium audio products from buyraycon.com/Bubba. Wireless earbuds, headphones, speakers, premium sound, useful features, an almost custom, comfortable fit, and up to 54 hours of battery life. And they start at about half the price of other premium audio brands. Plus, Raycon makes gifting easy with holiday gift guides for everyone in your life. You can they got bundles. Have you ever seen about the holiday bundles? 30% off on these bundles right now. Going to buyraycon.com. Now, here's the code you need to use: early BF. Early, then BF. That'll also get you 20% off site-wide. Now, the bundles are 30% off. Everything is 20% off if you use early BF at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Save big. Grandparents, college students, friends, family, it's all there. Also, find the link right to where you need to be at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so, Bubba, dare we say goodbye to this man? Are we ready?
Can we get rid of him?
Can we get rid of Fauci?
The high priest of health had his farewell press conference at the White House yesterday. We have several clips from this, and, I will say this, the media is finally asking the questions they should have been asking him all along.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get to go out in a blaze of glory and treated like some great savior of the country. He was actually asked hard questions and, of course, refused to answer them.
Right.
So let's hear from him to begin with. Adler, if you'll give us 2C, and we'll work our way down.
2B.
2B?
I'm sorry, 2B, and work our way down.
Yeah, here we go.
As immune compromised. First of all, everybody should be vaccinated and boosted with flu and with COVID. As immune compromised. First of all, everybody should be vaccinated and boosted with flu and with COVID. Whether or not you wear a mask, or another thing we shouldn't underestimate is testing. So when we're gathering at a family gathering for Thanksgiving or for Christmas or for any other holiday as we get into the winter, it makes sense that you might want to get a test that day before you come into a place in which you might be infected and spread it, or other people who might be there, in order to protect. So masking is important, but you can count masking, vaccine, boosting, testing. All of that is part of the spectrum of protecting yourself and your organism.
So it's like a broken record. I mean, it's a broken record.
I bet he'd be fun to be at with a big family get-together on Thanksgiving, don't you think?
But, Bubba, what I don't understand...
Have you been tested?
I don't understand.
Have you been tested?
I'll swab your nose right now.
A mask and a booster.
I'm going to boost the turkey.
I'm boosting it. I'm not brining it. I'm boosting it.
So here's what I don't get. He's a broken record. He's acting like, I feel like he's caught in a time warp. It's like, is he still back in 2020? I mean, what are you talking about?
Well, what are you going to say?
He's talking like it's November and December 2020.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, or my goodness, he's talking like it's spring of 2020.
Let's a little more on a mask and about being masked.
Oh my gosh.
What do you say about the word mask now being a pejorative in some communities?
No, it shouldn't be. I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, I know sometimes when you walk in and you have a mask and nobody has a mask, you kind of feel guilty. You shouldn't feel guilty. You look terrific, right?
I don't have one on, but you look good.
I got to tell you, I think unless you are immune compromised, I think you look ridiculous in a mask. Because it's not doing anything.
Do you think Fauci could?
And I'm not sure it's doing anything for anybody, but if it makes you feel better, like a security blanket.
Let me ask you this: when they come out with the next Batman movie, do you think they could cast Fauci as the Penguin?
Oh, that's good. He'd be a great Penguin.
Yeah, mask. Hey, Batman. I'm gonna boost you.
I don't know how I got him smoking. I keep having him smoking. I guess because he sounds like man.
Now we got Fauci on vaccinations.
There we
go. Vaccinated and unboosted versus vaccinated plus boosted. That doesn't mean you shouldn't get boosted, but the real danger is in the people who have not been vaccinated. So that's where we expect, if we're going to see a problem this winter, it's going to
demonizing the unvaccinated.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Is he trapped in a time warp?
So if I have natural antibodies or someone else has antibodies from the vaccine, and we're both above the level of what will help to curb the effects of this virus, what's the difference? What's the difference? The shot, the vax, the booster, it only builds natural immunity. Your own system builds natural immunity if you've been exposed to it. And then we've talked about the memory process. If you don't have the antibodies in your system and your immune system is working properly, it's put it in the filing cabinet for the white blood cells to recognize later on, the T cells.
T cells.
So, it's just, I don't know. It's like we're trampling over the science here.
Can I tell you what he sounds like before we move on? Because this is what it is. This is what he sounds like right now. He sounds like a NASCAR driver. And it sounds like he's been reminded by all the pharmaceutical companies, and don't forget to hit the sponsors. You know, when they get out there, hey, we had a pretty good time. You know, the Red Man Chevrolet ran with just a crew, and then, thank Coca-Cola and my Coca-Cola crew. And it's like he gets up there, the vaccine boosters, unvaccinated people are evil. Don't forget your vaccine and your booster. And everybody's like, all right, he got him in. He got him in. Aren't you?
He got all the big three in.
He got us all in. Mask, booster, vaccine. Okay, get them all in.
Well, as his press conference wraps up and they're going to take questions, it gets a little rowdy. And you see the press secretary try to calm everybody down and refuses to call on people who want to talk about the origin of COVID.
That's right. You can ask questions, but only certain questions.
Yes.
I will not call on you if you yell. And also, you're taking time off the clock, because Dr. Fauci has to leave in a couple of minutes. I'm done. I'm not getting into a back and forth with you. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Dr. Fauci,
but she's asking a great question.
You're not being me. Go ahead, Jeremy.
You ask your question. You should allow her to ask some question.
Jeremy.
She asked a valid
Jeremy.
question, Dr. Fauci, on the origin of COVID-19.
It is not your turn. It is not your turn.
You can't answer people. That's the thing. You can't read a press briefing. You need to call from people across the room. She has a valid question. She's asking about the origin of COVID-19.
I hear the question.
And Dr. Fauci is the best person to answer.
I hear your question, but we're not doing this the way you want it. This is the disrespectful. It is. I'm done. Simon, I'm done. Simon, I'm done. I'm done with you right now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Don't forget, they're not the fascist.
Yeah.
Right.
And
isn't that something?
And I hate to say it, it appears this administration hates foreigners.
They do.
Wouldn't let the foreigner ask his question.
And asking about the origin of COVID is disrespectful to Fauci.
Poor foreigner wanted to know about the origin of COVID, and we're just not going to talk about it. Who's the fascist?
He finally arose out of his job of customer service,
right?
And now he's working for the press.
Right. Can't get an answer to a simple question.
Let me tell you what really bothers about this. Did you hear the guy use the common sense? Because this is the thing you have to look for. And what he said was absolutely spot on. The part I can understand. Listen to this. He said, I'm going to add this part. This is me adding this part, but this is what he meant. All y'all have done is tell us he's the smartest man in the whole wide world. And as we've called him, I've called him and others, the high priest of health. We've elevated him to almost God status, okay, that no one can speak against the great Fauci because he's all-knowing about the vaccines, the boosters, the viruses. He is to be elevated into the Health Hall of Fame. And the guy says, and you want to let us ask him about the origin of COVID? I thought he would be the one that would know. All y'all did was tell us this is hey, we couldn't have a better source than this, and now you won't let us ask him about it? I thought he was the one with all the answers.
The one thing about Fauci, and you've heard me say this, he was not transparent about the gain-of-function research going on in Wuhan because it was illegal in the United States. He knew it. He helped fund it. And when all this broke out, he should have come forward right away and said, this could be a possibility. Instead, he hid it until it was drug out of him in congressional testimony by Rand Paul that they funded this. He was involved with it. He knew about it. He wasn't transparent. And he possibly threw out the worst first pitch I've ever seen in my life.
Ever?
Right. That's really
That's what he should be remembered for.
All right, when we come back, Biden's got his COVID response coordinator.
Oh,
if you want him, he's just as creepy. But we say goodbye to Fauci, and on the way out, all he did was say the same things he's been saying for when we get to winter of 2023. That would be 3 years saying all this.
And never once was he like, be healthy, drink water, make sure your immune system is strong, get plenty of rest, don't drink alcohol. We never heard any of that stuff. And that is a great way to not die from COVID.
Well, he doesn't profit by that.
That's right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Not to take this deal, and you can stay here as the coordinator, and he changed his mind. That's what happened.
I got this. So that is actually what happened. Do we know that?
Well, that's just my assessment of all the information that's been given to me, which, with
or
that.
did he just not see something on that side that he
Well, there's rumors,
and he said that he's going to start. That he's actually going to start. Gosh, what's Malcolm? What's his name? If I can type his name, the defensive back, the Butler.
Yeah,
Malcolm Butler.
Malcolm Butler's going with him to the Colts. And he's
There's
start.
all kind of rumors. One of the excuses he gave too was he decided he didn't want to move his family. Now he's getting a little bit of criticism for that,
and rightfully so.
He was already cleaning his office out, so he had committed, and then that's really not the thing that I wouldn't think hit you last moment. Maybe it does. I don't know.
No,
look. We all got wives. You never know.
But what I'm talking,
you never know.
What I'm talking about is before you ever tell the coach you're coming, you've already talked to your wife at length.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
And guys too. I mean,
because he's staying because he's getting more money.
Yeah, or he's been promised the job.
Yeah,
later.
he's got a deal with New England now that he thought was better than what he had going to the Colts.
Well, he better because nobody else is going to want him because they're afraid he'll back out.
I need to see these numbers and what was he going to make as a Colts and what's he make now or what? That's.
We don't know all those.
It is hard for me to believe that the offensive coordinator at New England makes more than the head coach would.
Yeah, and I don't.
Well, with the Colts.
There's one story out too that he had asked for in-depth. I mean, he had already been spending time on the phone with the owner, and they were talking about the changes they were going to make and everything.
Wow.
But there's one report that said he got the medical report on Andrew Luck, and it's worse than they thought. Okay. And he saw that as a deal breaker.
See, I need stuff like that.
That's just a report.
It's a quarterback league. I need
know.
stuff like that right
I think
there.
personally, I think it's more what the Patriots promised him than how bad the Colts look. I think he'll be the next head coach there.
Yeah, coaching waiting's a big chip.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
This became a huge group text yesterday, and we'd already mentioned it on the program.
And space exploration.
Now here it is, and this is the presentation you've been looking at, Bubba.
9, 8,
Side booster ignition.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
Listen to the crowd go nuts. Listen to the crowd. Now that's a space launch. Yeah.
What you've always wanted, Bubba.
This is the production you've been waiting on, Bubba.
Bubba's getting teary-eyed.
I am. Look at that big bird fly.
This is private space exploration. We've been trying to give advice to NASA.
30 seconds, if you can hear me over the cheering. Falcon Heavy heading to space on our test flight. Building on the history of Saturn V Apollo, returning pad 39A to interplanetary mission. We're getting ready to throttle down for Max Q.
Okay. It does sound like the horse racing guy. Down the stretch it comes.
Look at that big bird fly.
I mean, just look how smooth it's just rolling.
This is the nervous part right here.
Vehicle is supersonic.
They go nuts on supersonic. They go nuts.
You didn't see this with the old NASA launches.
Throttling back up to full power. We're past Max Q, the period of maximum loads on the vehicle. Next up, we'll be waiting for the side boosters to begin to throttle down prior to booster engine cutoff and separation 2.5 minutes into flight.
This is a much different presentation.
Yes. GNC trajectory looks good on the Falcon Heavy.
He said he had a 50-50 chance, too. Remember that?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I love the views they give you on this video.
Reports show that the M1D engine performance is nominal.
And they roar every time there's an update. Got to another stage.
Everything's fine.
Side boosters have begun to throttle down.
back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, the brand new Rick and Bubba CD, Where's the Bathroom? Available now. Grab hard copies while they last at rickandbubba.com under the store. Coming to iTunes and the other digital download opportunities. I was told yesterday the goal is December the 9th, so make a note of that. Everything is turned in. Just waiting on it all to be published and making that available, whichever those you prefer. Go out and make them happen. Also, you can shop at rickandbubba.com into the store for a number of different items. So, all right, let's hear.
We don't want to talk to Fauci. How can you let us talk to Fauci?
They were not ready to, again, if you've told us that he's the end all, but yet we can't ask him about the origin. He could even say what Bubba's been saying. He could throw at his face, it was a bad sandwich, shut up and go on. I mean, he could do that again if he wanted to. What I don't understand is this continued narrative that won't change, and the continued. Have you ever gone to someone? It'd be like you go into any doctor, any therapist, that's working, a physical therapist, PT, and what they keep telling you to do doesn't work, and every time you go back, they just keep telling you again, and you're like, yeah, but that didn't work. Yeah, hey, Rick, so here's what you need to do. I'm going to give you this and give you that. That ought to lower your blood pressure. Now, how's your blood pressure? It's through the roof. Well, let me tell you what to do. Take this and do that. That's what you told me. That's what you told me last time. That ought to do it. The same thing that didn't do it? Yeah. So you want me to do the same thing that didn't lower it? Yep, we're going to keep doing that. It'll come down at some point.
At some point.
What are we talking about? I mean, here is now, is this Sanjaya? Who's this guy?
This is a COVID response coordinator.
Okay.
Ashish Jha is his name.
We want to talk to Fauci.
Ashish Jha.
How come we can ask the question of the Fauci?
He was fired up wanting to get that question.
It's a valid question, Rick.
It's a valid question. That's a good question. It's valid.
You're going to be in trouble.
Can we talk to Fauci?
What's wrong with that?
But all the science and all the evidence we have suggests that we're probably going to need to update our vaccine again next year, and have Americans get vaccinated again next year. Right now, our focus is let's get Americans protected this fall and winter with the updated COVID vaccines we have.
We'll protect you.
Okay,
What are you talking about?
I mean,
all right, Bubba.
I don't.
Bubba, am I back in 2020? Where am I right now? Do we not know, none of us have to be doctors to know, vaccinated and boosted people still get COVID and still pass COVID, yes or no?
Yes.
So then they say, yeah, but we think it'll keep you from having a hard time with it.
Possibly.
Do we know people that have not been vaccinated and have not been boosted that have had COVID and they don't have a hard time with it?
Yes.
That'd be me. That'd be you. That'd be everybody.
Had it twice.
Yeah. So if you have a good immune system, but yet we keep being told, you heard Fauci do it again, it's the unvaccinated people that keep this thing alive.
Well, that's just not factually
They're the
correct.
dangerous ones.
And we've had several of our leaders make comments like that. I think some out of just uneducated ignorance, but it really, that's just not the case. It's simply not true.
I have no problem. Let me be perfectly clear. I have no problem with people saying this back when we didn't know, and they had been told by the pharmaceutical companies, if they really had. Some pharmaceutical companies said, we never told them it would do the things they said it would do. But whatever.
They didn't know.
Whatever.
Nobody knew.
But we can't keep saying these things now. No one is ignorant anymore. And that's the part I don't get. You can make a mistake early on. You go, well, I thought it'd do better than that, or I thought it would do that. It didn't do it. We thought that we could keep up with the variants, and, hey, we couldn't. Guys, can I tell all of you out there, for some of you, that this stuff scares y'all to death? Just every year when the holidays come around, every year when we're meeting with family, getting together, people are getting sick with upper respiratory things, viruses. This has always happened. It always will happen. Yes, with 2020, we had a pandemic and all that. That's all valid. That happened. I'm not a pandemic denier. But we're at the point now where you need to go about your business the way you go about your business during flu season. If you have people that need to be isolated that aren't very healthy, I think the flu wouldn't be good for those people. COVID wouldn't be good for those people. Pneumonia is not good for those people. So this is the point now. There's just something new that you can get sick from. It's no more complicated than that. Right. And the survival rate right now on COVID with healthy people, and it always has been with healthy people, is through the roof. I mean, I can't tell you how many people I've talked to. Hey, I won't be there today. I got COVID. Oh, okay. And then all of a sudden you get about 4 or 5 days later, there they are again. They're back. Hey, I got the flu, man. Okay. See you in about 4 or 5 days. Okay. I've had some people get pneumonia, got kind of rough. They had to fight through it. They got through it. Okay, so don't let these people terrify you like death is around every corner every time somebody sneezes. Okay? All right, so now we're going to get a COVID and flu shot. At least they're now calling COVID a shot. They're not. I hope they're not. I don't know why they keep calling it a vaccine. It's no more a vaccine than the flu shot. Okay.
Yeah. Have you ever noticed that the flu shot is not called the flu vaccine?
It is not.
And I don't know why we did it. Look, Rick, a lot of things.
It's not a vaccine.
The experts didn't know. They made the best call they could. They tried to adjust. I give
All
them
that's
some
fine.
leeway on that.
All that's fine.
But at this point, we know so much more.
Thank you.
We know what the risks are to people who are not high in a high group for getting infected and hurt by COVID long term. We know that there's a much greater risk. Some are even reporting as much as 133% of suffering, fluid around your heart from these types of mRNA vaccinations. And it's cutting edge technology. But the people wanted something done, and they did. But now we've got a little bit of evidence and history to look at. We need to be a little wiser.
Well, here comes another creepy thing. Go ahead and get a COVID and a flu shot. Here's the White House COVID response director. That's why God gave you 2 arms. Here we go.
But it's going to take all of us to make that happen. So please, don't wait. Get your COVID shot. Get your flu shot. That's why God gave you 2 arms. You can 1 in each arm if you want. Go to vaccines.gov, and let's do everything we all can to protect the American people.
I wouldn't name it vaccine.gov. That's a bad name.
That's why God gave us 2 arms.
So we've been given 2 arms so we can get more shots. That's why he thinks we have those arms. They're obsessed.
Look,
they're obsessed with giving you an injection.
It's a cute,
obsessed with it.
They've got them a cute little saying there, they think. But I will go. I think we'll skip on that one.
You know what? It's it certainly could go bad for me. I think I'm going to go with I'm going to work through whatever, and I may get sick. I may be. Y'all may hear Monday that I'm out sick. Whatever. I've been sick before. I've been sick with this before. Sometimes it's really bad. Sometimes it's not so bad. But I'll take my chances with that, whether it turns out good or bad, than gambling on some of this fire a bunch of new drugs in me all the time every time I turn around. And then,
we got vaccines for everything now.
And then try to hide any side effects that we've had out there.
I wish they had a DA vaccine.
As if it never.
They couldn't keep up with the demand.
Some people need in that line.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In preparation for the upcoming shutdown in 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to hear him go nuts again when the shutdown goes well.
Rick.
Look at that view, too.
Major event coming up with side booster shutdown and separation.
Inside shutdown. Side boosters. Beaker.
Shut down!
That's one keeps going.
Shut down!
Wait till they show the payload bay.
It sounds like Eagles fans.
Yeah, it does.
Successful separation. We're coming up on Nico in shutdown.
Fixing to lose the booster stage, and it's the second stage just kicked in right there.
Event recognition. This big burn looks good on side boosters. Spectre started.
Now, in the old days, the boosters would just fall in the ocean. They're going to go back to the launch pad and land themselves.
I know, that's awesome.
Center core side engines on fire, also look good.
And the core stage will go back and land on a robot boat
out in the ocean.
Here's the music, Rick.
You just never had this presentation when NASA did you?
Oh, this is fantastic.
You have been asking for this since the show started.
This has got somebody
It's
like me
entertaining.
watching. Yeah.
Look at
Look at the crash test dummy in there.
Side booster, boost bell shutdown. Center core boost backbone shutdown.
Got the music playing.
Everything.
You see on the dashboard, the car said, "Don't panic."
Yes. By the way, I don't know if y'all know this, the private sector just launched something into space.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Rick, it's the largest rocket since the Saturn V.
Yeah. Bubba, I'm going to go we're not going to get it all in. Let me go forward just a little bit.
Well, here they come back.
Yeah.
Hopefully be able to bring you nice footage of that.
Both side boosters transonic.
And watch for the landing lights deploy at the tail end.
This is the side boosters that ejected off of the rocket. Now they're going to come back and land on their own, Rick, on the launching pad.
That's unbelievable.
Keep in mind, people said this could not be done.
The top left screen is really
Look, here they are. Look, here they come down.
Wow.
Side boosters landing legs are deployed.
Look at that. Landing at the same time.
Oh, my gosh. And they're going nuts.
LZ1, LZ2, both side boosters on touchdown. Landing out there, move on to 11-1.
Can't hear anybody.
Coming up very shortly,
Mania.
will be attempting its landing on the autonomous spaceport drone ship.
Look at that, man.
Did you hear the barge that they have out for the other part to
Yeah.
land on? That's a shot of it right there. It's called the autonomous drone ship.
Yeah. And they lost the
kinda
signal.
scary,
They lost
isn't
the
it?
signal on that one.
I don't know if it landed or not. I heard one report that they missed it.
Right.
So I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you those-
is that not what you've all? Look, I watched that and it fired me up.
Absolutely.
It did.
If it doesn't, something's wrong with you.
Yeah. Well,
I mean-
it's definitely a move back to where we need to be because we've abandoned our space program for the most part. So private sectors had to pick up the slack. They're working with NASA, and that was a big deal because that rocket can carry men to Mars. It's already set up for that. That'd be huge.
Yeah. You like it?
I like it. Daddy like it.
Yeah. So if you're NASA, are you fired up about this? Or are you like, well, wow, they're...
I think if you have a love of space exploration, you love it. You got to.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. It's Rick and Bubba. Happy Thanksgiving. The biggest travel day of the year if you're listening live. And boy, are we giving you a lot to enjoy as you travel. You got the big archive today on our YouTube channel, our podcast channel of the entire show. Take that with you. We've got a new Bible study today. You can take that with you. Sherry Burgess was interviewed by Andy Andrews on his podcast. We got that available for you. Great interview. Andy did a great job with that. Honored he would have Sherry on. And if you haven't heard their conversation, it's powerful. That's available to you. So that's out there. And so you got plenty to listen to while you're traveling. Helmsy will also give you a best of show coming up on Friday. So the gang is all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Abner, Blazing Silverman takes your phone calls. We'll get more of those this hour. And there's Bill Bubba Bussy. Oh, my goodness. There's Bill Bubba Bussy. How you
there
doing,
he
man?
is. Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us as we quickly are wrapping up our 28th year.
Yep.
Right? Isn't that what we decided?
Listen.
No.
I'm going to say
I'm not
this
going
for
to
the
go
last-
into it. Listen, let me just finish
I'm going to tear
this.
somebody up.
We appreciate you. We're thankful for you, and please be careful out there driving.
We got the dreamer's disease. The first week of January every year is our birthday. The show
We'll be
started.
29 this January.
The show started in January of '94, and that means January of 2023 will be our 29th celebration of when the show started. We are not babies. We didn't have to live a year. We're celebrating the year the show started. We will end 28 years, and then we'll start year 29 coming up in January. So that's why we call it our 29th birthday, because that's our 29th anniversary of the first day Bubba and I went on the air as Rick and Bubba.
Full time.
It's no more complicated than that.
We actually had some part-time years.
Yeah, but we didn't call it Rick and Bubba.
Right.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. That's the beginning of the brand, the Rick and Bubba Show.
Mm-hmm.
Bubba is co-host, and it's called the Rick and Bubba Show, 1994, early January. Yeah. Can't remember the exact day, but it was
about probably January 6th or 7th.
Yeah, because our vacation always varies, so it's hard to nail the day. Sometimes the day we actually probably went on the air, we're still off sometimes.
Right.
Because I don't remember when they brought us back in those days, but anyway.
Let's say it was January 7th, not January 6th.
Okay, thanks.
All
Thanks,
right.
Adam.
You know, dude, we don't want to be.
You insurrectionist.
We don't want to be tied.
Well, look, let me tell you how I do this. I don't change history based on politics.
Right.
I don't change science. So if it was the 6th, it was the 6th.
Right, yeah.
If it was the 7th, it was the 7th.
Right.
So Rick and Bubba, we love January 6th.
We love January.
All right.
We love it if we started the show then.
Put it on a billboard.
Yeah.
I'm just messing with
We
you.
were insurrectionists for the radio industry, I'll tell you that.
That's exactly right.
28 years.
I'd just like to say happy 28th anniversary.
If anybody else sends me anything, that's right.
They're going to. You get ready.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Rick, I did a
we're leaving.
spreadsheet just to make sure
It's
we
not
were on the right
complicated.
day.
It's not complicated. Okay, it's not complicated.
Somebody's always saying something about it, so it always you go, no, we've been
not
through
complicated.
This. We've been through this.
I also want some people. I get this every time too, and it only happens with country artists. Okay, I play liners from celebrities.
Oh, I saw that.
I play liners from celebrities over bed music all the time that isn't them.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it's rare that I can find bed music of them over bed music. When I play Darius Rucker, it's never over a Hootie and the Blowfish or Darius Rucker song. I just play the celebrity drops as they come up. They could be over any kind of music. Hey, man, that Jason Aldean, that wasn't Jason Aldean music. That was Tim McGraw. I know that. I'm not trying to put the musical artists over their own music every time. Matter of fact, that rarely happens. I'm just playing the liner over whatever bed music is playing, and so it wasn't intended to. I didn't think that was Jason Aldean's music. It wasn't intended that way. So anyway, but I appreciate the heads up. But yes, I am aware of that. So, speaking of, I want y'all to know, and that's fine. I mean. But just, it's not that complicated. 1994 plus 29 is 2023.
Thanks, Bubba.
Okay, so the show started 29 years ago in January. Okay, that'll be year 29, and then we finish it. Year 29 will be done.
on January 6th.
Right.
A great day. January 6th. We love it.
It's just not that complicated. Okay. All right. So anyway,
that's my favorite voice you do.
January 6th.
We have not completed 29 years. We're starting.
Okay.
Oh,
no. Here we go.
All right,
Here we go.
All right. So anyway, so
it's the 29th year of the show.
Correct. I would like for y'all. Show started in 1994, plus 29 is 2023. All right, so if I could,
great.
I want to ask y'all's opinion on whether I did the right thing or not. Okay, on something.
I'm going to vote no.
All right, so it's so when I love that Sherry and I have so much fun living 30 minutes where we live is two completely different cultures. Okay. You literally can be in a metro city area, drive 30 minutes, and be in a completely different world. Like, for instance, 30 minutes north of the farm, no one is going to ask you if you order an omelet when they give you the meat options, it will include fried bologna.
Right.
30 minutes south, that was actually said last Saturday.
That's probably the first option.
Baby, you want bacon with that? You want sausage? You want ham? You want fried bologna? And I looked at Sherry and I said, see, you're not going to get that 30 minutes north of here.
No.
Nobody's asked you about fried bologna.
I ain't had fried
No
bologna in a
one,
while.
30 minutes south of here, if you're a woman and go to the nail salon, a woman will give you a pointer on where to get the best fried bologna biscuit and the best bacon biscuit because they really pile the bacon on.
Ooh.
That was a conversation Sherry had at the nail salon 30 minutes south here. You won't have that conversation 30 minutes north of there. Okay?
No.
So last night I was, here in the city, and so Sherry and I sat down for dinner, and we were out because we were shopping and running some errands, and we said, hey, let's have dinner before we go back home so you won't have to cook, and there was a place near where we were. And we sat down, and because the temperature here, it's warming up today, but the temperature here has been, for us in our climate as Southerners, kind of cool and cold, and we love that. And it's soup weather right now. I love to have soup when it's cold. I don't like to eat soup when it's hot.
Yeah,
and
likes that.
Yeah, and so when it's cold, and Sherry and I both ordered a different kind of soup. She ordered a soup, and it doesn't matter where it was. That's not important. But so we sat down, and have you ever had your food taste weird, but you think it's just you, so you just don't bring it up? Because let's just be honest. This is a very general statement I'm making. Men and women are equal, but they're not the same. If there's a problem with the food, the man will push on through it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a problem with the food, the female will not.
We just want to eat.
Yeah. The men, and I thought to myself, this is really, really salty, like I'm eating salt water, but I'm going to push on through it. Okay. And in a minute, Sherry looks at me with a completely different soup and says, does your soup taste like you're eating salt water? And I said, okay, now that you brought it up, it actually does. And I'm really wearing out these crackers over here trying to make it work. You know what I mean? And so she
a lot of crackers.
So she says, I don't think I can eat this. And I had to agree. I said, I'm not sure. No, guys, don't picture I don't like it with this much salt. Picture the juice of the soup being salt water. I mean, it obviously something had happened on the recipe.
Something went wrong.
That something went bad.
You probably need to let them know in that case.
So we debated that.
Yeah.
And
because it may be going to other customers that way too.
I'd rather not say.
Really?
Yeah, because I don't want to bring any. Because it'll work.
They're the only places.
No, but it might.
I'll ask you.
All right, it was chicken noodle. Okay. And Sherry had something.
I thought you were having turtle soup.
Sherry had some sort of soup I couldn't identify. I don't know what it was.
Sure.
So it was some chick soup. But anyway, so so I said, I said, Sherry, I think I should say something not to try to give our money back. Just I think this guy needs to know that whoever's making the soup, that something horribly's gone wrong with the soup. And
at the bottom of
they're
the bowl?
going to be having a rough night tonight if somebody didn't say something.
They left something out.
Yeah. So when we come back, I'll tell you. Because I went back and forth, and here's what, so y'all understand that made it more complicated, and this won't surprise Bill, Bubba, Bus or any of y'all at all. I couldn't just let my whole meal be soup. No. So I had ordered something else on the side. So I began to eat off of it, and it was fine. Yeah. It was only the soup. And I told Sherry, I said, well, you can have some of this. So, see, that delayed it because we actually could go another way. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Well, we have an update from another lottery winner here. And down in the golden ticket seat, so you didn't realize when you committed to that paperwork you just filled out, you have to make your picture with us today, your Christmas card next year, or be sued. So now we're kidding.
We'll break out the Santa
Gotta read the
hats
fine
later.
print.
You got to read the fine print on the old lottery, and her reason for wanting to stay anonymous, she does not want the curse of previous winners who have been murdered, gone broke, or killed themselves. It's the lure of easy money. It has a very strong appeal.
That brings good men to their knees.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But it depends on what state you're in. Some states you don't have to say who you are. But this particular one you do.
And Rick, she's made a pretty good case here. And this story runs down quite a few of them. 2006, Florida man, 42 won $17 million. He was killed later by D.D. Moore, a woman who had targeted him for the money. Wow. She was able to embezzle almost $2 million out of him by the time she orchestrated his killing. Her and her boyfriend buried him beneath a concrete slab in a wooded area.
Oh, my gosh.
He was missing for several months before she eventually admitted to the crime. Shot in the head, 1996, 39-year-old Jeffrey Dampier, won $20 million in Illinois. He lived happily for several years to come, spending the money on family, but was murdered in 2005 by his sister-in-law and her husband.
Hey.
Now, get this. He was married when he won the lottery. He and his first wife separated. They decided to split the remaining of the winnings. So, Rick, having $20 million did not make the couple happy. So maybe it's not about money.
Yeah.
He later moved to Florida, remarried to a lady named Crystal Jackson. While living in Tampa, he embarked on an affair with his wife's sister, Vanessa. Vanessa and her husband, Nathaniel, lured him to the apartment for which he had paid for them to live in.
Sure he had.
And shot him in the back of the head.
There we go.
Not clear why they thought they would be the ones to inherit the money. His widow, Crystal, says she would never go near the lottery.
Which is another thing, if you do win the lottery, make it very clear who will and will not receive the money if you're killed. You know what I mean? Because some people like these people may have, hey, look, let me tell you, if you kill me, you ain't getting jack.
Right.
Okay, I mean.
Rick, how about
donating it back?
Stabbed to death by ex-boyfriend. This is in Dublin, Georgia, where the show was heard.
Yep.
Doris Murray, 42, won $5 million in 2007. She wanted to use the money to set up a trust fund for her grandchildren, but she was stabbed to death a year later after claiming her prize. Her ex-boyfriend was charged with her killing.
Bubba, may I read from Scripture, 1 Timothy 6:10? For the love of money, that's key, the love, not money in of itself. For the love of money is a root of all kinds of evil. Some people, eager for money, have wandered from the faith and pierced themselves with many griefs.
Rick, in 2010.
Sounds like Paul had a pretty accurate warning to old Timothy. Yeah.
Rick, 2010, Sandusky, Ohio, a 47-year-old winner, Deborah McDonald, was on her way home from a bar where she had been celebrating her $5,000 windfall in the lottery when she was hit by a car. The death is believed to be an accident.
Well, we can't really blame that one on the lottery.
Well, Greg, unless you, and Greg, you of all people know about curses.
Yeah.
This woman says she wants to. I want to be anonymous. I don't want anyone to know because here's a person that was buying these lottery tickets and thought, I wonder if there's any. There's really almost no chance I'll ever win the $559 million. If I could just win that. Now she's won it and she realizes, oh my gosh, I'm going to be cursed.
Rick, how about
told her
this?
you can decline it, void your card, and you don't have to.
Rick, Billy Bob Harrell won $31 million in the Texas lottery in 1997. He was a Home Depot worker, had a wife, 3 children. He was eager for a taste of the high life and quit his job not long after claiming his prize. Harrell also donated generously to charities and bought friends and relatives cars and homes. One year, he bought more than... Get the page turned here, sticking together. More than 400 turkeys for needy families to enjoy on Thanksgiving. His reputation for being generous caught up with him, and he and his family had to move to avoid strangers coming to their home to ask for money. Sure.
21 minutes past the hour. Happy Thanksgiving. Gobble Gobble song and Beth Mowens combo coming up. We might as well get through all of it. All right, so all of you are already saying, Rick, you have to do something. So and let me tell you what my motivation became, because I didn't want to. We're at the because Greg and I grew up with a mom that would send food back all the time, and it kind of traumatized me. I'm not a huge fan of people who send food back all the time. I try not to, unless it's just you just can't eat it, But then because and Sherry even was kind of in the mode when the soup tastes like salt water. She was almost like, let's just eat this. Share this thing you've got. Of course, that hurt because then I'm, but
you were banking on all of it.
and so hungry, right? And so, and she even said, "I'll just eat something when I get home." So we both came to the conclusion that the soup was so salty, it was impossible to eat it. I started thinking mine was so salty, and hers was too. I thought that my cardiologist was going to storm into the place and say, "What are you doing? This is suicide."
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And And so, he's like, your blood pressure, this is not going to help. It's like it's like he knew what happened. So then and we're sitting there, and very, very kind people, and I looked at Sherry, and she notices that I can't stop looking at the manager. Mm-hmm. And she says, you have to say something, don't you? And I said, let me be clear why. I do not want to do this. I'm fine with just eating what I have and leaving the soup. I don't want my money back, nothing like that. He needs to know. Yeah. I'm afraid because we're with our hours and now our age, we eat when senior citizens eat. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're eating early, which means we're probably the first 2 bowls of soup of the day. Okay, for dinner run. Okay, but I know that his night's going to get even more busy, and more people are going to order soup because it's still kind of, it feels kind of wintry outside and all that.
Oh, sure.
That's why I have soup, and so I do y'all agree that I need to say something for the manager's sake?
At this point, if you're being picky about something, but when there's obviously a massive mistake in the process, you need to let them know, because they're gonna serve it to other people, and they're gonna be upset.
This is not I ordered medium and it's medium well.
Yeah,
right. It's completely different ballgame.
This is I need to give you a heads up.
So now for Speedy, we do have an uncomfortable moment coming, as you know. And there's going to be 2 uncomfortable things. Now, keep in mind, we've been at dinner a while now because we've tried to work through it and all. It's not like we spent time just letting it sit, trying again, maybe if I mix it all together. So anyway, I get his attention.
Oh, no.
And I go up and I say, hey, first of all, let me be clear.
Oh, no.
Ain't no problem. Don't want my money back.
You started with that?
Yeah, I said, we're fine. But you as the manager, I said, I'm part of a business. We run a business. If somebody my customers are not going to be happy, I would hate for somebody to know something and not tell me.
Right.
I'm only telling you this because I think you got a problem.
Oh boy.
With the other people that are the other people that are going to be ordering soup. Okay. This soup, all soups. I said, here's the 2 we have. They are so salty that you cannot eat them. Mm. And he goes, I am so sorry. I said, no, I understood.
Right.
And then he says, he wasn't surprised. He said, we have a very new person making the soups. Mm-hmm. And I said, my guess is they got distracted.
You're a rookie.
And they're looking at the recipes. And whatever the salt content was, they didn't know they'd already added it, and they added it again or something.
Or they spilt the salt shaker
something.
in there.
Yeah. And I said, these soups are not going to go well.
And you got a bad batch.
Yeah, and so then now we get to the second phase. I think this is going to be my exit. You know what I mean? I've eaten the other thing we had. It wasn't enough food for
now they brought
whatever.
Stuff out.
And so now it's like hey, sit right there, and we're going to make some more soup.
Oh, no, he did.
And I was like, I don't know.
It's on soup. It takes a minute.
Soup? Well, because keep in mind, now we got to dump out all
to simmer.
So I see them go back there, and sure
Ask
enough.
him, what
Did you hear any loud voices in the back?
No, he went back
Did
there.
they sling any, like, plates?
You
No.
done too much soccer
No,
You're fired.
Here's what I saw. Here's what I saw. Well, you have the other end of the spectrum. We could get somebody fired.
What are you doing?
Right here at the holidays.
But what I realize now is it's so hard to get people to work.
What's the matter with the soup? What did have you done with the soup?
But here's the thing. Was not an Italian restaurant. Don't know why we're doing this. But
It's not flat like a skillet and round like a ball.
I'm not thankful for you.
Are you trying to kill Mr. Beardman? So anyway,
You're right. I'm not going to say that one.
I'm quoting Bugs Bunny.
He cannot have this much assault. But anyway, so now we're uncomfortably sitting there waiting for soup to be made.
And you want to leave.
And we're kind of done with soup at
I'm
this
not
point.
even hungry anymore.
You know, and so
Is Sherry upset with you?
no, she's like, well, we can't leave. That'll be terribly awkward. They're trying to be so nice.
I asked them, what do you have that's already cooked?
And now they're bringing me free. Now they're bringing us
What about a grilled cheese?
They're now bringing us a free dessert, which is very
I
kind.
love it when they throw that.
Of course, Sherry and I hadn't planned on eating dessert.
Yeah, but you felt
But you
obligated.
got it
You had to eat
anyway.
Now I'm into a piece of pie.
You had to eat it.
I don't know what's happened. And we have to sit there and wait on soup to be made.
Oh, no.
And I'm
Did you mess with him and tell him the pie was too salty?
Yeah.
No.
Sorry, there's something wrong with the pie, too.
What if you said the pie's too sweet?
Well, that's right. I said, hey, who put the sugar in this pie? but anyway, he was very appreciative. He agreed he needed to know. I did see him speak to soup person, and they had a little bit of a look on. And I saw him taste the soup, and he was kind of like, wow, what in the world are you doing to the soup? And
How about you, Sue?
And so
you had that long lead in before you got to the soup. He didn't know what was wrong.
right, and so then we are served another bowl of soup,
And
it was much better. It was.
But it's them in the back.
Right.
Was it worth the wait?
no, he didn't say that.
When you send it back, do you always think about that?
It's kind of like the soup window had kind of closed.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
When you send anything back though, just like the movie clips, like from Dumb and Dumber and all that,
Yes.
get in your mind.
I think to myself, this I don't taste the spit. Well, you never know.
That might be
You never
one of those.
Was there any glares from the back
said
at you?
it. You just said it out loud.
Well, you don't want to eat soup somebody mad made.
Look, I'm not going to go into details, but have you ever seen the movie Road Trip?
Yeah.
When he sent that.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking about. Yeah.
All right, Greg.
Yeah.
Why would you do
Greg.
that?
Why would you
Why
ruin
would you
that?
do that?
Why would you do that?
How do you like the soup now? It's fantastic. Don't know why we're doing this. It was not Italian.
Right.
No, it's just
There wasn't an Italian person anywhere near this.
So did you hear like pans fall in the back?
No,
You know,
I could
anything?
see them. I could see it being done.
Okay.
I
Any
watched.
pushing, power
No,
pushing?
nothing like that. Nothing like that. Brody had already got on Mom, Sherry, my wife, his mom, and me earlier because we told him where we were going to eat and see if he wanted to go with us, and he said no, he couldn't because Sherry's always trying to get the kids to eat with us. And we told him where we were going. He goes, for years, y'all have mispronounced that. That is not the name of that restaurant. We're like, that's not the name of it. And we kept saying it. He's, y'all don't have that right, guys.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He also had to change his phone number to escape request. Impatient to get their hands on all his winnings, he took a bad deal from a company which pays lump sums in exchange for all the lottery winners' future installments. He actually got less than he would have if he had just waited for the yearly payments. Harold and his wife divorced in May 1999, 2 years after he won, after 2 years after he won, and then he ended up shooting himself and committing suicide. He was 47.
Let's keep an eye on last month's winner, 20-year-old Shane Missler. Rick, now remember when you were 20? He's 20 years old.
20.
He won it last month. He took the lump sum. He won over $400 million. He got the lump sum of $281 million.
A 20-year-old's got 200 and something million?
Yes. Remember when you were 20 years
Yes,
old?
Greg, I do. Sadly, I do remember.
Uh-oh.
And you shouldn't have given me $20 million. I mean, $200 million.
Rick, once we started making more minimum wage, we didn't know how to act. Can you imagine?
I know.
Or 20 million.
Greg, when I heard I was going to get $300 guaranteed a week, I thought to myself,
Rick, I got the tab.
I saw $300 a week. You mean every week y'all gonna give me $300?
And Rick,
it's on me.
Rick,
$281
you
million.
like $300 every week? After
This kid's gonna have to-
taxes, $280.
Yeah.
Rick, these stories go on and on. We've got Jack Whitaker from West Virginia who won $315 million. His life destroyed. I won't read you the whole story, but it's a
dandy.
It may be the worst of all of them.
But let's be fair, Bubba. It's not as good for the stories when people it actually works out for.
Well, Greg,
We
how
just
about,
don't tell them.
where are those?
Well, I'm just saying it's not really newsworthy.
Let me
But I
give
would
you.
like to know.
Let me give you the
I
headline.
don't think everyone that's ever won the
No,
lottery's
no.
life wins.
No, I'm
but
not
you
saying-
don't see the well, that show that used to go on TV, they would show some good ones.
But what I'm saying is, I really would like to know, because I agree with you. Are there an enormous amount of people that say I got the lottery and it really did change my life for the better?
A lot of it, like we said before, the type of person you are before you won the lottery is how it figures how it's going to end. In most cases.
But I would say this, and I know there are exceptions. Please, I understand there's exceptions. But would you say it is? If because I do have a sociology degree. I don't know if
Yeah, I
know
forgot
this.
about that.
Yeah,
Doctor.
Is that
Doctor?
The type of people that we talk about that are the type of people that if you gave them money, they would do wonderful things. They would handle it well. It would enhance their life, not destroy it. Are probably the type of people that don't play lotteries anyway.
You could do a study on that and see.
Yeah.
Rick, this is Jack
because once you
Whitaker.
jump in that lottery world, you're already taking a different type of person into that world.
Get this, Jack Whitaker, Rick. He won $315 million in 2002. The synopsis of his life: robbed, turned to booze, forced to mourn drug deaths of his daughter and granddaughter before his house went up in flames. The last quote: my wife said she wished that she had torn up that ticket. Well, I wish we had torn up that ticket too, he told ABC.
I think my favorite one is one over here. They got $3.9 million in '85 and got an additional 1.4 the following year. And then in 2000, all they could afford was a trailer and a trailer park because they squandered it all. I love this final line. I wish I had the chance to do it all over again. Most times, I wish I didn't play, but I do still play once in a while. Now, most times I wish I had. Greg squandered every bit of it. Got down to I'm back in the trailer park.
Good job.
I ran up on HGTV's My Dream Lottery Home or something like that. My Dream Lottery House, or it's a show about people that's won the lottery and they're trying to find their dream home. And I've always wondered. I wonder how many of them make it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Some of them are like, no, I don't want to spend that much on a house, and they seem like they got it together, and the other ones are just...
Well, it's gone so well, the winner of $559 million don't want anybody to know about it because they don't want it to happen to them. When we come back, we got to talk about Larry the Leaf.
Oh, wow.
We got to talk about Larry the Leaf.
Larry!
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
We're the 35 minutes past the hour. Here we go. Blazing Silverman is ready to take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time, comments, questions. Bringing information to the table. Let's go, people. Let's chat. A lot going on as we head into the Thanksgiving weekend, if you're listening to us live. Come on, let's go. Don't call a child, we'll call you. That's for the meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, baby predictions.
All those are an instant buzzer. They're not allowed here for the phone tro, because the phone tro is designed to get a lot of people on. They got questions to ask. They got things to say, and they want to program this segment to point it in the direction they would like to go. You have the opportunity to do that now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Blazing Silverman organizes the group. The buzzer's ready to go. And let me tell you about mypillow.com/Bubba while you are being lined up by Silverman. It's shopping week, and you can join us and get your family and friends great products this Christmas from mypillow.com/Bubba. An example, Giza Dream bed sheets are as low as $29.98. Down comforters, children's Bible story pillows, 50% off. My sleepwear and loungewear, great gift ideas, 80% off. There's a lot more you can save by going to mypillow.com/Bubba. And my slippers are $49.98. My sandals are as low as $19.98. So also you can get 50% off, as I said, on the bath towels as well. So find all this by going to mypillow.com/Bubba. You can also go to rickandbubba.com and look there under the sponsors button. But unlike a lot of places, mypillow.com/Bubba is actually lowering the prices. Oxford, Alabama. Chad standing by. Chad, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba and all the crew. Just want to come out of love and basically call you out and tell you I think you're wrong in an incident. It goes back to Monday and your incident with your wife loading up the deer. As a man, I believe that we are to protect and provide. And I believe when you brought her out and that load her up, you didn't do that. And then I think that spills to another one. That common sense is a superpower. As a man, I think you can tie the deer's head up and then go for the run.
I don't.
His phone was cutting out.
I'll be honest, I stopped listening.
Yeah, they didn't have a good phone.
Chad, I was looking for somebody to give you a timeout. It didn't happen. You're welcome to contact me directly if you would like. I didn't follow what you were saying.
That was the problem.
Is he saying you shouldn't have used Sherry to load the deer?
The phone was cutting.
Is that?
Yeah, he said I wasn't protecting my wife by asking her to come out and help me with the deer.
I think he was just kidding.
I hope he wasn't serious because if he was, I'll need some further information on that one.
Look, you'd prefer not to have to ask for the help, but look, helpmate. That covers a lot of stuff.
Well, and it was kind of our plan all along,
right.
And
I think he was kidding.
Yeah,
he was kidding. There's no salty soup.
Yeah, right. I hope Chad was kidding. We go to, and it also shows you don't know Sherry very well. Brett in Brownsboro.
We married a country girl.
Yeah, she's not exactly a damsel in distress. Brett in Brownsboro. Brett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, buddy.
I've never heard Beth Mowins announce a game, but the way I've heard you and other people talk about it, I only can compare it to maybe Governor Kay Ivey trying to sing the Gobble Gobble song.
Wow.
We're
going to tell you where you can tune in and get it.
Yeah. I actually think Kay Ivey and the Gobble Gobble song would not be as bad.
It's so shrill.
Jenny, 1077, Andalusia, Alabama. Jenny, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I hope you guys are doing good.
We are, Jenny. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Listen, on your earlier conversations of the immunizations, basically I'm a nurse, have been in it, tested, never had the shot, God bless, never got it, and to believe in the natural immunity. The biggest thing is, as you say, we are now educated. The children that I took care of that had it never had more than 20.
I couldn't understand her as well as I wanted to. Her phone wasn't bad, but there was something about it I had a hard time. Did she say she was a nurse or something? Did she worked with children, or she? I know she said she was saying some of the things we said about natural immunity, and she's never had it. She hasn't had the shot. And the children she worked with, I don't know where she was going with that, but it sounds like some of the things she was agreeing with some of the things we said. Yeah, we're educated now. I'm being serious, and I almost want to check and I know it's not true, Adler, so don't think I'm making that accusation. I'm actually making a point. Those clips we just listened to are so outdated and so you almost could be convinced that the clips we play from Fauci and from the COVID response person were back in 2020. They sounded like they were 2.5, nearly 3 years ago, when we didn't know what we know now. They felt so outdated, and so it sounded like lunacy. I mean, it sounded like it was weird. I mean, I know we're living in a fake world, but you almost wonder if those were even real clips. We continue. Let's go to that's how bad they were. Let's go to Greg in Sweet Home, Alabama. Greg, 30 seconds. Go.
Well, happy Thanksgiving, and bring back turkey toss, guys. I miss it. I miss it a lot.
It was a classic.
So, I know. I loved it. So, yesterday y'all were talking about flat Earth, and y'all were talking about how the Earth is round or a circle, but that's their whole argument. It's not a sphere.
Here we go. Please tell me.
I'm not a flat earther myself. I'm not. But I'm just telling you, I'm on one of those Facebook pages that talk about.
I bet that's a party.
But did you hear? We did more than that. But the actual look at it we have isn't just a round circle. It is a sphere. We see the sphere.
Yeah, you can't.
The moon.
You can't orbit a pizza pan.
Yeah, we're orbiting it. We're not over it looking down. We're also orbiting. And Bubba said clearly and correctly, you can't orbit a snow globe.
There's no known physics that would keep you in orbit around a snow globe.
You couldn't do that.
Or a pizza pan.
Yeah. So when
it has to be a ball.
So yeah. It was more than just we see a circle. We also see a sphere. We have looked at the moon so solid. You just don't think that's any indication of anything? I mean, and we circle the Earth.
There's that great cartoon out there where it has the whole solar system, and then it has the Earth is like a pizza pan, and they go, "Well, this is embarrassing."
Yeah, right. And do you realize the enormity of this surface with all the technology we have? If no one can ever get to the edge of it,
Rick, no plane has ever hit it, no hikers ever run into it. Come on,
it's crazy.
You're gonna have to work harder to sell me on that.
Let's go to.
We know how radio waves act over the horizon.
Yes.
We've done all this, satellites. There's so many of them in orbit now.
It's bigger than there's a picture of a circle.
Yeah, it's a much, much bigger.
Chris,
we really need to move on to something else that matters.
Chris in Mississippi. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, guys, what's up?
How about it?
Good, buddy.
How about you?
Hey, man. Guys, I don't know how much pool you got over here at 96.1, but I promise we've got a gobble gobble song going over here for a caterer.
For what? For catering?
A caterer.
Oh, really?
They're
using it in a commercial.
Oh, man, it's the same jingle. It's everything. And it's like 200 times a day.
Gobble, gobble.
You know what? I'd like to hear that.
To Lane in Auburn. Lane, 30 seconds.
Hey,
go ahead.
Lane. Hey, Lane. No, this ain't the
Hey, I just wanted to get y'all to play that intro that says, 2 men that warned you soccer would destroy the country for the World Cup.
We just played it. I think I just played it like the top of this hour.
We have an update on the World Cup. I don't know if you saw that, Rick. The controversy that's already taking place.
What, did somebody run the score up? That 2-0 score?
Yeah, rub their nose in it.
Babylon B is having a
Please tell me you
field
saw
day.
the Mexican fans chanting, "We want beer." Did you see that? The whole stadium
translated into.
Yeah, they were doing it in Spanish.
Right.
But what they were saying, because they alerted everybody that we're not going to sell beer like 3 days before the event.
Yeah,
after Anheuser-Busch had paid like $75 million to be the sponsor.
And Babylon.
And they were like, what?
And then Babylon B for the Mexican fans, sad, with beer sales outlawed, World Cup attendees forced to just sit and watch soccer.
That's a good one.
They also outlawed what's
rainbow shirts?
No, not that. But I would I would even try that one, by the way. Kosher food. Kosher food sales has been outlawed.
Really?
Soccer team apologizes for running up the score in a 2-0 blowout. And then Bubba loved this one. Has nothing to do with soccer, but a story we had on Monday's show. CBS now officially confirms that Lincoln has been shot.
That's funny.
But they are
bad, but it's so good.
They are turning away people that are in like any kind of rainbow gear, and they're saying it's not a policy. It's actually for your safety that you don't wear that rainbow gear here at the World Cup. Also, the men's U.S. soccer team played on Monday against Wales, and it ended with a score of 1-1.
All of that. We traveled all the way over there.
3.5 hours
with a tie.
Brian in Alabama. Brian, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, gentlemen.
Hey.
Hope y'all have a happy Thanksgiving.
You too, sir.
But I like, it's not Cherry. I like the way you refer to her as speaking. You drop your tone down to a soft, mellow tone. She must be a really soft-spoken lady.
Who are you referring to, sir?
Sherry, Rick's wife.
When he talks about Sherry, he drops down the tone of his voice.
Yeah, you heard.
A lot of weird calls from men today involving the wives. I don't.
Was he referring to you when you talked about the podcast with Andy Andrews? Maybe.
I don't know.
Trying to figure it out too.
I would love to answer these questions, but the way they're being presented doesn't really make any sense. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. 866 We Be Big. It's gobble gobble time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show. Wheel of Meat Wednesday. Wonderful Wheel of Meat could happen at any time today. Well, yesterday was a big day. I kept waiting on the official word. Now, we talked about it a few weeks back, that Speedy's dad has authored a children's book called Larry the Leaf, and we'll probably start a Larry the Leaf series, I'm thinking. Yeah. And Here That Baby Is by John C. Wilburn, Speedy's dad. And this is a great children's book. It is official. It is done. And so we're all going through our normal day yesterday, and then all of a sudden I get the text that Larry the Leaf is available. And I kept waiting on this moment, and it's available wherever you can buy a book. You should be able to find it. Now, Amazon was attacked by the Rick and Bubba audience yesterday, getting their copy of Larry the Leaf for their kids and family. But Amazon's so efficient, even if it's saying out of stock, just go ahead and order it. It'll still get to you pretty quick.
Yeah, they'll actually send you an email on when it's going to be shipped out, and we've had a couple of people that have done that, and they've already got notification that it's coming. So don't let that stop you from getting it.
That's just been exciting, and I love it for your dad. He's a great man, had a career, financial guy, smart guy, is retired, and just decided he'd write a book. And I remember when you said he was writing it, and then when he got a deal to get it published, and we knew this was coming, and hey, there it is.
Yeah.
I mean, how cool is that?
He's always been a really cool writer and storyteller, and now to actually see him author a book and get it published is kind of special. It's really special for me, I know. And Lynn, my sister, and the whole family couldn't be more proud of him.
I'm looking at Larry. We've been talking about how we think Larry the Leaf is actually your dad talking about you.
Yeah.
And I see your eyes in this
Do
leaf.
you really?
Rick, when the cartoon comes out, he will be the voice of Larry.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's got to go to audio book. I mean,
and it
Speedy,
is.
you got to read that.
Well, easy.
No,
why wouldn't you read it?
We don't want that.
I don't know.
You're a professional broadcaster. You could do it.
Bubba, did I hear you today before the show started saying you want to be the voice of Larry?
No, I just want to be some character.
Give us
it's
your
all
voice,
kind
Bubba.
of. I just want to talk like that. You know, something.
That's the voice you're going to use?
I don't know. Something like that.
Right.
That's so good.
And so Larry the Leaf children's book is available.
It is.
So, and if you want to just go in a bookstore and get it, we know they've got it.
Yeah, and if you want to, you can go to Amazon.com, the Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, wherever books are sold, and just search the title, Larry the Leaf, and it'll come up. And as we said, don't let the temporary out of stock from Amazon
Speedy, did you
scare
do the
you.
artwork on this?
No, I didn't. I didn't. But Bubba, do you want to be Milton the Black Bear? All right, just tell me who you want to be. You got.
Please tell me there's a horse in there so Henry can be in it.
Well, there's Max the giant maple tree where Larry lives.
That's clearly right.
Then you got Flo, Larry's girlfriend.
What am I, Greg?
Max the giant tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you got Milton the Black Bear. They got Katie and her dog Skippy. You want to be Skippy?
What about Sammy the squirrel?
Oh, well, you could do that. It's up to you. But it's really
I'm
cool.
up for casting, whatever they think.
And
I've been a cockroach. Anything's a step up after that.
Yeah,
I'd kind of like to be Skippy.
And I don't know, like all.
I see you as the bear, Greg.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah. School systems, I'm hearing all around they a lot of times are in search for good children's books and stuff like that. And Rick, I don't know how many book signings we've ever done, but I've been on the organizing side of the actual signing, and you've been on the back end or the behind the scenes of working with the store and all this kind of stuff. So he wants to do some book signings and stuff, and we're looking at maybe March the 1st, him actually being in studio, which I've told him. I'm a little worried about that because I know how Greg is.
What?
But
what would I do?
But he's excited. I think he might come in.
Please.
On March the 1st.
We have to talk about it.
But this book, really, guys, do you know? Let me just tell you how far technology has gone. Because everybody knows my dad's legally blind, and it's really amazing that he's.
Is that why you're worried about Greg?
Well, no, not that.
That's part of it.
He was able to.
Been an issue with you before,
right? He was able to use notes and the technology and speak into the iPad or the phone or however he was laying all this down, and actually write it that way, and then get help from my niece Johnette and others to kind of go back through and edit it. And get it really dialed in. And so there's a lot of things behind the scenes. It's really kind of neat. Matter of fact, the publishing company wants a follow-up, too, to this.
Sure
so
it's
really,
they're
it's
yelling
really a
sequel.
cool moment. I can't believe it's actually real.
Well, listen, if you
It
think
is. Right here it is.
if you think they wanted to follow up in the beginning, when they see how that baby's moving right now, they're going to want to follow up for sure.
Right.
They better sign him to about a 5-book deal. If that's why.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. Coming, another great gift idea. It's coming in February of 2023. You've heard us talk about the manchurch.com, the home of a complete men's discipleship strategy. We're right around 600 churches now all over the country implementing the strategy. And, man, we're excited about next year as we do our first ever Man Church Conference featuring some of the teachers, the men on the team. I'll be speaking, Andy Blanks, Rich Wingo. Our special guest speaker, Recap Gray out of Orlando. Chuck Hooten does worship. And we'll have everything that the manchurch.com has ever made available, and we'll be introducing a couple of new items, including our new 40-week curriculum, all coming up there, and that'll all be available, and you can network with other churches, or maybe you've never even tried it, or you just want to go. But, ladies, this is a great gift idea for the men on your Christmas list. We're over half sold out now, and prices will go up in January on the tickets. So go ahead and get those early bird specials and get that, and the seats are reserved for the entire weekend. February 24th and 25th in my hometown, Oxford, Alabama, and you can get those now by going to themanchurch.com. Bubba, we got the big action stuff. Did we cover most of the games other than the you-know-what game? Did we hit everything we need to on college football?
Several of them.
Yeah, I mean, I know that.
We're not going to get them all.
I mean, did we already kind of run those down and then leave out? Oh, wait a minute. I mean, we hit some of the biggies earlier in the program, but we did not. We did not give you the game that Beth Mowens will be calling. It will be Saturday, 6:30 p.m. Central on ESPNU. Tulsa Golden Hurricane against the Houston Cougars.
Oh.
I'll be heading to Houston, baby. Beth Mowens will be calling Tulsa the Golden Hurricane. Did you know they were the Hurricane, Speedy?
No, I didn't.
Golden Hurricane.
You know what?
Not any hurricane.
It's
a golden
What a
hurricane.
great mascot. I love when you combine.
Golden Hurricane.
You put a color or something with something else. But you'd think in Tulsa, do they deal with hurricanes?
First time I saw Golden Hurricane, I thought the Democrats were accusing Trump of something with the Russians again.
All right.
Golden Hurricane. Beth Mowens, I'll be there with a color commentary bubble with Kurt Morrison. Kurt. Stormy Booten-Yaya on the sideline. Headed to Houston. Cougars. Mama has been accused of being a cougar here or there.
You like Houston, don't you?
I like going to Houston.
Yeah.
Cougars. Yeah, taking on Tulsa. Golden Hurricane. You know who used to coach at Tulsa, don't you?
Who's that?
Gus Malzahn.
He did.
Who also coached Chandler Cox.
Oh.
That's how we got back.
I know my way there.
Yeah.
7 degrees to Chandler Cox. Somebody's got to get a timeout. So looking forward to being down there in Houston Saturday night with the Cougars. And the Tulsa, not Hurricanes, Golden Hurricane. Here comes that's a storm going off.
So what will you do for Thanksgiving prior to that? I know you're working, but you can enjoy Thanksgiving Day, maybe?
Actually, I'll be doing studying all my depth charts.
Okay.
And preparing, being thankful for the opportunity to call college football. Started out in softball, working my way into college and pro football. Right there with the guys.
You get your giblet gravy going?
I have some of the giblet gravy. We call it giblet. All right, come from giblet gravy. Thanksgiving. You'll have dressing, stuffing. Don't pull a hammy. Be careful out there, Bubba. Don't get put in a hospital.
Oh, wow.
Stomach.
Gonna be pumping Bubba's stomach. I'm Beth Moens. I'm here. He didn't learn about the Parmesan of '92. So it looks like Tulsa and Houston. Y'all have Beth.
Oh.
And gobble gobble.
Haven't they suffered enough?
I think so.
You
Gobble gobble. I like that gobble gobble song.
You do.
Gobble gobble. I was telling Stormy. Let's still sing gobble gobble. Kurt Morrison, gabble gabble.
Here's a little song I wrote.
Oh,
about
I love
a
this.
Typical American Thanksgiving
Gabble,
Day.
gabble.
It's called the Gobble Gobble song, and it goes a little something like this.
Gabble gabble.
Gobble gobble, gobble gobble. It's Thanksgiving Day. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble. As we sit down and pray. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble. Eating turkey and dressing. Gobble gobble. Gobble gobble, and what a blessing! Gobble gobble, gobble gobble.
Sing it, Beth.
And if you like ham,
Gobble gobble,
gobble gobble. No, I don't mean spam.
Chandler
Gobble
Cox, Chandler Cox.
We show our thanks. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble. On the wishbone we yank. Gobble gobble. Gobble gobble, and the pie for dessert. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble. Oh, it can't hurt. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble.
Would you guys rather hear this or me call a ball game?
Gobble gobble.
It's close.
Gobble gobble, and that ain't no bull. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble. We turn on the tube. Gobble gobble. Gobble gobble, as we need to get lubed. Gobble gobble,
watch out there.
Gobble gobble, to sit in the chair. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble. Honey, fetch me a beer. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble. Football's on TV.
Beth Moens on football.
Gobble gobble, at least it's free. Gobble gobble. Gobble gobble, as we wind down the day. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble, send our families away. Gobble gobble,
Oh, boy.
gobble gobble, we're glad you came. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble, next year just the same. Gobble gobble, gobble gobble, and I say goodbye. Gobble gobble.
Everybody say it.
Gobble gobble. To all you nice folks.
It doesn't
gobble
rhyme.
gobble.
That one right there doesn't rhyme.
Gobble gobble.
You thought the drive
'Cause you
today
know
was long,
I
huh?
am gobble gobble. Gobble gobble. Just all full of jokes. Gobble
Speedy, I'd like to
gobble.
see you gobble over.
Gobble gobble. Gobble gobble.
I like when she whispers it.
Gobble gobble.
Say gobble gobble.
Gobble gobble.
Gobble gobble.
Gobble gobble.
There it is.
There it is. There you go.
Beth Mowens and the Gobble Gobble song.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yep, because I'm going to tell you what Rick and Bubba audience is going to get. Larry the Leaf by John C. Wilburn.
And you know what I've noticed
I like this
too?
about the author in the back.
No, of course.
Yeah,
It's fantastic.
You know what I thought was kind of neat too. People aren't just getting one. They're ordering a number of them. That's why I think they're going so fast. Like like somebody's ordering like 4 or 5 for friends and whatever.
Yeah.
So and I actually am going to buy y'all one. I know that sounds crazy.
Why are you buying me one?
Huh? Because I want to support my dad when he said, "Hey, I want to give you some books."
Well, can't we go buy it ourselves? I mean,
You can.
Is this your way of the cheap thing? This is good. This is a good movement.
What are you
This is
talking-
a good
everything
move
doesn't
on your
have an
part.
agenda.
No, but I'm saying it helps. This helps.
Yeah, I see.
It's
you
a
talking about-
win-win.
You talking about what do you mean?
It helps people thinking you're not cheap. If you're buying us books,
that is
Got
good.
it. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's
He's
good.
clearly getting them given to
It
him.
also no, it also lets me know this book's not expensive.
Rick. And it isn't. It's very inexpensive. So go get it today.
I was reading the part about the author. It said he really wanted to go into the music store business, but he had his son run the business in the ground. So he decided to be a writer.
Yeah. But I'm getting a lot of out of stock emails and call. Don't let that
It's
scare
gonna be okay.
you.
Nobody panic.
Don't let it scare you.
Listen, they will
Well,
get
it's
Larry
close to break
to
too.
you.
I have to wrap up. No, wow, I should have waited. All right, so because we're close.
Yeah.
John, Mr. Wilbur.
This is Larry the Leaf. Yeah.
Well, I hope you're going to follow this up with a lot of merchandise.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Planning on actually, I'm thinking about running for politics, and just think how many votes every leaf in the tree will vote for me.
Okay.
That's good. Big day for you, Mr. Wilburn. This,
Congratulations.
Yeah, the audience is really responding.
I hear you.
No, thank you so much. I appreciate the input and the promotion or whatever you want to, classify it as. You people are doing it. It's a blessing, and I appreciate that so much. I'm excited.
Well,
I have written a follow up.
Oh,
but it's called Larry the Leaf and the Thieves, so you won't believe that. Larry's pretty smart. He even knows his numbers,
Oh yeah, exactly.
That's very good.
Well, Dad, we couldn't be more proud of you. And I told the guys we're looking at maybe March the 1st, you being in studio.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Yes. I didn't mean to interrupt you guys. I just want to call in and just say thanks. Thanks a bunch, really.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
No, thank you, Mr. Wilbur.
we're fired
This
up
is
about
awesome.
it. And like I
That's
say,
awesome.
look forward to you being here on March the 1st.
Oh, yes.
By the way, I've noticed you struggled to say March 1st. I saw you.
First.
You said
First.
Who you talking to?
You said March 1st. You kind of had a little lisp on it the first time.
you
and
changed
then,
it up
and then,
two or
you-
three times.
then you did it a second time. It happened again.
Oh, I didn't really.
Yeah, try to say
Scared
it.
of March 1st?
March 1st.
There, that's good. There, you did it. So he'll be here, and it's available wherever books are sold by John C. Wilburn. Be sure and grab them. If it says out of stock on Amazon, don't let that bother you. You'll get an email from them that it's on the way. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Wheel of Meat's got me yearning.
It's Wheel of Meat Wednesday.
Rick, what are you doing?
We've taken on many topics here, and one that I think the world needs to listen to, and that is this assumption that somehow human beings are moving forward. It appears that we are moving backward. And here's another example. Did you think you would ever live long enough for New York Democrats to introduce a bill that would require Tide to make their pods of detergent look less appetizing?
Rick, this is
Y'all hear
one
what
of
I
those.
just said?
This
You
is
know what?
one of those cases.
Go ahead and laugh. Laugh as loud as you want, because I heard myself and I'm laughing. So in other words, we've become so stupid, such a bunch of idiots, that we think that people think they just can't in their mind think I shouldn't eat Tide, I shouldn't eat a detergent.
Yeah,
we can't. That's not good enough. People can't say, I don't know about eating this detergent pod. And somebody says, gosh, in New York, these Democrats are saying, tell you what we need to do. This is Tide's fault. It's not the fault of these idiots that can't discern for themselves whether they should eat detergent or not. We got to get on Tide and say these pods just look too appetizing.
Now, Rick, I understand these little kids that get things and put things in their
I'm
mouth.
not talking about a
and
child
all that.
that's not what we're dealing with.
Yeah. I know, but
No.
you realize we have a thing called the Tide Pod Challenge where people are
Yeah.
videoing themselves eating this stuff and then putting it on the internet.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm kind of
That's
like,
why-
let the idiot beware on that. You know?
Yeah, let's weed them out.
Yeah.
How about this? They want warning labels. How about the fact that it says Tide washing detergent? That ought to be enough.
Right.
What else do you need
What
to
else
know?
do you need to go? You know what? You don't eat this.
That rules it out of being a food group. Right
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Right there.
I didn't know they were bad for you. I didn't know. Oh, they look so appetizing. I think I'll eat some Tide detergent. Was that bad for me? I mean, how do you not know that? I mean, if you can tell your left hand from your right, you ought to be able to know that you don't eat detergent, you idiot.
How about
I
this?
mean, and now our answer is they just look too appetizing. That's the problem. We got to protect people from themselves. They can't. They look over here and they see Tide detergent pod. They see peanut butter pretzels. They don't know which one to eat. Seven minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. Blazing Silverman, Rick and Bubba University student, banging out a degree in common sense, that now a superpower. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and let us, all of us here at the Rick and Bubba Show, wish you a very, very happy Thanksgiving.
Well, stations down the line, we went over by about anywhere from 40 seconds or so, and I normally think to myself, if something has started, don't interrupt it. But it was the Gobble Gobble song, and I think to myself, I probably would have been celebrated for interrupting it and going ahead on the break at the normal time. I hope that didn't cause any issues for any of you. But I guess also when you protect yourself from trauma, and I thought the Gobble Gobble song was shorter than it was by about a minute. And I think that was just wishful thinking on my part.
Yeah. It never ends, Rick.
And looking back, if I had interrupted it, I probably would have been celebrated, not attacked.
Right.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
So I let it play out. So I'm sorry that we went over on that. So, Bubba, we have will this be a wacky world?
Yeah, it is Wacky World.
Yeah,
Wacky World. What are you thinking?
Wacky!
Oh, baby.
Go.
Rick, TSA officers at JFK International Airport discovered a cat stowed away inside a traveler's bag on Tuesday morning. Officers discovered the cat in a piece of luggage as it was passing through security at the New York airport.
So there you go.
Upon inspection, they also noticed orange fur sticking out of the gap in the zipper's bag, or the bag zipper, and upon opening the suitcase, discovered the live cat. The man who owned the bag said he did not know he had packed the cat, but noted it belonged to someone else in the home that he had just left.
Oh, my.
Officers later called the owner and asked if they wanted to press charges.
Charges?
What
if the cat climbed in there?
Cat abducting a cat. Huh?
Cat thief.
The owner said she didn't even notice the cat was missing, but insisted it was an accident and that the cat must have climbed into the bag.
There you go.
accidentally.
Thank you. Zipped it up.
But Rick,
He likes to hide and sleep.
yeah,
I like it in
wouldn't
here,
you
man.
notice a cat sitting in your bag before you zipped it up?
Can I tell you? Look, I know what's going on here. I mean, come on, we all know what's going on. This is one of those things where somebody's been stuck with a pet, probably from a kid or something like that. Yeah. Nobody else wants the cat. I mean, Bubba, if you're in love,
So
with,
they cram it in a suitcase.
But listen, you're in love with your pet,
cram it and
and
zip
hey,
it up.
listen, and you don't even know it's gone. So what I'm saying is,
Well, a
I'm
cat,
not
you
saying
might
I'm
see
not
it
saying they put it in there.
Right.
What I'm saying is, you can tell by the tone
They're not all that upset about it. I mean, it's like...
And it was a he that had been visiting a she. That was not his home. You know, you catch that in the story. The cat named Smells was reportedly completely unfazed by the entire ordeal.
Couldn't care less.
Didn't care what smells.
You don't think a cat was not unhappy about being caged up in there?
You would think. It looked like it was. He was snuggled up like that. Can he breathe? That's the only thing I'm worried about. I guess you can breathe through the zipper, sort of, kind of.
Isn't that weird? But they spotted him when they X-rayed it. Look there at the picture. Mm-hmm. I mean, when you see that
like,
in a bag,
now.
You have to go, what?
Yeah. So
that's a pretty big cat, by the way. It's filling
smells.
up the bag. Greg, look how much it fills that bag up.
But they didn't notice it in there. I love that excuse.
Yeah, do you think,
y'all? There is something rotten in Denmark.
It would be a little bit heavier bag.
What's with all the bottles in this suitcase here? Are you allowed? I guess it was a checked bag, but are you allowed to have all these glass bottles and stuff in here?
Is that?
Well, you know, the cat wouldn't have made it in a check bag because it gets too cold back there.
Was it a check bag? I'm really asking.
Well, they're coming through security, so that's one you're going to take with you.
Carry on, wouldn't it?
Was it carry on?
If you're standing there by it.
But I'm
and
like,
it looks
you,
like
Adler,
he was.
It looks like a lot of bottles in there.
That doesn't look like that suitcase is that big. It looks like it's something
made up story.
There's more to this story than what we're aware of.
Let me tell you
I'm
what.
I'm going to predict that.
I'm going to say that there was somebody that had been promised that cat, and they were waiting on it. Probably some sort of restaurant I won't get into.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Where was he going, does it say?
I don't know. Was this some...
Either way, they say on this story, the cat is out of the bag.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it was a checked bag. It was a checked bag.
Well, then how's the guy standing there with it?
Well, I think they scan all the check
run
bags.
through all the check bags.
No, I got that. The guy whose bag it is.
Well, they probably said
they went and got him off the plane or something.
Or did TSA put this story out to show everybody we scan all the check bags? Or make people think they do.
Oh, kitty, kitty. Or did the cat get in there and zip himself in there? That's what I want. What if it's Toots?
Did
the
Aunt
driving
Martha
cat
wrap up the cat?
Yeah.
Yes, that happened.
Has anyone seen Smells?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I couldn't actually see if you were in the room and somebody's got some free roaming cat because they're always free roaming, and you're getting everything in your bag. You've got it laying open. All right, you're packed. And you do that, that last scan, and you maybe.
But you wouldn't see a cat laying in it.
Well, it buries itself in the clothes. Everybody knows
if
that.
it snuggles down in there, and I'm just shutting it and zipping it up, it's possible.
Yeah. Sounds like he had to get out of that. It sounds like he had to leave that girl's place pretty quickly. Is what it sounds like. Maybe in a hurry. Rick, also, and Adler had prepared this video for us. It's 1 minute. Do we have time here before we blow through a break again?
No, we're fine.
About how your luggage and suitcases are loaded under airplanes. Nice time.
I bet they really
have
love and care.
I bet.
Yeah.
Look at this method that they do. So there's the conveyor belt goes all the way under the plane to where the guy is, and then they start stacking it up.
That's pretty good.
Kind of in like a smiley face pattern along the bottom of the airplane.
Because it's curved.
That's right.
But I didn't know. So they have somebody in there that's actually stacking it.
How about that?
I guess so.
I guess I'd never seen that.
I had never
Some
seen
guy
that
can
either.
stack. Look at it.
Wow.
Oh,
I mean,
that's got a cat in it.
I bet he'd make a heck of a brick mason.
Yes.
I'm telling you.
And Tetris played it too.
He did his push-ups before he started bagging.
That's the way we do before the show.
For some reason, I thought they could stand up under there. For some reason, I thought they could stand up.
Wow, it is small, isn't it?
Oh, so
I wouldn't like to be in there.
No.
How about the conveyor
What
belt?
if they slam the door and don't realize you're in there?
Well, how about the conveyor belt is flexible? I mean,
and
it's
shortening
it right in there.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yes.
I tell you that I know y'all all started laughing. That time we were on I was on that disastrous flight, the flight that was taking us into purgatory
when nobody cared. Yeah.
And that guy seeing his bag out there on the tarmac and nobody saw it, and he could see it. He goes, "I see my bag."
It's on the tarmac.
He goes,
It's laying there.
I see them leaving it, and there's nothing he could do about it. He was just like, "I can't get anybody." He's telling the flight attendant, "That's my bag. They left it. It's out there."
You know, if your bag is lost, it's bad. But, really, considering the number of bags they handle every day, it's incredible they get where they do.
Yeah, it is. It is, really. 15 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show will be back. More to cover. We got more headlines today. We've got more of your phone calls coming up. Well, a couple of updates. So we'll be right back. Also, our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Be shopping there coming up this big shopping weekend.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I say if you get sick or worse from doing that and you know that you're eating Tide, then you deserve what you get.
Yeah.
That's why I say it.
Yeah, I mean this is kind of a way to clean up the gene pool.
Yeah, and you would think that the more that comes out about how they're not good for you, even though it's
guys,
for us it's
secret.
common sense, you would think the number of cases would go down, but they've actually gone up. In 2017,
How about the minute you bite
there
into
were
it, you should
53
know.
cases, and there's already 80 cases in 2018.
Well, they got this stupid challenge going.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm all about a food challenge, but I'm not going to eat detergent.
No.
Guys, I cannot believe what I'm about to say, but Tide and Procter & Gamble have had to officially respond. Are you ready for this?
No, boy.
Now, this is where liberals now fall all over themselves, because if you have a world, and we're going to say this a lot, a worldview that is based on emotion, there's no consistency. They're bringing up the point, now wait, y'all got other things y'all don't want us to do. Here's what it says. Procter & Gamble, of course, they make the Tide Pods, responded in the statement by pointing out studies have been shown that colorful packaging does not increase the risk of child ingestion of dangerous products. Additionally, the spokesman noted that requiring an additional layer of plastic wrapping around the pods would also have a detrimental environmental effect. I thought y'all told us we got to cut back on plastic. As well as creating another possible ingestion hazard for children. That is, of course, what? Plastic cuts off your breathing. The way they are now, they dissolve quickly. If we add another layer, now we're going to have that problem, and I thought y'all told us this is bad for the environment. So they said, they also noted, finally, consumers have a choice. Those who prefer single-colored pack can use Tide-Free and Gentle, which is all white, meaning we see nothing intriguing about the all white.
They're going to eat
pod.
that too.
Right, yeah.
Tide is also available in a liquid and powder product form if you don't like the pods. So Procter & Gamble says, I don't think you can require us to be responsible for decisions people are making that are causing themselves danger or their children danger. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, any product, and this even goes back to medicine we're having things with now. I mean, you have a dosage you're supposed to take. In this case, this goes in the washing machine, not your mouth. If idiots are putting it in their mouth, that's not Procter & Gamble's problem, I don't think.
Understand, we're not saying people are mistaking it.
No,
thinking,
they're
this is food.
intentionally doing
They're on purpose. They're having a contest.
Greg, they're
to
saying
see
it
who
looks.
can-
They're saying it looks too appetizing.
It does. Look, I can't help. I know it says Tide, but boy, it looks good. I'm going to eat it.
Somebody says, "What do you want to do for lunch today?" Somebody says, "I'm thinking maybe I don't know. I'm thinking I'm going to order fries, Tide Pods, and I'm going to drink motor oil."
yeah. Wash it down with some good.
You know,
WD-40.
motor oil is motor oil. It's not chocolate syrup.
Have we lost? I mean, guys, come on. I mean, let's.
Like I said,
Rick,
that's
you
on
talking
you.
about a crazed, lost, delusional society. We're good night.
No wonder this country. I mean, how?
I wish I was in that Tesla car headed to Mars.
Look, anybody that's got guts enough to try to take over this country, now's the time. I mean, we can't even. I mean, we're the biggest bunch of loons. I mean. And now we say, well, gosh, the answer to this problem, guys. Look, we got some people out there right now that are just Nimrods. Yeah, I mean, they are Nimrods, do Nimrod things.
Go look it up.
And you know, like just like Todd's saying, you said you realize we have pods that are just completely white.
Yeah.
And people eating them too.
Yeah,
I mean,
and they're not
that's not
mistakenly
vanilla
eating
ice
them.
cream.
Right.
Now, little children, I'm not talking about kids that don't know about it.
I'm not,
the
Greg.
problem is this challenge, and these people know it's detergent. They know it is.
Well, the reason why we're not going to
Nobody tricked them.
Even for the latter, we're not going to hold Tide responsible because and we all had it with little kids in our home, and some of you still
No,
got
it's
them
not
now.
on Tide.
You get cabinet locks because I don't know how to break this to everybody. All the cleaning products that you have in your house for your clothing or your home are dangerous for children to ingest.
Yeah.
And little children don't know any better, so you lock them up where they can't get to them.
Because
Rick,
they'll drink
I
it whether
gotta-
it looks good or not.
Yeah, I got another safety warning for you. You can't take a hot iron and stick it to the side of your face.
No, you
No,
can. You
you-
can, but it's not a good idea.
It's unpleasant.
But and to our point with the Tide Pods, it's one thing for a small child to toddle in and bump into mama's ironing board and her iron falls off in the floor. He picks it up or she and burns her little hand. That's one thing. Then the 21-year-old who's still living at home takes the iron and puts it up to his face to see if he can do some challenge.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a completely different thing. And what we have is there's grown people who are not children that are eating pods on purpose.
And I say let them eat. How about that first bite? That makes that green persimmon look like nothing. You know that old green persimmon how to wad your face up? Can you imagine what it tastes like? I don't think you could get enough in you to hurt you because of the taste.
Son, why were you eating Tide Pods? Because it looked delicious. I mean, does anybody say
And
that?
everybody was laughing at me on the YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I want to get on YouTube and show how stupid I can be.
We had a story last week. Some people just took detergent and made like a mix it in a drink, and all of them got put in the hospital.
Did they not, Greg? Did they not?
knew.
But well, no, that's not my point. I know they knew what they were doing, so they don't have any concept that putting. 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Fired up and ready. Bubba, you know that I know, Speedy, you'll be all over it. Will you be watching the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade?
Oh, I will. We usually have it on at the house.
Speedy, you're all about it.
You know, I want to tell you something, Rick. Of all the things we've got to do in our life, when we went to see that, it's one of the few things that I will say TV does not do it justice. The size of those balloons coming up the street and the size of the crowd that's there watching it is unbelievable. We did that one year. We were in New York on a mission trip and got to go see that. And I'm glad we did because it was really, really impressive. And the area they're blowing the balloons up, and I can't remember where it was. It was up at one of the museums that had a little yard in front of it. The night before, we went up and we walked through some of that and got to see that. It's really incredible.
Yeah. Let's really talk it up. You know I'm upset with you, right?
About
parades.
What? Are we?
I don't even know where to go with this.
Can we talk about it now?
I thought you were playing a joke on me this morning. I'll just be honest with you.
Speaking on things that get here quick.
You know, I love parades.
I thought.
Get ready for this.
I thought you knew. I thought I talked about this on the air.
You
did.
I
told y'all.
Or,
but
you told us.
It's real now. So, and
Boy, is it ever.
I want everybody to hear this the right way. Okay? I want everybody to understand.
I love a parade.
We've been at this. We've been at this a really, really long time. We're about to finish 28 years of doing this. Okay?
And our 29th birthday,
which will be in January.
Don't start all that.
Gosh. I'm just saying, that's right.
So anyway, as time
January the 3rd.
As time has gone on, as you've heard us say many times, everything has an expiration date. And then there's things that all of us as individual, which I call our solo albums, that kind of keep us fresh too. You said, I think one of the reasons for our longevity is we don't hang out a whole lot together beyond the show.
Well, and that's not to say.
Well, we do it some, but there's a lot.
But we've already hung out most of the day.
No,
a large part.
No,
of the
Sherry
day.
and I had a discussion about this yesterday. She was discussing, this age of life now where all of our kids are gone and things we're doing together and we're having a blast. And I was discussing with her. I said, the guys on the show are my friends because we do work together, but I spend more time with them than I do other friends.
Yeah.
So it's not like I don't spend time with them.
Yeah.
But, we all, to keep ourselves engaged and refreshed, we have things we do that are just our own thing. And we all do it. And that's great. I think that's healthy. The fact that we don't talk about just one topic on the show, I think has been part of our longevity. We don't burn out on being a sports show, a news talk show, even a comedy show, or a show about our faith all the time.
That hasn't necessarily helped us with the radio industry widespread because they want you to be in a genre, and we really don't fit in a genre.
So I reached a point in our history together where I said I'm kind of done with car lot remotes. I don't want to do any more. I don't want to do any more car lot remotes, and I don't want to.
I got you.
I don't want to be in parades. Okay, and I stopped both of those, doing those probably 10 years ago for the car lots, and probably 15 years ago on the parades.
But see, I still love parades.
Exactly, to my point.
Right.
Bubba still loves them. And I am all about.
I've gone and been in a lot of them.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Greg and Helms went with me in one.
This is where this is where this road is headed. Okay. So, usually, if things just come directly to me and just involve me, they're easy. I've learned because in 2021 I violated this and it almost killed me. Okay. 2021, I was completely overcommitted, and it was in the best of intentions, and at my age now, it nearly killed me, okay? Because you have to get back to this show. Now, if I didn't have to get back to this,
it wouldn't have seemed like that hard to schedule. If all I did was my side projects, it's easy to manage. But every time we have a side project, 9 out of 10 times, you got to get back to the show. And so that grind, when you're getting older, gets
Get up
hard,
early.
It gets harder and harder. And this has to come first. And you have to be a pro here, or none of the rest of it matters. So anyway, so very kind, very, very wonderful. Bubba loves parades. He's continued to do parades. It became his own thing, and I supported that wholeheartedly. He and Betty have done some as grand marshals, and we love small town America.
Oh yeah,
it's our favorite. It really is. I love some of my favorite people on the planet.
Yeah.
So very kind, the community of Altoona.
Interesting.
Which is north of where the show began, right? Do I have that? Do I have that right?
Yes.
If y'all are wondering, the theme this year is a hometown Christmas.
Really?
As they are celebrating small, old-fashioned hometowns.
Awesome.
And that will be, they're going to have that a week from Friday, December the 2nd. Okay. And the reason why I know that is that Sherry and I are the grand marshals.
Congratulations.
Okay. Sherry.
What is your Altoona tie?
None. Sherry.
Nothing against Altoona.
No,
Nice place
no,
in the
Greg.
meantime.
I'll tell you how I ended up here. First of all, very kind, wonderful people. But they asked Sherry and me to do it, not Rick and Bubba, not Rick, Sherry and Rick.
I get it.
So, not the country coyote.
No,
Rick.
Mm-hmm.
So Sherry,
of course, Coyote could make the trip.
Sherry says, and I knew I was in trouble. Oh, I think that'll be fun.
Oh,
we can make that, and that'll be a fun, like a date night, and we can go do that together. And I said, that's dead on arrival. And she goes, well, Bubba and Betty did it. And I was like, oh, no.
But Bubba loves parades.
Oh, no. I said, Bubba loves parades.
Then,
hey, the sob story I got, listen, the sob story I got, well, see, this is the thing, Rick. I mean, you've been doing this a long time. And, you know, when the kids were small and I couldn't do certain things, y'all did all these parades and all this stuff, and I never really got to get involved in it. And I've always loved parades. And now here you are at a stage of life where I can get involved with you, and now you don't want to do them. So you got to do your parade stuff, and I never did. So now you're not going to let me do it because you're burned out on it and tired of it.
Yeah.
I said, are we also going to do a car lot remote together? Do you want to do that?
Yeah, possible.
And
she got you though on that.
And she says, I really want. I think this will be great. So y'all know. I mean, that's the end of it there. So we will be there. We will be the grand marshals of Hometown Christmas Parade.
There it is.
There's a community dinner at 5:30 if y'all would like to be there for that. And then the parade will start after that. And Sherry and I will be honored to be the grand marshals. We will just be full of Christmas spirit, and we will be there with. And I do love to go to these. You know, you know what I love. You know where they told us to meet? Main Street.
Oh, man! I bet you the whole town's gonna be lit up.
And I love small town America. I love it.
Power couple.
Do I like?
there.
Do I? You know? Did I think this was over for me? I did. But
Why
I tell
don't
you
you
what.
bring your dog and put it in like Christmas clothes?
Yeah, Greg. Let's go. Let's get it all done. Okay.
Let it ride between you and
yeah,
Sherry.
bring your little puppy.
And I
Dress
hope,
it up.
And I hope he's got kennel cough while we're doing it.
You gonna wear a Santa hat?
Probably.
Yeah,
Probably
you got
so.
that. You got
Hey,
that.
Rick,
You can
just
find
go
one.
all in.
My beard's almost gray now.
Yeah, just go all in.
Yeah. So, hey, Altoona, next week for Friday, Sherry and I'll be there.
Rick.
You know how in every single movie, the villain will look to the hero and say, I'll get you for this?
It wasn't my fault, Rick.
You.
It wasn't my fault.
And I thought, well, there's no harm in Bill and Betty doing stuff. Let them go. That's fantastic. I think that's good. Now he's got Betty. He doesn't need me anymore.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Me deathly ill.
That putting detergent into your drink will make you deathly ill. They don't know that.
I understand.
Do you think they do it twice?
Bubba, again, I got to go back to this. When you're pouring it in there and you're not a little toddler who found it, you're pouring it into your drink. You don't know that that's bad?
Look, I get a dog food challenge. I get that.
Right? Who hadn't?
I mean, you don't want to do that, but not a Tide Pod challenge.
No.
I mean, Alpo challenge, yeah. See who can eat Alpo. Ooh, it's
Look,
gross, but it ain't gonna kill
There's
you.
a certain amount of stupidity that comes with the teenage and early 20 years. But even in my stupidest day, no one could have made me eat a Tide Pod.
No.
I mean, it's like,
Rick, I'd have had to been tied down at gunpoint.
My teachers probably would even say, well, even Burgess won't eat a Tide Pod.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just.
What's next? Dipping dryer sheets? You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't even like to smell them.
And so,
gives me a headache. I can understand why I eat.
New York Democrats really believe the answer to this problem is on Tide. They need to make their pods less appetizing looking.
That does, Rick. How do you even? I don't even know how to respond to that. These are grown people too. Don't forget that they made this. They think this is a good idea.
Blazing Silverman taking your phone calls now. Cody and Tuscaloosa will come your way. If you want to join us right now, you can. 866 We Be Big is our number. And Enviro Cleanse is our sponsor. And we will get the phones here quickly. Boy, now more than ever, especially if you watch the so-called retirement speech from Fauci. Look, this time of year, you're going to be in flu and cold season no matter what. And that's what flu and cold combined is called flow. But flu and cold season, COVID now, that virus is out there, whatever, various variants and all that. So what you do is you work on your immune system. That's really, really smart. And you minimize your exposure, by making sure you keep the air clean that you're breathing. Not sure that it'll pick up mask and do you much good, but something like this could. Enviro Cleanse can protect and purify the air in the rooms where you are, at your office or at home, and it does such a good job. Our own Department of Defense put it on all the Navy ships. And it does an incredible job. We have school systems that have installed Enviro Cleanse in their school systems. 90% of the germs and airborne toxins were gone in 30 minutes at a Georgia school system that put it in. Within an hour, it was 100% gone. And think about how much healthier those kids are right now. And you could have that for your own family, your business, or your school. Go to ekpure.com. That's ekpure.com. We'll save you 10%, and we'll get you a free air quality monitor and free shipping. That link also is at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So, you can combat these germs with the new way in purifying air. It's the latest technology with Enviro Cleanse, ekpure.com. To the phones we go. Cody, as I promised, gets us started out of Tuscaloosa. Cody, go ahead.
How you guys doing this morning?
We're good. We're good, Cody. Thanks for calling, man.
Hey, I just wanted to run a scenario by you guys. Not saying it could happen, but with Nancy Pelosi finally leaving the House, you think it's possible that Trump could get elected as Speaker of the House and pave a way for Ron DeSantis for 2024?
No, I don't think that could happen.
Wouldn't he have to be an elected member of Congress?
He would.
Yeah.
No, sir. The rule is they can elect whoever they want. It doesn't have to be an elected member of Congress.
Yeah.
Has it ever been somebody that wasn't an elected member of Congress?
I mean, can we go back to the early days of our government?
Do you know, sir? Have you looked at it?
Have you ever seen that happen before? Has we got that in history anywhere?
I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure. I just thought it would be interesting to see if Trump possibly could be elected that and then torture Joe Biden for the next 2 years.
Oh,
but anyway.
It would be great. Let me tell you why I think it wouldn't happen. First of all, like Bubba said, it may have never happened, even though it's available. But let's say that somebody said, we've got this and we're going to do it. The Republican Party, whether we agree with this or not or like it or not, a lot of them do not want Trump, don't like Trump, wish he would go away. And he probably couldn't get the votes he needed, even within his own party.
And I don't know that he'd want to step down after being president to being Speaker of the House. He wants to be president again. That's why he's running.
Right.
So,
yeah. So I think the likelihood of that is almost none.
Yeah.
Guys, yeah. I'm really sorry, but there's a 2-year-old.
Okay.
2-year-old drummer.
You want me to turn your mic down?
Well, it was off.
Look.
It was down. And there's a 2-year-old just
playing.
Play it,
Ruby.
Ruby, can you play the drums for Rick and Bubba?
There's yeah.
That's great, kiddo. That's great.
How funny is she?
She came straight to the drums
when
she got here. So
you need some at the house for her to play.
Yeah,
I think so.
What we're watching right now was when I told Sherry setting up our drum set at the barn when we have family gatherings is the wrong idea.
Yeah.
Because every kid in there is going to want to go over and play the drums.
Right.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Rick, you actually have some drums for her. You could give them.
You know what? I could.
Oh, thank you so much.
I could.
Good. That would be good.
I have 2 words for you. Merry Christmas.
So I'm sorry about that. It's a 2-year-old that wants to play the drums.
Sure.
And so, just worlds are colliding right now.
Yeah.
And so, listeners, if you hear just like the wheel of meat just spin randomly, it's because a 2-year-old just randomly spun the wheel.
That's right. Yeah.
There's nothing I can do.
Let her play.
Let her go.
Okay.
Jim Andalusia, 1077. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hey, I didn't hear it, or maybe I missed it, but did you not realize that the government spokesman for the president admitted that there is a God And apparently there isn't separation between church and state because we need God to have two arms so they can give us shots.
Yeah, I did hear that. That is funny.
Yes.
Carter in Clanton. Carter, go ahead.
What's up? How y'all doing today?
We're good. Let's go, Carter. Come on.
Y'all think Auburn football is going to get any better if they do get Lane Kiffin?
I have no idea. No, Speedy says no because he's
I think that I think the whole thing has got to go up because it's pretty much hit rock bottom.
Yeah, it's actually looking a little bit better with Coach Caddy.
Yeah, I really think that's the only hire that should be made, and y'all should just announce it today.
Which one?
Kiffin.
Spoken like a true bulldog.
Yeah, Auburn already every now and then has a 10-win season and then can't be consistent. So would it, isn't that kind of what
we've had that?
Yeah.
So Cohen's going to change that, Rick.
Yeah, okay.
You're not going to have any more Auburn being Auburn.
Okay.
We thought
some mountains are too high to climb.
Two valleys, too deep.
Yeah. You just
two rivers, too wide.
If you're an Auburn fan, you just enjoy those good seasons when they come along. But don't expect it to go on for any long period of time.
No.
Yeah.
Consistency. That's a whole foreign thing.
Saturday night when the Team Rick and Bubba text starts flowing, what is the biggest thing that would surprise you as far as that job? Let's say Kiffin's out of it and Hugh Freeze is not even part of it. What is the thing that shocks us all Saturday night?
I would be shocked by the hiring of Deion Sanders.
Okay.
That would be shocking to me.
I would be surprised by that, not shocked, although pleasantly surprised.
I'd be like, oh wow, so Dabo really did leave Clemson.
See, that's what I'm searching for. Things like this. This is what I
would be
wanted.
shocking.
This is the game I wanted to play. Y'all were doing so well.
Oh, they really did give it to Cadillac.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
That would be surprising.
Ronnie Brown's the offensive coordinator.
Sark just got to Texas. What in the world? No, I'm kidding. Is that what you needed right there?
Yes, it is exactly.
Brian Kelly didn't stay at LSU long.
Well, that would be a great one.
Pittman, wow.
Coldfield.
Wow, so they really did get Bill.
Right.
Wow, the OC from Alabama, good night.
How many more years does Saban have, I wonder? I mean, he's pretty old to be taking this on.
Right.
Oh, there's a surprise.
Yeah, that would be the surprise of all surprises.
Let's go to Jeff and Boaz. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
Good.
Hey, Rick, you mentioned Will Ferrell being in a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen the movie Get Hard with Kevin Hart and Will Ferrell?
Good Lord.
You know what? I haven't, and probably because of the title and maybe the rating.
I've actually seen it.
It was just his delivery.
Hold on. But I got a good sequel to it. They could put Todd Greasley in the sequel.
All
right, everybody.
Oh my goodness.
Right here at
Calm
Thanksgiving
down.
too. You ought to be ashamed,
Calm down.
Jeff. Right here at Thanksgiving. Let's go to Terry in Pensacola, Florida. Terry, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I just wanted to tell him not to feel bad about his L. Johnson comment from Friday.
Yeah.
I've been teaching for 22 years, and my second year of teaching, I picked up a note that said, I love Mike.
Oh, yeah. I've heard
All
that.
right.
And you read it?
Oh, yeah. Come on now.
Sorry, Helmsy. Sorry we saved that segment, but
Don't you know the class loved it when she read that?
The one that
I really
Bubba and
thought if I got through this
look,
week, I would be done. And
Look, he's already thinking of it. He's already thinking about it.
It's actually a best of hour.
Greg, when we used to work them in,
Good. Thank
the
you,
late
Speedy.
Dave Fitz.
The legendary.
When we
newscaster.
worked him into his birthday list, golly. Listen, Bubba would get to laugh so hard he couldn't even breathe.
Well, Rick, it's hard to let that go.
Let's also run down a happy birthday here to Harry Butts.
Glencoe. is 55.
Get out of here.
What the world?
I've 26 years to have a spotless reputation. Y'all ruined my reputation in 6 weeks. Let's go to Pam in the free state of Florida. Pam, go ahead.
Well, good morning, guys. I'm calling from Florida.
Yes.
And, I'm in the age range with Rick and Bubba. And, I hear, Rick, you say all the time that, this isn't a world I understand anymore. Like, I don't fit into this world.
Not at all.
And I feel that way sometimes,
Yeah.
and I listen to your show. and I feel like I'm not alone.
Cool.
And it gives me respite every day. I watch you on YouTube. And so with Thanksgiving being tomorrow, and this is the last show, I wanted to say on behalf of the upper end Gen Xers that I am thankful. I am so thankful for you and your show and what you bring to my life every day, what you contribute to the society and being a light in the very weirdness that we have. I just wanted to say thank you and thank God for you.
How about that?
Wow,
Pam.
thank you.
Pam, you had it.
Pam, I wish that could have been the last call today.
I know.
I'd have headed off into the Thanksgiving sunset with that one.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you, Pam.
Thank you.
And you've just did the same thing for us that you claimed that we've been able to do for you.
Yeah.
It makes us realize we're not the only ones that see the world in a way that just doesn't make sense anymore. It's like we've outlived our time. So, but it's good to know that there's still a lot of us around. We'll be back. We'll see any headlines we might have missed, and we'll wrap up another hour. And for a lot of you, we'll wrap up the week. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Play that song. City Harmonic Manifesto.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, so thanks for being with us. Much to talk about going forward on the program. You know, you're sitting here and you just look at all the things that are out there, and I do see we do have an update on the golf streaker who has an update saying that he felt like it was worth it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, he put on quite a show. I don't know that
now he has no job. But,
yeah.
but he said
$1,500 lighter.
Yeah.
Said it was. I hear guys. I got it. You got to love the comment. Hey, I think it was worth it.
He said as long as everybody got a kick out of it, it was worth it. That was his statement.
Well, I think, it technically wasn't a streak because he stayed there and put on a show.
I don't know what you call it.
Which kind of gets into the legal area. I mean, if he'd have just
performance.
If he'd have just dug across there, that would have probably been funny enough.
Yeah.
To me, it's kind of funny when you don't hang around and put a show on. That gets weird. You know what I mean? But him running through there was kind of funny.
Yeah. I didn't know that there's a place called Goodyear, Arizona. Did y'all?
I didn't.
That's where he's from. Adam Stallmuch, 24, Goodyear, Arizona. He says alcohol did play a part in fueling his courage.
No.
Well, Rick, he mixed some drinks, and you don't do that.
8 of them.
You know that.
He lost his job.
Yeah,
Wow.
he said he had at least 8 drinks before he. They keep calling it streaking. I'm with you, Bub. I don't think you can.
It wasn't streaking.
That was just lewd nakedness.
Yeah, that was public nudity.
That was look at me, I'm naked.
Well, he had to show us his golf swing, so.
He did that a couple of times.
That was kind of funny.
It was. He did, Bubba. He does want you to know, though. He says, I did have a great time at the tournament. Jail was not as fun. He said, jail.
Normally not.
He said, not a good idea. He said, I will not be.
Trust me.
He said, I won't repeat this in 2019. He said, I definitely won't be able to do it again because I'm not allowed back.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So now that'll get you removed right away from the old golf course there.
Yeah.
They kind of have a rule against all that. So he said he and his buddy were talking about somebody streaking throughout the day, and we figure if you want something done right, just do it yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And Bubba, please look at that picture. And
hey, buddy.
He says, like Greg said, as long as somebody got a kick out of it, that's why I did it. It was
I
worth it.
shouldn't be laughing, but it's funny.
For all of you out there, though, that keep hearing our warnings against alcohol, he says, I will tell you this. I definitely would not have done it if I'd been sober.
I bet not.
Well, how many
So
times?
what
We
job
ought
did he
to
lose?
take that statement. That ought to be a bumper sticker. That ought to be a bumper sticker. It ought to be a poster.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Oh, no, I wouldn't. No way I'd done it if I'm sober.
Just picture, how people put things up on their walls or whatever. I would not have done it if I'd been sober. I mean, you need to, everybody just needs to apply that to their life right now.
Yeah.
So anyway, that is, it's funny. I'm glad nobody was hurt. It's sad, but in the same way, he paid a price, said he learned his lesson, but he doesn't have a job now. Went to jail and got fined $1,500. But it was a good laugh. And
what job did he have? Does it say?
Let's see. He rested. He was. I'm looking to see.
That's we talked about too. A 5-minute naked dance.
That's
is long. That's a long one.
It doesn't say here what he did for a living. It just said he's lost his job. Probably his company doesn't really want to be out there. I don't know, but I can't find it in the story. It doesn't say where he worked. It just said he doesn't have a job anymore. No, nothing there. So I don't. Well, here you go. Lost his bartending gig. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
Yeah, well, that might be a good thing.
But let me tell you what. When you see that one job, he doesn't need to have bartending.
No.
Do we all agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there it is. There's the update. Lesson learned, and also a little philosophy to apply to your life. I wouldn't have done it if I'd have been sober.
We got several updates today on some stories.
Yeah, we do. So we'll jump into all that. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Our website, as I mentioned, rickandbubba.com. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start a
9 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so let me run down everything you need to know, as because Bubba and I, for a lot of you, we're not going to talk to each other, and hopefully we will, Lord willing, on Monday. But here's what you need to know: Rick and Bubba replay tomorrow. Best of show with Helmsy on Black Friday, so enjoy that. Then Sherry is the guest on Andy Andrews' latest podcast. Go catch that. We've got that out there. You'll really enjoy it. And I think that conversation, Sherry and I both have gotten emails already. People saying, hey, I've got somebody who needed to hear that. That was very helpful. Hey, that's what I was needing right there. It's a great conversation on a very difficult topic about suffering. I think you will get a lot out of that. Enjoy that. Also, don't forget that the show today will be available to you in its entirety in the podcast archives and also the YouTube archives. Wednesday Bible study today. There'll be a brand new Bible study. If you don't catch it live at noon on the YouTube channel, you can listen to that whenever you want to over the weekend. So we've got you set up with just about everything that we could possibly do for you to enjoy until we get back together on Monday. Now, Greg, to end this hour and for a lot of the show, so you do have Speedy's Dad's
Absolutely. I was waiting till y'all brought him here to the studio.
Serious?
Before
you just got one copy.
It.
I mean, we can't follow. I mean, all right, so Speedy, you trying to get some music? Here it is.
Look,
okay.
I mean,
let's see here.
I was waiting y'all out. Helms, we thought Speedy had left at one point and was meeting.
I thought I was about to get a surprise.
Yeah, right.
Y'all something else. What's that?
That's me.
I'm trying to work it out to visit him today.
Yeah, I can.
This one, I mean, they're all serious, but this one's almost it's a little lighthearted. So as far as picking your music. Yeah, it'd work. It's still a little lighthearted.
Okay. All right. So, Greg, put everybody in the Thanksgiving mood.
All right, here we go. This is a poem by John Wilburn.
By John Wilburn.
Speedy could have brought him to the studio, but he refused to.
That's not.
Thanksgiving, the giving of thanks to Almighty God for our land with honor and pride. A day for families to come together, for turkeys to hide. It's a day of watching football or maybe playing a round of golf. That is, if it's okay with everyone and it's warm enough. It's a day to count your blessings and name them one by one. It's a day filled with family laughter, with bowls full of joy and second helpings of fun. That's a pretty good line there.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the dessert with its delicious cakes and pies and a lot of hot coffee to keep open those eyes. And a guard must be established to protect against malls and Black Friday sales. Thanksgiving must never end, and joy with hope must prevail. So let our thanks be known as we gather around the table to eat and make memories for the next generation, as hopefully Thanksgiving they will repeat.
Well, Greg, hearing
John
you
Wilburn.
read these poems
I'll tell you what. He loves Greg reading them.
Hey, look.
Speedy, I was so hoping to watch that.
I like the second helpings of fun.
I'm so disappointed that he's not going to be in town.
Well, I'll get I
already told Betty, I said, I'm going to Calvin's for this.
Right. Come on.
Or y'all can
You
come
done told
over,
Betty?
either one.
Yeah.
Hey, I like reading these poems from John C. Wilbur.
Hey, Gary.
Hey, happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Uh-huh.
This is a poem by John C. Wilbur. The daddy that Speedy wouldn't go get.
What that? No, Gary.
Thanksgiving.
He was dressed waiting on Speedy, too.
To giving thanks to Almighty God for our land with honor and pride. And, you know, if we ain't going to bring Trump back, we ain't never going to have nothing to be proud of no more.
Right.
I say roll Tide and roll Trump.
Okay.
A day for families come together. And I sure hope Gwen's cousins don't come. For turkeys to hide, especially if somebody's using that Smurmaster call that I came up with that just got bought by an outdoor company. I mean, you know, I was selling them all the way up there in Quebec. Turkeys in Quebec are even scared of me.
Oh, wow.
You know why I don't sell too many of them, Bubba? Because I want us to have some turkeys for Thanksgiving. You ever wonder why the turkey season's not at Thanksgiving?
Yeah, I have. Doesn't make sense.
It's a day of watching football.
Uh-huh.
Of course, and the way Alabama's played this year, I mean, we don't deserve nothing. Maybe playing a round of golf. That is, if it's okay with everyone, you know, and it's warm enough. It's a day to count your blessings and name them one by one. I have so many blessings, like Rick Burgess, his little wife Sherry, and my sweet little wife Gwen. It's a day filled with family laughter. Of course, I'll have to go down there to Lake Mitchell and fix everybody something to eat. They will be laughing. I'll be miserable. Good gosh.
What we have with that steak? Maybe a salad?
A little salad on the side. Maybe a pumpkin salad. With bowls full of joy and second helpings of fun. And then there's dessert.
Right.
And delicious cakes and pies. You like a cake or a pie, Bubba?
I'm more of either one.
I guess that was kind of a wasted question for me to use.
Yeah, really.
That's a tough thing for you to choose. See, I made a rhyme just like John C.
Sure
Wilbur.
did. That's great, Gary.
And a lot of hot coffee to keep open those eyes. I can't get Rick to bring me coffee no more. I mean, he's giving it to Moultrie, but he won't give it to me. And a guard must be established to protect against malls. I wouldn't go to the mall if it was the last place on earth to get anything. I don't want to be anywhere near it.
Ah.
And Black Friday sales. And I don't mean that racist. That's what it's called.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanksgiving must never end, and joy with hope must prevail. So let's give our thanks and let it be known as we gather around the table to eat and make memories for next generation as hopefully Thanksgiving from Chilton County, Alabama. We'll repeat. I'm thankful for all y'all out there. My phone, day in and day night, all I get is somebody liking that video I did of Rick filling up that feeder.
Funny.
30,000 views. Do you know that, Bubba?
Oh,
30,000 views.
Really?
And everywhere I go now, I just can't do nothing. John C. Wilburn wrote that. And John, I love you, buddy. And if you use my daddy, I'd have come and got you.
Oh, it didn't. Y'all, that was never the plan. I thought it was. Y'all making me feel awful.
We love your dad, Speedy. We never get to see him.
Well,
this was close. We were in a close orbit here. We thought this would be
Dressed
close
up,
enough
waiting
to
on
get
Speedy
together.
to come get him.
Right. We should have talked about that.
And I've even
beforehand.
had now something else come up in my world that will put me 2 minutes from your house later on this evening.
Oh, boy.
And now I feel bad that I'm going to be just interrupting a nice family moment, and I'm probably not going to get to see him.
Yeah.
You're
He'll be
going
there
in
tonight? Mm-hmm. They will be at your place tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What if you looked up and hosted?
No, everybody. Come on.
What if you look and Sherry and I did a parade in y'all's neighborhood, and we got your dad right up front with us, and we rode through Helena.
We have our own parade.
Hey guys, if you leave us, and I know this could be the end, it is the end of the live show.
Look that way.
Blazing Silverman, have a good Thanksgiving, buddy.
There we go.
Happy Thanksgiving, Sweet Ruby, the Adlers. Guys, enjoy it, and thank all of you for supporting what we do.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.